Chapter 1. I scowl with frustration at myself in the mirror. Damn my hair, it just won't behave. And damn Catherine Kavanaugh for being ill and subjecting me to this ordeal. I should be studying for my final exams, which are next week, yet here I am trying to brush my hair into submission. I must not sleep with it wet. I must not sleep with it wet. Reciting this mantra several times, I attempt, once more, to bring it under control with the brush. I roll my eyes in exasperation and gaze at the pale, brown-haired girl with blue eyes too big for her face staring back at me, and give up. My only option is to restrain my wayward hair in a ponytail and hope that I look semi-presentable. Kate is my roommate, and she has chosen today of all days to succumb to the flu. Therefore, she cannot attend the interview she'd arranged to do with some mega-industrialist tycoon I've never heard of for the student newspaper, so I have been volunteered. I have final exams to cram for and one essay to finish, and I'm supposed to be working this afternoon, but no, today I have to drive 165 miles to downtown Seattle in order to meet the enigmatic CEO of Great Enterprises Holdings, Inc. As an exceptional entrepreneur and major benefactor of our university, his time is extraordinarily precious, much more precious than mine, but he has granted Kate an interview. A real coup, she tells me. Damn her extracurricular activities. Kate is huddled on the couch in the living room. Anna, I'm sorry. It took me 9 months to get this interview. It will take another 6 to reschedule, and we'll both have graduated by then. As the editor, I can't blow this off. Please. Kate begs me in her rasping, sore throat voice. How does she do it? Even ill, she looks gamine and gorgeous, strawberry blonde hair in place and green eyes bright, although now red-rimmed and runny. I ignore my pang of unwelcome sympathy. Of course, I'll go, Kate. You should get back to bed. Would you like some Nyquil or Tylenol? Nyquil, please. Here are the questions and my digital recorder. Just press record here. Make notes. I'll transcribe it all. I know nothing about him, I murmur, trying and failing to suppress my rising panic. The questions will see you through. Go. It's a long drive. I don't want you to be late. Okay, I'm going. Get back to bed. I made you some soup to heat up. Later, I stare at her fondly. Only for you, Kate, would I do this. I will. Good luck. And thanks, Anna, as usual. You're my lifesaver. Gathering my backpack, I smile wryly at her, then head out the door, to the car. I cannot believe I have let Kate talk me into this. But then, Kate can talk anyone into anything. She'll make an exceptional journalist. She's articulate, strong, persuasive, argumentative, beautiful. And she's my dearest, dearest friend. The roads are clear as I set off from Vancouver, Washington toward Interstate 5. It's early, and I don't have to be in Seattle until 2 this afternoon. Fortunately, Kate has lent me her sporty Mercedes Click. I'm not sure Wanda, my old W Beetle, would make the journey in time. Oh, the Merc is a fun drive, and the miles slip away as I hit the pedal to the metal. Destination is the headquarters of Mr. Gray's global enterprise. It's a huge 20-story office building, all curved glass and steel, an architect's utilitarian fantasy, with Gray House written discreetly in steel over the glass front doors. It's 1:45 when I arrive, greatly relieved that I'm not late as I walk into the enormous and frankly intimidating glass, steel, and white sandstone lobby. Behind the solid sandstone desk, a very attractive, groomed, blonde young woman smiles pleasantly at me. She's wearing the sharpest charcoal suit jacket and white shirt I have ever seen. She looks immaculate. I'm here to see Mr. Gray. Anastasia Steele for Catherine Kavanaugh. Excuse me one moment, Miss Steele. She arches her eyebrow as I stand self-consciously before her. I'm beginning to wish I'd borrowed one of Kate's formal blazers rather than worn my navy blue jacket. I have made an effort and worn my one and only skirt, my sensible brown knee-length boots, and a blue sweater. For me, this is smart. I tuck one of the escaped tendrils of my hair behind my ear as I pretend she doesn't intimidate me. Miss Kavanaugh is expected. Please sign in here, Miss Steele. You'll want the last elevator on the right. Press for the 20th floor. She smiles kindly at me, amused no doubt, as I sign in. She hands me a security pass that has visitor very firmly stamped on the front. I can't help my smirk. Surely it's obvious that I'm just visiting. I don't fit in here at all. Nothing changes. I inwardly sigh. Thanking her, I walk over to the bank of elevators and past the two security men who are both far more smartly dressed than I am in their well-cut black suits. The elevator whisks me at terminal velocity to the 20th floor. The doors slide open, and I'm in another large lobby again, all glass, steel, and white sandstone. I'm confronted by another desk of sandstone and another young blonde woman, this time dressed impeccably in black and white, who rises to greet me. Miss Steele, could you wait here, please? She points to a seated area of white leather chairs. Behind the leather chairs is a spacious glass-walled meeting room with an equally spacious dark wood table and at least 20 matching chairs around it. Beyond that, there is a floor-to-ceiling window with a view of the Seattle skyline that looks out through the city toward the Sound. It's a stunning vista, and I'm momentarily paralyzed by the view. Wow. I sit down, fish the questions from my backpack, and go through them, inwardly cursing Kate for not providing me with a brief biography. I know nothing about this man I'm about to interview. He could be 90, or he could be 30. The uncertainty is galling, and my nerves resurface, making me fidget. I've never been comfortable with one-on-one interviews, preferring the anonymity of a group discussion where I can sit inconspicuously at the back of the room. To be honest, I prefer my own company, reading a classic British novel, curled up in a chair in the campus library, not sitting twitching nervously in a colossal glass and stone edifice. I roll my eyes at myself. Get a grip, Steele. Judging from the building, which is too clinical and modern, S. Gray is in his 40s, fit, tanned, and fair-haired to match the rest of the personnel. Another elegant, flawlessly dressed blonde comes out of a large door. To the right, what is it with all the immaculate blondes? It's like Stepford. Here, taking a deep breath, I stand up. Miss Steele? The latest blonde asks. Yes. I croak and clear my throat. Yes. There. That sounded more confident. Mr. Gray will see you in a moment. May I take your jacket? Oh, please. I struggle out of the jacket. Have you been offered any refreshment? No. Oh dear. Blonde number 1 in trouble? Blonde number 2 frowns and eyes the young woman at the desk. Would you like tea, coffee, water? She asks, turning her attention back to me. A glass of water. Thank you, I murmur. Olivia, please fetch Miss Steele a glass of water. Her voice is stern. Olivia scoots up and scurries to a door on the other side of the foyer. My apologies, Miss Steele. Olivia is our new intern. Please be seated. Mr. Gray will be another 5 minutes. Olivia returns with a glass of iced water. Here you go, Miss Steele. Thank you. Blonde number 2 marches over to the large desk, her heels clicking and echoing on the sandstone floor. She sits down, and they both continue their work. Perhaps Mr. Gray insists on all his employees being blonde. I'm wondering idly if that's legal, when the office door opens and a tall, elegantly dressed, attractive African-American man with short dreads exits. I have definitely worn the wrong clothes. He turns and says through the door, "Golf this week, Gray?" I don't hear the reply. He turns, sees me, and smiles, his dark eyes crinkling at the corners. Olivia has jumped up and called the elevator. She seems to excel at jumping from her seat. She's more nervous than me. "Good afternoon, ladies," he says as he departs through the sliding door. "Mr. Gray will see you now, Miss Steele. Do go through." Blonde number 2 says. I stand rather shakily, trying to suppress my nerves. Gathering up my backpack, I abandon my glass of water and make my way to the partially open door. "You don't need to knock, just go in," she smiles kindly. I push open the door and stumble through, tripping over my own feet and falling headfirst into the office. Double crap, me and my 2 left feet I am on my hands and knees in the doorway to Mr. Gray's office, and gentle hands are around me, helping me to stand. I am so embarrassed. Damn my clumsiness. I have to steel myself to glance up. Holy cow, he's so young. Miss Kavanaugh. He extends a long-fingered hand to me once I'm upright. I'm Christian Grey. Are you all right? Would you like to sit? Double quotes. So young and attractive. Very attractive. He's tall, dressed in a fine, gray suit, white shirt, and black tie with unruly dark copper-colored hair, and intense, bright gray eyes that regard me shrewdly. It takes a moment for me to find my voice. Actually, I mutter, if this guy is over 30, then I'm a monkey's uncle. In a daze, I place my hand in his and we shake. As our fingers touch, I feel an odd exhilarating shiver run through me. I withdraw my hand hastily, embarrassed. Must be static. I blink rapidly, my eyelids matching my heart rate. Miss Kavanaugh is indisposed, so she sent me. I hope you don't mind, Mr. Gray. And you are? His voice is warm, possibly amused, but it's difficult to tell from his impassive expression. He looks mildly interested but above all, polite. Anastasia Steele. I'm studying English literature with Kate, Catherine, Miss Kavanaugh, at WU Vancouver. See, he says simply. I think I see the ghost of a smile in his expression, but I'm not sure. Would you like to sit? He waves me toward an L-shaped white leather couch. His office is way too big for just one man. In front of the floor-tossling windows, there's a modern dark wood desk that 6 people could comfortably eat around. It matches the coffee table by the couch. Everything else is white ceiling, floors, and walls, except for the wall by the door, where a mosaic of small paintings hang, 36 of them, arranged in a square. They are exquisite, a series of mundane, forgotten objects painted in such precise detail they look like photographs. Displayed together, they are breathtaking. A local artist. Truton, says Gray when he catches my gaze. They're lovely. Raising the ordinary to extraordinary, I murmur, distracted both by him and the paintings. He cocks his head to one side and regards me intently. I couldn't agree more, Miss Steele, he replies, his voice soft, and for some inexplicable reason I find myself blushing. Apart from the paintings, the rest of the office is cold, clean, and clinical. I wonder if it reflects the personality of the Adonis who sinks gracefully into one of the white leather chairs opposite me. I shake my head, disturbed at the direction of my thoughts, and retrieve Kate's questions from my backpack. Next, I set up the digital recorder and am all fingers and thumbs, dropping it twice on the coffee table in front of me. Mr. Gray says nothing, waiting patiently, I hope, as I become increasingly embarrassed and flustered. When I pluck up the courage to look at him, he's watching me, one hand relaxed in his lap and the other cupping his chin and trailing his long index finger across his lips. I think he's trying to suppress a smile. Sorry, I stutter. I'm not used to this. Take all the time you need, Miss Steele, he says. Do you mind if I record your answers? After you've taken so much trouble to set up the recorder, you ask me. Now, I flush. He's teasing me, I hope. I blink at him, unsure what to say, and I think he takes pity on me because he relents. No, I don't mind. Did Kate, Miss Kavanaugh, explain what the interview was for? Yes. To appear in the graduation issue of the student newspaper, as I shall be conferring the degrees at this year's graduation ceremony. Oh, this is news to me, and I'm temporarily preoccupied by the thought that someone not much older than me, only 6 years or so, and less successful, but still is going to present me with my degree. I frown, dragging my wayward attention back to the task at hand. Good. I swallow nervously. I have some questions, Mr. Gray. I smooth a stray lock of hair behind my ear. I thought you might, he says deadpan. He's laughing at me. My cheeks heat at the realization, and I sit up and square my shoulders in an attempt to look taller and more intimidating. Pressing the start button on the recorder, I try to look professional. You're very young to have amassed such an empire. To what do you owe your success? I glance up at him. His smile is rueful, but he looks vaguely disappointed. Business is all about people, Miss Steele, and I'm very good at judging people. I know how they tick, what makes them flourish, what doesn't, what inspires them, and how to incentivize them. I employ an exceptional team, and I reward them well. He pauses and fixes me with his gray stare. My belief is to achieve success in any scheme one has to make oneself master of that scheme, know it inside and out, know every detail. I work hard, very hard to do that. I have a natural gut instinct that can spot and nurture a good, solid idea and good people. The bottom line is it's always down to good people. Me, you're just lucky. This isn't on Kate's list, but he's so arrogant. His eyes flare momentarily in surprise. I don't subscribe to luck or chance, Miss Steele. The harder I work, the more luck I seem to have. It really is all about having the right people on your team and directing their energies accordingly. I think it was Harvey Firestone who said, "The growth and development of people is the highest calling of leadership." You sound like a control freak. The words are out of my mouth before I can stop them. I exercise control in all things, Miss Steele, he says without a trace of humor in his smile. I look at him, and he holds my gaze steadily. Impassive. My heartbeat quickens, and my face flushes again. Why does he have such an unnerving effect on me? His overwhelming good looks maybe? The way his eyes blaze at me? The way he strokes his index finger against his lower lip? I wish he'd stop doing that. Besides, immense power is acquired by assuring yourself in your secret reveries that you were born to control things. He continues, his voice soft. Do you feel that you have immense power? Control freak. I employ over 40,000 people, Miss Steele. That gives me a certain sense of responsibility, power, if you will. If I were to decide I was no longer interested in the telecommunications business and sell 20,000 people would struggle to make their mortgage payments after a month or so. My mouth drops open. I'm staggered by his lack of humility. Don't you have a board to answer to? I ask, disgusted. I own my company. I don't have to answer to a board. He raises an eyebrow at me. Of course, I would know this if I had done some research. But holy crap, he's arrogant. I change tack. And do you have any interests outside your work? I have varied interests, Miss Steele. Ghost of a smile touches his lips. Very varied, and for some reason confounded and heated by his steady gaze. His eyes are alight with some wicked thought. But if you work so hard, what do you do to chill out? Chill out? He smiles, revealing perfect white teeth. I stop breathing. He really is beautiful. No one should be this good looking. Well, to chill out, as you put it, I sail, I fly, I indulge in various physical pursuits. He shifts in his chair. I'm a very wealthy man, Miss Steele, and I have expensive and absorbing hobbies. I glance quickly at Kate's questions, wanting to get off this subject. I like to build things. I like to know how things work, what makes things tick, how to construct and deconstruct. And I have a love of ships. What can I say? That sounds like your heart talking rather than logic and facts. His mouth quirks up, and he stares appraisingly at me. Possibly, though there are people who'd say, I don't have a heart. Would your friends say you're easy to get to know? And I regret the question as soon as I say it. It's not on Kate's list. I'm a very private person, Miss Steele. I go a long way to protect my privacy. I don't often give interviews. Why did you agree to do this one? Because I'm a benefactor of the university. And for all intents and purposes, I couldn't get Miss Kavanaugh off my back. She badgered my PR people, and I admire that kind of tenacity. His planet who don't have enough to eat. That sounds very philanthropic. Is it something you feel passionately about? Feeding the world's poor? He shrugs noncommittally. It's shrewd business, he murmurs, though I think he's being disingenuous. It doesn't make sense feeding the world's poor. I can't see the financial benefit of this, only the virtue of the ideal. I glance at the next question, confused by his attitude. Do you have a philosophy? If so, What is it? I don't have a philosophy as such. Maybe a guiding principle. Carnegie's. A man who acquires the ability to take full possession of his own mind may take possession of anything else to which he is justly entitled. I'm very singular driven. I like control of myself and those around me. So you want to possess things? You are a control freak. I want to deserve to possess them. But yes, bottom line, I do. You sound like the ultimate consumer. I am. He smiles, but the smile doesn't touch his eyes. Again, this is at odds with someone who wants to feed the world, so I can't help thinking that we're talking about something else, but I'm mystified as to what it is. I swallow hard. The temperature in the room is rising, or maybe it's just me. I just want this interview to be over. Surely Kate has enough material now. I glance at the next question. You were adopted. How much do you think that's shaped the way you are? Oh, this is personal. I stare at him, hoping he's not offended. His brow furrows. I have no way of knowing. My interest is piqued. How old were you when you were adopted? That's a matter of public record, Miss Steele. His tone is stern. Crap. Yes. Of course if I'd known I was doing this interview, I would have done some research. Flustered, I move on quickly. You've had to sacrifice family life for your work. That's not a question. He's terse. Sorry. I squirm. He's made me feel like an errant child. I try again. Have you had to sacrifice family life for your work? I have a family. I have a brother and a sister and 2 loving parents. I'm not interested in extending my family beyond that. Are you gay, Mr. Gray? He inhales sharply, and I cringe, mortified. Crap. Why didn't I employ some kind of filter before I read this straight out? How can I tell him I'm just reading the questions? Damn Kate and her curiosity. No, Anastasia, I'm not. He raises his eyebrows, a cool gleam in his eyes. He does not look pleased. I apologize. It's written here. It's the first time he said my name. My heartbeat has accelerated, and my cheeks are heating up. Again. Nervously, I tuck my loosened hair behind my ear. He cocks his head to one side. These aren't your own questions? The blood drains from my head. No, Kate, Miss Kavanaugh, she compiled the questions. Are you colleagues on the student paper? Oh no, I have nothing to do with the student paper. It's her extracurricular activity, not mine. My face is aflame. No, she's my roommate. He rubs his chin in quiet deliberation, his gray eyes appraising me. Did you volunteer to do this interview? He asks, his voice deadly quiet. Hang on, who's supposed to be interviewing whom? His eyes burn into me, and I'm compelled to answer with the truth. I was drafted. She's not well. My voice is weak and apologetic. That explains a great deal. There's a knock at the door, and blonde number 2 enters. Mr. Gray, forgive me for interrupting, but your next meeting is in 2 minutes. We're not finished here, Andrea. Please cancel my next meeting. Andrea hesitates, gaping at him. She appears lost. He turns his head slowly to face her and raises his eyebrows. She flushes bright pink. Oh, good. It's not just me. Very well, Mr. Gray, she mutters, then exits. He frowns and turns his attention back to me. Where were we, Miss Steele? Oh, we're back to Miss Steele now. Please, don't let me keep you from anything. I want to know about you. I think that's only fair. His eyes are alight with curiosity. Double crap. Where's he going with this? He places his elbows on the arms of the chair and steeples his fingers in front of his mouth. His mouth is very distracting. I swallow. There's not much to know. What are your plans after you graduate? I shrug, thrown by his interest. Move to Seattle with Kate. Find a job. I haven't really thought beyond my finals. I haven't made any plans, Mr. Gray. I just need to get through my final exams, which I should be studying for right now, rather than sitting in your palatial, swanky, sterile office, feeling uncomfortable under your penetrating gaze. We run an excellent internship program here, he says quietly. I raise my eyebrows in surprise. Is he offering me a job? Oh, I'll bear that in mind. I murmur, confounded. Though I'm not sure I'd fit in here. Oh no, musing out loud again. Oh no, musing out loud again. Why do you say that? He tilts his head to one side, intrigued, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. It's obvious, isn't it? I'm uncoordinated, scruffy, and I'm not blonde. Not to me. His gaze is intense, all humor gone, and strange muscles deep in my belly clench suddenly. I tear my eyes away from his scrutiny and stare blindly down at my knotted fingers. What's going on? I have to go now. I lean forward to retrieve the recorder. Would you like me to show you around? He asks. I'm sure you're far too busy, Mr. Gray, and I do have a long drive. You're driving back to Vancouver? He sounds surprised, anxious. Even. He glances out of the window. It's begun to rain. Well, you'd better drive carefully. His tone is stern, authoritative. His tone is stern, authoritative. Why should he care? Did you get everything you need? He adds. Yes, sir, reply, packing the recorder into my backpack. His eyes narrow, speculatively. Thank you for the interview, Mr. Gray. The pleasure's been all mine, he says, polite as ever. As I rise, he stands and holds out his hand. Until we meet again, Miss Steele. And it sounds like a challenge or a threat. I'm not sure which. I frown. When will we ever meet again? I shake his hand once more, astounded that that odd current between us is still there. It must be my nerves, Mr. Gray. I nod at him, moving with lithe athletic grace to the door. He opens it wide. Just ensuring you make it through the door, Miss Steele. He gives me a small smile. Obviously, he's referring to my earlier less than elegant entry into his office. I blush. That's very considerate, Mr. Gray, snap, and his smile widens. I'm glad you find me entertaining. I glower inwardly, walking into the foyer. I'm surprised when he follows me out. Andrea and Olivia both look up, equally surprised. Did you have a coat? Gray asks. A jacket. Olivia leaps up and retrieves my jacket, which Gray takes from her. Before she can hand it to me, he holds it up, and, feeling ridiculously self-conscious, I shrug it on. Gray places his hands for a moment on my shoulders. I gasp at the contact. If he notices my reaction, he gives nothing away. His long index finger presses the button summoning the elevator, and we stand waiting awkwardly on my part, coolly self-possessed on his. The doors open, and I hurry in, desperate to escape. I really need to get out of here. When I turn to look at him, he's gazing at me and leaning against the doorway beside the elevator with one hand on the wall. He really is very, very good looking. It's unnerving. Anastasia, he says as a farewell. Christian, I reply. And mercifully, the doors close. Chapter 2. My heart is pounding. The elevator arrives on the first floor, and I scramble out as soon as the doors slide open, stumbling once but, fortunately, not sprawling onto the immaculate sandstone floor. I race for the wide glass doors, and suddenly I'm free in the bracing, cleansing, damp air of Seattle. Raising my face, I welcome the cool, refreshing rain. I close my eyes and take a deep, purifying breath, trying to recover what's left of my equilibrium. No man has ever affected me the way Christian Gray has, and I cannot fathom why. Is it his looks? His civility? Wealth? Power? I don't understand my irrational reaction. I breathe an enormous sigh of relief. What in heaven's name was that all about? Leaning against one of the steel pillars of the building, I valiantly attempt to calm down and gather my thoughts. I shake my head. What was that? My heart steadies to its regular rhythm, and when I can breathe normally again, head for the car. As I leave the city limits behind, I begin to feel foolish and embarrassed. As I replay the interview in my mind, surely I'm overreacting to something that's imaginary. Okay, so he's very attractive, confident, commanding, at ease with himself, but on the flip side, he's arrogant. And for all his impeccable manners, he's autocratic and cold. Well, on the surface, an involuntary shiver runs down my spine. He may be arrogant, But then he has a right to be, he's accomplished so much at such a young age. He doesn't suffer fools gladly, but why should he? Again, I'm irritated that Kate didn't give me a brief biography. While cruising toward Interstate 5, my mind continues to wander. I'm truly perplexed as to what makes someone so driven to succeed. Some of his answers were so cryptic, as if he had a hidden agenda. And Kate's questions, ugh. The adoption and asking him if he was gay. I shudder. I can't believe I said that. Ground. Swallow me up now. Every time I think of that question in the future, I will cringe with embarrassment. Damn. Catherine Kavanaugh. I checked the speedometer. I'm driving more cautiously than I would on any other occasion, and I know it's the memory of those penetrating gray eyes gazing at me and a stern voice telling me to drive carefully. Shaking my head, I realize that Gray's more like a man twice his age. Forget it, Anna. I scold myself. I decide that, all in all, it's been a very interesting experience, but I shouldn't dwell on it. Put it behind you. I never have to see him again. I'm immediately cheered by the thought. I switch on the stereo and turn the volume up loud. Sit back and listen to thumping indie rock music as I press down on the accelerator. As I hit Interstate 5, I realize I can drive as fast as I want. We live in a small community of duplex apartments close to the Vancouver campus of BaS. I'm lucky Kate's parents bought the place for her, and I pay peanuts for rent. It's been home for years now. As I pull up outside, I know Kate is going to want a blow-by-blow account, and she is tenacious. Well, at least she has the digital recorder. I hope I won't have to elaborate much beyond what was said during the interview. Anna, you're back. Kate sits in our living area, surrounded by books. She's clearly been studying for finals. She's still in her pink flannel pajamas decorated with cute little rabbits, the ones she reserves for the aftermath of breaking up with boyfriends, for assorted illnesses, and for general moody depression. She bounds up to me and hugs me hard. I was beginning to worry. I expected you back sooner. Oh, I thought I made good time considering the interview ran over. I waved the digital recorder at her. Anna, thank you so much for doing this. I owe you, I know. How was it? What was he like? Oh no, here we go. The Catherine Kavanaugh Inquisition. I struggle to answer her question. What can I say? I'm glad it's over and I don't have to see him again. He was rather intimidating, you know. I shrug. He's very focused, intense even, and young. Really young. Kate gazes innocently at me. I frown. Don't you look so innocent? Why didn't you give me a biography? He made me feel like such an idiot for skimping on basic research. Kate clamps a hand to her mouth. Geez, Anna, I'm sorry I didn't think. I huff. Mostly, he was courteous, formal, slightly stuffy, like he's old before his time. He doesn't talk like a man of 20-something. How old is he, anyway? 27. Geez, Anna, I'm sorry. I should have briefed you, but I was in such a panic. Let me have the recorder and I'll start transcribing the interview. You look better. Did you eat your soup? I ask, keen to change the subject. Yes, and it was delicious as usual. I'm feeling much better. She smiles at me in gratitude. I check my watch. I have to run. I can still make my shift at Clayton's. Anna, you'll be exhausted. I'll be fine. I'll see you later. I've worked at Clayton's since I started at BaS. It's the largest independent hardware store in the Portland area, and over the 4 years I've worked here, come to know a little bit about most everything we sell, although ironically, I'm crap at any DIY. I leave all that to my dad. I'm glad I can make my shift as it gives me something to focus on. That isn't Christian Grey. We're busy. It's the start of the summer season and folks are redecorating their homes. Mrs. Clayton looks relieved to see me. Anna, I thought you weren't going to make it today. My appointment didn't take as long as I thought. I can do a couple of hours. I'm real pleased to see you. She sends me to the storeroom to start restocking shelves, and I'm soon absorbed in the task. When I arrive home later, Catherine is wearing headphones and working on her laptop. Her nose is still pink, but she has her teeth into a story, so. She's concentrating and typing furiously. I'm thoroughly drained, exhausted by the long drive, by the grueling interview, and by being swamped at Clayton's. I slump onto the couch, thinking about the essay I have to finish and all the studying I haven't done today because I was holed up with him. You've got some good stuff here, Anna. Well done. I can't believe you didn't take him up on his offer to show you around. He obviously wanted to spend more time with you. She gives me a fleeting quizzical look. I flush, and my heart rate inexplicably increases. That wasn't the reason, surely. He just wanted to show me around so I could see that he was lord of all he surveyed. I realize I'm biting my lip, and I hope Kate doesn't notice, but she seems absorbed in her transcription. I hear what you mean about formal. Did you take any notes? She asks. No, I didn't. That's fine. I can still make a fine article with this. Shame we don't have some original stills. Good-looking son of a bitch, isn't he? I suppose so. I try hard to sound disinterested, and I think I succeed. Oh, come on, even you can't be immune to his looks. She arches a perfect eyebrow at me. Crap. I feel my cheeks heating, so I distract her with flattery. Always a good ploy. You probably would have got a lot more out of him. I doubt that, Anna. Come on, he practically offered you a job. Given that I foisted this on you at the last minute, you did very well. She glances up at me speculatively. I make a hasty retreat into the kitchen. So what did you really think of him? Damn, she's inquisitive. Why can't she just let this go? Think of something quick. He's very driven, controlling, arrogant, scary, but very charismatic. I can understand the fascination. Add truthfully, hoping this will shut her up once and for all. You? Fascinated by a man? That's a first, she snorts. I start gathering the makings of a sandwich so she can't see my face. Why did you want to know if he was gay? Incidentally, that was the most embarrassing question. I was mortified, and he was pissed to be asked too. I scowl at the memory. Whenever he's in the society pages, he never has a date. It was embarrassing. The whole thing was embarrassing. I'm glad I'll never have to lay eyes on him again. Anna, it can't have been that bad. I think he sounds quite taken with you. Taken with me? Now Kate's being ridiculous. Would you like a sandwich? Please. We talk no more of Christian Grey that evening, to my relief. Once we've eaten, I'm able to sit at the dining table with Kate, and while she works on her article, I work on my essay on Tess of the D'Urbervilles. Damn, that woman was in the wrong place at the wrong time in the wrong century. By the time I finish, it's midnight, and Kate has long since gone to bed. I make my way to my room, exhausted, but pleased that I've accomplished so much for a Monday. I curl up in my white iron bed, wrap my mother's quilt around me, close my eyes, and I'm instantly asleep. That night, I dream of dark places, bleak, cold white floors, and gray eyes. For the rest of the week, I throw myself into my studies and my job at Clayton's. Kate is busy, too, compiling her last edition of the student newspaper before she has to relinquish it to the new editor, while also cramming for her finals. By Wednesday, she's much better, and I no longer have to endure the sight of her pink flannel with too many rabbits' PJs. I call my mom in Georgia to check on her, but also so she can wish me luck on my final exams. She proceeds to tell me about her latest venture into candle making. My mother is all about new business ventures. Fundamentally, she's bored and wants something to occupy her time, but she has the attention span of a goldfish. It'll be something new next week. She worries me. I hope she hasn't mortgaged the house to finance this latest scheme, and I hope Bob, her relatively new but much older husband, is keeping an eye on her now that I'm no longer there. He does seem a lot more grounded than husband number 3. How are things with you, Anna? For a moment, I hesitate, and I have mom's full attention. I'm fine. Anna, have you met someone? Wow, how does she do that? The excitement in her voice is palpable. No, Mom, it's nothing. You'll be the first to know if I do. Anna, you really need to get out more, honey. You worry me. Mom, I'm fine. How's Bob? As ever, distraction is the best policy. Later that evening, I call Ray, my stepdad, Mom's husband number 2, the man I consider my father and the man whose name I bear. It's a brief conversation. In fact, it's not so much a conversation as a one-sided series of grunts in response to my gentle coaxing. Ray is not a talker, but he's still alive. He's still watching soccer on TV and going bowling or fly fishing or making furniture when he's not. Ray is a skilled carpenter, and the reason I know the difference between a hawk and a handsaw. All seems well with him. Friday night, Kate and I are debating what to do with our evening. We want some time off from our studies, from our work, and from student newspapers when the doorbell rings. Standing on our doorstep is my good friend Joe's, clutching a bottle of champagne. Joe's, great to see you. I give him a quick hug. Come in. Joe's is the first person I met when I arrived at WU, feeling as lost and lonely as I did. We recognized a kindred spirit in each other that day, and we've been friends ever since. Not only do we share a sense of humor, but we also discovered that Ray and Joe's senior were in the same army unit together. As a result, our fathers have become good friends too. Joe's is studying engineering and is the first in his family to make it to college. He's pretty damn bright, but his real passion is photography. Joe's has a great eye for a good picture. I have news. He grins, his dark eyes twinkling. Don't tell me you've managed not to get kicked out for another week, I tease, and he scowls playfully at me. The Portland Place Gallery is going to exhibit my photos next month. That's amazing, congratulations. Delighted for him, I hug him. Again, Kate beams at him too. Way to go, Joe's. I should put this in the paper. Nothing like last-minute editorial changes on a Friday evening. She feigns annoyance. Let's celebrate. I want you to come to the opening. Joe's looks intently at me and I flush. Both of you, of course, he adds, glancing nervously at Kate. Joe's and I are good friends, but I know deep down inside he'd like to be more. He's cute and funny, but he's just not for me. He's more like the brother I never had. Catherine often teases me that I'm missing the need a boyfriend gene, but the truth is, I just haven't met anyone whom I'm attracted to, even though part of me longs for the fabled trembling knees, heart in my mouth, butterflies in my belly moments. Sometimes I wonder if there's something wrong with me. Perhaps I've spent too long in the company of my literary romantic heroes, and consequently, my ideals and expectations are far too high. But in reality, nobody's ever made me feel like that. Until very recently, the unwelcome, still small voice of my subconscious whispers, no. I banish the thought immediately. I am not going there. Not after that painful interview. Are you gay, Mr. Gray? I wince at the memory. I know I've dreamed about him most nights since then, but that's just to purge the awful experience from my system, surely. I watch Joe's open the bottle of champagne. He's tall, and in his jeans and t-shirt, he's all shoulders and muscles, tan skin, dark hair, and burning dark eyes. Yes, Josie's pretty hot, but I think he's finally getting the message. We're just friends. The cork makes its loud pop, and Joe's looks up and smiles. Saturday at the store is a nightmare. We are besieged by do-it-yourselfers wanting to spruce up their homes. Mr. and Mrs. Clayton and John and Patrick, the two other part-timers, and I are besieged by customers. But there's a lull around lunchtime, and Mrs. Clayton asks me to check on some orders while I'm sitting behind the counter at the register discreetly eating my bagel. I'm engrossed in the task, checking catalog numbers against the items we need and the items we've ordered. Eyes flicking from the order book to the computer screen and back as I make sure the entries match. Then, for some reason, I glance up and find myself locked in the bold gray gaze of Christian Grey, who's standing at the counter, staring at me. Heart failure, Miss Steele. What a pleasant surprise. His gaze is unwavering and intense. Holy crap, what the hell is he doing here? Looking all outdoorsy with his tousled hair and in his cream chunky knit sweater, jeans, and walking boots. I think my mouth is popped open, and I can't locate my brain or my voice. Mr. Gray, I whisper, because that's all I can manage. There's a ghost of a smile on his lips and his eyes are alight with humor, as if he's enjoying some private joke. I was in the area, he says by way of explanation. I need to stock up on a few things. It's a pleasure to see you again, Miss Steele. His voice is warm and husky like dark melted chocolate fudge caramel, or something. I shake my head to gather my wits. My heart is pounding at a frantic tempo, and for some reason I'm blushing furiously under his steady scrutiny. I'm utterly thrown by the sight of him standing before me. My memories of him did not do him justice. He's not merely good looking, he's the epitome of male beauty, breathtaking. And he's here in Clayton's hardware store. Go figure. Finally, my cognitive functions are restored and reconnected with the rest of my body. Anna? My name's Anna, I mutter. What can I help you with, Mr. Gray? He smiles, and again it's like he's privy to some big secret. It is so disconcerting. Taking a deep breath, I put on my professional. I worked in this shop for years. FOD. I can do this. There are a few items I need. To start with, I'd like some cable TIs, he murmurs, his expression both cool and amused. Cable TIs? We stock various lengths. Shall I show you? I mutter, my voice soft and wavering. Get a grip, Steele. A slight frown mars Gray's rather lovely brow. Please, lead the way, Miss Steele, he says. I try for nonchalance as I come out from behind the counter, but really concentrating hard on not falling over my own feet. My legs are suddenly the consistency of Jell-O. I'm so glad I decided to wear my best jeans this morning. They're with the electrical goods, aisle 8. My voice is a little too bright. I glance up at him and regret it almost immediately. Damn, he's handsome. After you, he murmurs, gesturing with his long-fingered, beautifully manicured hand, with my heart almost strangling me because it's in my throat trying to escape from my mouth. I head down one of the aisles to the electrical section. Why is he in Portland? Why is he here at Clayton's? And from a very tiny underused part of my brain, probably located at the base of my medulla oblongata near where my subconscious dwells, comes the thought, he's here to see you. No way. I dismiss it immediately. Why would this beautiful, powerful, urbane man want to see me? The idea is preposterous, and I kick it out of my head. Are you in Portland on business? I ask, and my voice is too high, like I've got my finger trapped in a door or something. Damn. Try to be cool, Anna. I was visiting the DUSU farming division. It's based in Vancouver. I'm currently funding some research there in crop rotation and soil science, he says matter-of-factly. See? Not here to find you at all. My subconscious sneers at me, loud, proud, and pouty. I flush at my foolish, wayward thoughts. All part of your feed the world plan? I tease. Something like that, he acknowledges, and his lips quirk up in a half smile. He gazes at the selection of cable TIs we stock at Clayton's. What on earth is he going to do with those? I cannot picture him as a do-it-yourselfer at all. His fingers trail across the various packages displayed, and for some inexplicable reason, I have to look away. He bends and selects a packet. These will do, he says with his oh-so-secret smile. Is there anything else? I'd like some masking tape. Masking tape? Are you redecorating? The words are out before I can stop them. Surely he hires laborers or has staff to help him decorate? No. Not redecorating, he says quickly, then smirks, and I have the uncanny feeling that he's laughing at me. Am I that funny? Funny looking? This way, I murmur, embarrassed. Masking tape is in the decorating aisle. I glance behind me as he follows. Have you worked here long? His voice is low, and he's gazing at me, concentrating hard. I blush brightly. Why the hell does he have this effect on me? I feel like I'm 14 years old. Gauche, as always, and out of place. Eyes front. Steele. 4 years, I mutter as we reach our goal. To distract myself, I reach down and select the 2 widths of masking tape that we stock. I'll take that one, Gray says softly, pointing to the wider tape, which I pass to him. Our fingers brush very briefly, and the current is there, again, zapping through me like I've touched an exposed wire. I gasp, involuntarily, as I feel it all the way down to somewhere dark and unexplored, deep in my belly. Desperately, I scrabble around for my equilibrium. Anything else? My voice is husky and breathy. His eyes widen slightly. Some rope, I think. His voice mirrors mine, husky. This way. I duck my head down to hide my recurring blush and move toward the aisle. What sort were you after? We have synthetic and natural filament, rope, twine, cable cord. I halt at his expression, his eyes darkening. Holy cow. I'll take 5 yards of the natural filament rope, please. Quickly, with trembling fingers, I measure out 5 yards against the fixed ruler, aware that his hot gray gaze is on me. I dare not look at him. Geez. Could I feel any more self-conscious? Taking my Stanley knife from the back pocket of my jeans, I cut it, then coil it neatly before tying it in a slip knot. By some miracle, I manage not to remove a finger with my knife. Were you a Girl Scout? He asks, sculptured, sensual lips curled in amusement. Don't look at his mouth. Organized group activities aren't really my thing, Mr. Gray. He arches a brow. What is your thing, Anastasia? He asks, his voice soft, and his secret smile is back. I gaze at him, unable to express myself. I'm on shifting, tectonic plates. Try to be cool, Anna. My tortured subconscious begs on bended knee. Books. I whisper, but inside, my subconscious is screaming. You are my thing. I slap it down instantly, mortified that my psyche is having ideas way out of its league. What kind of books? He cocks his head to one side. Why is he so interested? Oh, you know, the usual, the classics. British literature mainly. He rubs his chin with his long index finger and thumb as he contemplates my answer. Or perhaps he's just very bored and trying to hide it. Anything else you need? I have to get off this subject. Those fingers on that face are beguiling. I don't know. What else would you recommend? What would I recommend? I don't even know what you're doing. For a do-it-yourselfer? He nods, his eyes alive with wicked humor. I flush, and my gaze strays to his snug jeans. Coveralls, I reply, and I know I'm no longer screening what's coming out of my mouth. Anything else you need? I have to get off this subject. Those fingers on that face are beguiling. I don't know. What else would you recommend? What would I recommend? I don't even know what you're doing. For a do-it-yourselfer? He nods, his eyes alive with wicked humor. I flush, and my gaze strays to his snug jeans. Coveralls, I reply, and I know I'm no longer screening what's coming out of my mouth. I try to dismiss the unwelcome image of him without jeans. Do you need anything else? I squeak as I hand him the blue coveralls. He ignores my inquiry. How's the article coming along? He's finally asked me an easy question, away from all the innuendo and the confusing double talk. A question I can answer. I grasp it tightly with 2 hands as if it were a life raft, and I go for honesty. I'm not writing it, Catherine is. Miss Kavanaugh, my roommate, she's the writer. She's very happy with it. She's the editor of the newspaper, and she was devastated that she couldn't do the interview in person. I feel like I've come up for air at last. A normal topic of conversation. Her only concern is that she doesn't have any original photographs of you. What sort of photographs does she want? Okay, I hadn't factored in this response. I shake my head because I just don't know. Well, I'm around. Tomorrow, perhaps. You'd be willing to do a photo shoot? My voice is squeaky again. Kate will be in 7th heaven if I can pull this off. And you might see him again tomorrow. That dark place at the base of my brain whispers seductively at me. I dismiss the thought of all the silly, ridiculous. Kate will be delighted if we can find a photographer. I'm so pleased. I smile at him broadly. His lips part, like he's taking a sharp intake of breath, and he blinks. For a fraction of a second, he looks lost. Somehow, and the earth shifts slightly on its axis, the tectonic plates sliding into a new position. Oh my, Christian Grey's lost look. Let me know about tomorrow. Reaching into his back pocket, he pulls out his wallet. My card. It has my cell number on it. You'll need to call before 10 in the morning. Okay. Grin up at him. Kate is going to be thrilled. Anna. Paul has materialized at the other end of the aisle. He's Mr. Clayton's youngest brother. I'd heard he was home from Princeton, but I wasn't expecting to see him today. Excuse me for a moment, Mr. Gray. Gray frowns as I turn away from him. Paul has always been a buddy, and in this strange moment that I'm having with the rich, powerful, awesomely off-the-charts attractive, control freak Gray, it's great to talk to someone who's normal. Paul hugs me hard, taking me by surprise. Anna. Hi. It's so good to see you. He gushes. Hello, Paul. How are you? You home for your brother's birthday? Yep. You're looking well, really well. He grins as he examines me at arm's length. Then he releases me but keeps a possessive arm draped over my shoulder. I shuffle from foot to foot, embarrassed. It's good to see Paul, but he's always been over-familiar. When I glance up at Christian Grey, he's watching us like a hawk, his eyes hooded and speculative, his mouth a hard, impassive line. He's changed from the weirdly attentive customer to someone else, cold and distant. Paul, I'm with a customer, someone you should meet, I say, trying to diffuse the antagonism I see in Gray's expression. I drag Paul over to meet him, and they size each other up. The atmosphere is suddenly arctic. Paul, this is Christian Grey. Mr. Grey, this is Paul Clayton. His brother owns the place, and for some irrational reason feel I have to explain a bit more. I've known Paul ever since I've worked here, though we don't see each other that often. He's back from Princeton, where he's studying business administration. Abilene. Stop now, Mr. Clayton. Gray holds his hand out, his look unreadable. Mr. Gray. Paul returns his handshake. Wait up, not the Christian Gray of Gray Enterprises Holdings? Paul goes from surly to awestruck in less than a nanosecond. Gray gives him a polite smile that doesn't reach his eyes. Wow, is there anything I can get you? Anastasia has it covered, Mr. Clayton. She's been very attentive. His expression is impassive, but his words, it's like he's saying something else entirely. It's baffling. Cool, Paul responds. Catch you later, Anna. Sure, Paul. I watch him disappear toward the stockroom. Anything else, Mr. Gray? Just these items. His tone is clipped and cool. Damn, have I offended him? Taking a deep breath, I turn and head for the register. What is his problem? I ring up the rope, coveralls, masking tape, and cable ties. That will be $43, please. I glance up at Gray, and I wish I hadn't. He's watching me closely, intently. It's unnerving. Would you like a bag? I ask as I take his credit card. Please, Anastasia. His tongue caresses my name, and my heart once again is frantic. I can hardly breathe. Hurriedly, I place his purchases in a plastic bag. You'll call me if you want me to do the photo shoot? He's all business once more. I nod, rendered speechless yet again, and hand back his credit card. Good. Until tomorrow, perhaps. He turns to leave, then pauses. Oh, and Anastasia, glad Miss Kavanaugh couldn't do the interview. He smiles, then strides with renewed purpose out of the store, slinging the plastic bag over his shoulder, leaving me a quivering mass of raging female hormones. I spend several minutes staring at the closed door, through which he's just left, before I return to planet Earth. Okay, I like him. There, I've admitted it to myself. I cannot hide from my feelings anymore. I've never felt like this before. I find him attractive, very attractive. But it's a lost cause, I know, and I sigh with bittersweet regret. It was just a coincidence, his coming here. But still, I can admire him from afar, surely. No harm can come of that. And if I find a photographer and do some serious admiring tomorrow, I bite my lip in anticipation and find myself grinning like a schoolgirl. I need to phone Kate and organize a photo shoot. Chapter 3. Kate is ecstatic. But what was he doing at Clayton's? Her curiosity oozes through the phone. I'm in the depths of the stockroom, trying to keep my voice casual. He was in the area. I think that is one huge coincidence, Anna. You don't think he was there to see you? My heart lurches at the prospect, but it's a short-lived joy. The dull, disappointing reality is that he was here on business. He was visiting the farming division of DUSUU. He's funding some research, I mutter. Oh yes, he's given the department a $2.5 million grant. Wow, how do you know this? Anna, I'm a journalist, and I've written a profile on the guy. It's my job to know this. Okay, Carla Bernstein, keep your hair on. So do you want these photos? Of course I do. The question is, who's going to do them and where? We could ask him where. He says he's staying in the area. You can contact him? I have his cell phone number. Kate gasps, the richest, most elusive, most enigmatic bachelor in Washington State just gave you his cell phone number? Yes. Anna, he likes you. No doubt about it. Her tone is emphatic. Kate, he's just trying to be nice. But even as I say the words, I know they're not true. Christian Grey doesn't do nice. He does polite, maybe. And a small, quiet voice whispers, perhaps Kate is right. My scalp prickles at the idea that maybe, just maybe, he might like me. After all, he did say he was glad Kate didn't do the interview. I hug myself with quiet glee, rocking from side to side, entertaining the possibility that he might like me. Kate brings me back to the now. I don't know who will get to do the shoot. Levi, our regular photographer, can't. He's home in Idaho Falls for the weekend. He'll be pissed that he blew an opportunity to photograph one of America's leading entrepreneurs. What about Joe's great idea? You ask him, he'll do anything for you. Then call Gray and find out where he wants us. Kate is irritatingly cavalier about Joe's. I think you should call him. Who, Joe's? Kate scoffs. No, Gray. Anna, you're the one with the relationship. Relationship? I squeak at her, my voice rising several octaves. I barely know the guy. At least you've met him, she says bitterly. And it looks like he wants to know you better. Anna, just call him, she snaps and hangs up. She is so bossy sometimes. I frown at my cell, sticking my tongue out at it. I'm just leaving a message for Joe's when Paul enters the stockroom, looking for sandpaper. We're kind of busy out there, Anna, he says without acrimony. Yeah, sorry, I mutter, turning to leave. So, how come you know Christian Grey? Paul's voice is unconvincingly nonchalant. I had to interview him for our student newspaper. Kate wasn't well. I shrug, trying to sound casual, and doing no better than him. Christian Grey in Clayton's. Go figure. Paul snorts, amazed. He shakes his head as if to clear it. Anyway, wants to grab a drink or something this evening? Whenever he's home, he asks me on a date, and I always say no. It's a ritual. I've never considered it a good idea to date the boss's brother, and besides, Paul is cute in a wholesome all-American boy next door kind of way, but he's no literary hero. Not by any stretch of the imagination. Is Grey? My subconscious asks me, her eyebrow figuratively raised. I slap her down. Don't you have a family dinner or something for your brother? That's tomorrow. May some other time, Paul. I need to study tonight. I have my finals next week. Anna, one of these days you'll say yes. He smiles as I escape to the store floor. But I do places, not people. Joe's groans. Joe's, please, I beg. I pace the living room of our apartment, clutching my cell and staring out the window at the fading evening light. Give me that phone. Kate grabs the handset from me, tossing her silken reddish blonde hair over her shoulder. Listen here, Joe's Rodriguez. If you want our newspaper to cover the opening of your show, you'll do this shoot for us tomorrow, capiche? Kate can be awesomely tough. Good. Anna will call back with the location and the call time. We'll see you tomorrow. She snaps my cell phone off. Sorted. All we need to do now is decide where and when. Call him. She holds the phone out to me. My stomach twists. Call Gray, now. I scowl at her and reach into my back pocket for his business card. I take a deep, steadying breath, and with shaking fingers, I dial the number. He answers on the second ring. His tone is clipped, calm, and cold. Gray, Mr. Gray, it's Anastasia Steele. I don't recognize my own voice. I'm so nervous. There's a brief pause. Inside I'm quaking. Miss Steele, how nice to hear from you. His voice has changed. He's surprised, I think, and he sounds so warm, seductive even. My breath hitches, and I flush. I'm suddenly conscious that Catherine Kavanaugh is staring at me, her mouth open, and I dart into the kitchen to avoid her unwanted scrutiny. We'd like to go ahead with the photo shoot for the article. Breathe, Anna, breathe. My lungs drag in a hasty breath. Tomorrow, if that's okay. Where would be convenient for you, sir? I can almost hear his sphinx-like smile through the phone. I'm staying at the Heathman in Portland. Shall we say 9:30 tomorrow morning? Okay, we'll see you there. I am all gushing and breathy like a child, not a grown woman who can vote and drink legally in the state of Washington. I look forward to it, Miss Steele. I visualize the wicked gleam in his eyes. How can he make 7 little words hold so much tantalizing promise? I hang up. Kate is in the kitchen, and she's staring at me with a look of complete and utter consternation on her face. Anastasia Rose Steele, you like him? I've never seen or heard you so affected by anyone before. You're actually blushing. Oh, Kate, you know I blush all the time. It's an occupational hazard. With me. Don't be ridiculous, I snap. She blinks at me with surprise. I very rarely have hissy fits, and I briefly relent. I just find him intimidating. That's all. Heathman, that figures, mutters Kate. I'll give the manager a call and negotiate a space for the shoot. I'll make supper. Then I need to study. I cannot hide my irritation with her as I open one of the cupboards to make supper. I am restless that night, tossing and turning, dreaming of smoky gray eyes, coveralls, long legs, long fingers, and dark, unexplored places. I wake twice in the night, my heart pounding. Oh, I'm going to look just great tomorrow with so little sleep. I scold myself. I punch my pillow and try to settle. The Heathman is nestled in the heart of downtown Portland. Its impressive brownstone edifice was completed just in time for the crash of the late 1920s. Joe's, Travis, and I are traveling in my Beetle, and Kate is in her clique, since we can't all fit in my car. Travis is Josie's friend and gopher, here to help out with the lighting. Kate has managed to acquire the use of a room at the Heathman free of charge for the morning in exchange for a credit in the article. When she explains at reception that we're here to photograph Christian Gray, CEO, we are instantly upgraded to a suite. Just a regular-sized suite, however, as apparently Mr. Gray is already occupying the largest one in the building. An overkeen marketing executive shows us up to the suite. He's terribly young and very nervous for some reason. I suspect Kate's beauty and commanding manner disarm him because he's putty in her hands. The rooms are elegant, understated, and opulently furnished. It's 9. We have half an hour to set up. Kate is in full flow. Joe's, I think we'll shoot against that wall. Do you agree? She doesn't wait for his reply. Travis, clear the chairs. Anna, could you ask housekeeping to bring up some refreshments? And let Gray know where we are. Yes, mistress. She is so domineering. I roll my eyes but do as I'm told. Half an hour later, Christian Gray walks into our suite. Holy crap. He's wearing a white shirt, open at the collar, and gray flannel pants that hang from his hips. His unruly hair is still damp from a shower. My mouth goes dry looking at him. He's so freaking hot. Gray is followed into the suite by a man in his mid-30s, all buzz cut, and stubble in a sharp dark suit and tie who stands silently in the corner. His hazel eyes watch us impassively. Miss Steele, we meet again. Gray extends his hand, and I shake it, blinking rapidly. Oh my, he really is quite. As I touch his hand, I'm aware of that delicious current running right through me, lighting me up, making me blush, and I'm sure my erratic breathing must be audible. Mr. Gray, this is Catherine Kavanagh, I mutter, waving a hand toward Kate, who comes forward, looking him squarely in the eye. His hazel eyes watch us impassively. Miss Steele, we meet again. Gray extends his hand, and I shake it, blinking rapidly. Oh my, he really is quite. As I touch his hand, I'm aware of that delicious current running right through me, lighting me up, making me blush, and I'm sure my erratic breathing must be audible. Mr. Gray, this is Catherine Kavanagh, I mutter, waving a hand toward Kate, who comes forward, looking him squarely in the eye. The tenacious Miss Kavanagh, how do you do? He gives her a small smile, like genuinely amused. I trust you're feeling better? Anastasia said you were unwell last week. I'm fine, thank you, Mr. Gray. She shakes his hand firmly without batting an eyelid. I remind myself that Kate has been to the best private schools in Washington. Her family has money, and she's grown up, confident and sure of her place in the world. She doesn't take any crap. I am in awe of her. Thank you for taking the time to do this. She gives him a polite, professional smile. It's a pleasure, he answers, turning his gaze on me, and I flush again. Damn it. This is Jose Rodriguez, our photographer, I say, grinning at Jose, who smiles with affection back at me. His eyes cool when he looks from me to Gray. Mr. Gray, he nods. Mr. Rodriguez. Gray's expression changes too, as he appraises Jose. Where would you like me? Gray asks him. His tone sounds vaguely threatening, but Catherine is not about to let Jose run the show. Mr. Gray, if you could sit here please. Be careful of the lighting, cables, and then we'll do a few standing too. He directs him to a chair, set up against the wall. Travis switches on the lights, momentarily blinding Gray, and mutters an apology. Then Travis and I stand back and watch as Jose proceeds to snap away. He takes several photographs handheld, asking Gray to turn this way, then that, to move his arm, then put it down again. Moving to the tripod, Jose takes several more, while Gray sits and poses patiently. And naturally, for about 20 minutes, my wish has come true. I can stand and admire Gray from not so afar. Twice our eyes lock, and I have to tear myself away from his cloudy gaze. Enough sitting. Catherine wades in again. Standing, Mr. Gray? She asks. He stands, and Travis scurries in to remove the chair. The shutter on Jose's Nikon starts clicking again. I think we have enough, Jose announces 5 minutes later. Great, says Kate. Thank you again, Mr. Gray. She shakes his hand, as does Jose. I look forward to reading the article, Miss Kavanagh, murmurs Gray, and turns to me, standing by the door. Will you walk with me, Miss Steele? He asks. Sure, I say, completely thrown. I glance anxiously at Kate, who shrugs at me. I notice Jose scowling behind her. Good day to you all, says Gray as he opens the door, standing aside to allow me out first. Holy hell, what's this about? What does he want? I pause in the hotel corridor, fidgeting nervously as Gray emerges from the room, followed by Mr. Buzz Cut in his sharp suit. I'll call you Taylor, he murmurs to Buzz Cut. Taylor wanders back down the corridor, and Gray turns his burning gray gaze to me. Crap, have I done something wrong? I wondered if you would join me for coffee this morning. My heart slams into my mouth. A date? Christian Gray is asking me on a date. He's asking if you want a coffee. Maybe he thinks you haven't woken up yet. My subconscious whines at me in a sneering mood again. I clear my throat, trying to control my nerves. I have to drive everyone home, I murmur apologetically, twisting my hands and fingers in front of me. Taylor, he calls, making me jump. Taylor, who had been retreating down the corridor, turns and heads back toward us. Are they based at the university? Gray asks, his voice soft and inquiring. I nod, too stunned to speak. Taylor can take them. He's my driver. We have a large 4x4 here, so he'll be able to take the equipment too. Mr. Gray, Taylor asks when he reaches us, giving nothing away. Please, can you drive the photographer, his assistant, and Miss Kavanaugh back home? Certainly, sir, Taylor replies. There, now, can you join me for coffee? Gray smiles as if it's a done deal. I frown. Mr. Gray, this really? Look, Taylor doesn't have to drive them home. I flash a brief look at Taylor, who remains stoically impassive. I'll swap vehicles with Kate, if you give me a moment. Gray smiles, a dazzling, guarded, natural, all teeth showing, glorious smile. Oh my. He opens the door of the suite so I can go in. I scoot around him to re-enter the room, finding Catherine in deep discussion with Joe's. Anna, I think he definitely likes you, she says with no preamble whatsoever. Joe's glares at me with disapproval. But I don't trust him, she adds. I raise my hand up in the hope that she'll stop talking. By some miracle, she does. Kate, if you take Wanda, can I take your car? Why? Christian Grey has asked me to go for coffee with him. Her mouth pops open. Speechless Kate, I savor the moment. She grabs me by my arm and drags me into the bedroom that's off the living area of the suite. Anna, there's something about him. Her tone is full of warning. He's gorgeous, I agree, but I think he's dangerous, especially for someone like you. What do you mean, someone like me? I demand, affronted. An innocent like you, Anna. You know what I mean, she says a little irritated. I flush. Kate, it's just coffee. I'm starting my exams this week, and I need to study, so I won't be long. She purses her lips as if considering my request. Finally, she fishes her car keys out of her pocket and hands them to me. I hand her mine. I'll see you later. Don't be long, or I'll send out search and rescue. Thanks. I hug her. I emerge from the suite to find Christian Grey waiting, leaning up against the wall, looking like a male model in a pose for some glossy, high-end magazine. Okay, let's do coffee, I murmur, flushing a beet red. He grins. After you, Miss Steele. He stands up straight, holding his hand out for me to go first. I make my way down the corridor, my knees shaky, my stomach full of butterflies, and my heart in my mouth thumping a dramatic, uneven beat. I'm going to have coffee with Christian Grey, and I hate coffee. We walk together down the wide hotel corridor to the elevators. What should I say to him? My mind is suddenly paralyzed with apprehension. What are we going to talk about? What on earth do I have in common with him? His soft, warm voice startles me from my reverie. How long have you known Catherine Kavanaugh? Oh, an easy question for starters. Since our freshman year. She's a good friend. He replies non-committally. What is he thinking? At the elevators, he presses the call button, and the bell rings almost immediately. The doors slide open, revealing a young couple in a passionate embrace inside. Surprised and embarrassed, they jump apart, staring guiltily in every direction but ours. Grey and I step into the elevator. I am struggling to maintain a straight face, so I gaze down at the floor, feeling my cheeks turning pink. When I peek up at Grey through my lashes, he has a hint of a smile on his lips, but it's very hard to tell. The young couple says nothing, and we travel down to the first floor in embarrassed silence. We don't even have bland piped elevator music to distract us. The doors open, and much to my surprise, Grey takes my hand, clasping it with his long, cool fingers. I feel the current run through me, and my already rapid heartbeat accelerates. As he leads me out of the elevator, we can hear the suppressed giggles of the couple erupting. Behind us, Grey grins. What is it about elevators? He mutters. We cross the expansive, bustling lobby of the hotel toward the entrance, but Grey avoids the revolving door, and I wonder if that's because he'd have to let go of my hand. I feel the current run through me, and my already rapid heartbeat accelerates. As he leads me out of the elevator, we can hear the suppressed giggles of the couple erupting. Behind us, Grey grins. What is it about elevators? He mutters. We cross the expansive, bustling lobby of the hotel toward the entrance, but Grey avoids the revolving door, and I wonder if that's because he'd have to let go of my hand. Outside, It's a mild May Sunday. The sun is shining and the traffic is light. Gray turns left and strolls to the corner, where we wait for the crosswalk to change. He's still holding my hand. I'm in the street, and Christian Grey is holding my hand. No one has ever held my hand. I feel giddy, and I tingle all over. I attempt to smother the ridiculous grin that threatens to split my face in two. Try to be cool, Anna, my subconscious implores me. The green man appears, and we're off again. We walk 4 blocks before we reach the Portland Coffee House, where Gray releases me to hold the door open so I can step inside. Why don't you choose a table while I get the drinks? What would you like? He asks, polite as ever. I'll have, English breakfast tea. Bag out. He raises his eyebrows. No coffee? I'm not keen on coffee, he smiles. Okay, bag out tea. Sugar? For a moment, I'm stunned, thinking it's an endearment, but fortunately my subconscious kicks in with pursed lips. No, stupid, do you take sugar? No thanks. I stare down at my knotted fingers. Anything to eat? No thank you. I shake my head, and he heads to the counter. I surreptitiously gaze at him from beneath my lashes as he stands in line waiting to be served. I could watch him all day. He's tall, broad-shouldered, and slim, and the way those pants hang from his hips. Oh, my. Once or twice, he runs his long, graceful fingers through his now dry, but still disorderly hair. I'd like to do that. The thought comes, unbidden, into my mind, and my face flames. I bite my lip and stare down at my hands again, not liking where my wayward thoughts are headed. Penny for your thoughts. Gray is back, startling me. Oh, crimson. I was just thinking about running my fingers through your hair and wondering if it would feel soft to touch. I shake my head. He's carrying a tray, which he sets down on the small, round birch veneer table. He hands me a cup and saucer, a small teapot, and a side plate, bearing a lone teabag labeled Twining's English Breakfast, my favorite. He has a coffee that bears a wonderful leaf pattern imprinted in the milk. How do they do that? I wonder idly. He's also bought himself a blueberry muffin. Putting the tray aside, he sits opposite me and crosses his long legs. He looks so comfortable, so at ease with his body. I envy him. Here's me, all gawky and uncoordinated, barely able to get from A to B without falling flat on my face. Your thoughts? He prompts me. This is my favorite tea. My voice is quiet, breathy. I simply can't believe I'm sitting opposite Christian Grey in a coffee shop in Portland. He frowns. He knows I'm hiding something. I pop the tea bag into the teapot and almost immediately fish it out again with my teaspoon. As I place the used tea bag back on the side plate, he cocks his head, gazing quizzically at me. I like my tea black and weak, I mutter as an explanation. I see. Is he your boyfriend? Whoa, what? Who? The photographer, Jose Rodriguez. I laugh, nervous but curious. What gave him that impression? No, Jose is a good friend of mine, that's all. Why did you think he was my boyfriend? The way you smiled at him, and he at you. His gaze holds mine. He's so unnerving. I want to look away, but I'm caught spellbound. He's more like family, whisper. Gray nods, seemingly satisfied with my response, and glances down at his blueberry muffin. His long fingers deftly peel back the paper, and I watch, fascinated. Do you want some? He asks, and that amused, secret smile is back. No thanks. I frown and stare down at my hands again. And the boy I met yesterday at the store. He's not your boyfriend? No, Paul's just a friend. I told you yesterday. Oh, this is getting silly. Why do you ask? You seem nervous around men. Holy crap, that's personal. I'm just nervous around you, Gray. I find you intimidating. I flush scarlet, but mentally pat myself on the back for my candor, and gaze at my hands again. I hear his sharp intake of breath. You should find me intimidating. He nods. You're very honest. Please don't look down. I like to see your face. Oh, I glance at him, and he gives me an encouraging but wry smile. It gives me some sort of clue what you might be thinking. He breathes You're a mystery, Miss Steele. Mysterious? Me? There's nothing mysterious about me. I think you're very self-contained. He murmurs. Am I? Wow, how am I managing that? This is bewildering. Me, self-contained? No way. Except when you blush, of course, which is often. I just wish I knew what you were blushing about. He pops a small piece of muffin into his mouth and starts to chew it slowly, taking his eyes off me. And as if on cue, I blush. Crap, do you always make such personal observations? I hadn't realized I was. Have I offended you? He sounds surprised. No. Answer truthfully. Good. But you're very high-handed. He raises his eyebrows and, if I'm not mistaken, flushes slightly too. I'm used to getting my own way, Anastasia, he murmurs. In all things. I don't doubt it. Why haven't you asked me to call you by your first name? I'm surprised by my audacity. Why has this conversation become so serious? This isn't going the way I thought it was going to go. I can't believe I'm feeling so antagonistic toward him. It's like he's trying to warn me off. The only people who use my given name are my family and a few close friends. That's the way I like it. Oh, he still hasn't said, call me Christian. He is a control freak. There's no other explanation, and part of me is thinking maybe it would have been better if Kate had interviewed him. Two control freaks together. Plus, of course, she's almost blonde, well, strawberry blonde, like all the women in his office. And she's beautiful. My subconscious reminds me, I don't like the idea of Christian and Kate. I take a sip of my tea, and Gray eats another small piece of his muffin. Are you an only child? He asks. Whoa, he keeps changing direction. Yes. Tell me about your parents. Why does he want to know this? It's so dull. My mom lives in Georgia with her new husband, Bob. My stepdad lives in Montesano. Your father? My father died when I was a baby. I'm sorry, he mutters, and a fleeting, troubled look crosses his face. I don't remember him. And your mother remarried? I snort. You could say that. He frowns at me. You're not giving much away, are you? He says dryly, rubbing his chin as if in deep thought. Neither are you. You've interviewed me once already, and I can recollect some quite probing questions then. He smirks at me. Holy shit. He's remembering the gay question. Once again, I'm mortified. In years to come, I know I'll need intensive therapy to not feel this embarrassed every time I recall the moment. I start babbling about my mother, anything to block that memory. My mom is wonderful. She's an incurable romantic. She's currently on her fourth husband. Christian raises his eyebrows in surprise. I miss her, I continue. She has Bob now. I just hope he can keep an eye on her and pick up the pieces when her harebrained schemes don't go as planned. I smile fondly. I haven't seen my mom for so long. Christian is watching me intently, taking occasional sips of his coffee. I really shouldn't look at his mouth. It's unsettling. Do you get along with your stepfather? Of course. I grew up with him. He's the only father I know. And what's he like? Ray? He's taciturn. That's it? Gray asks, surprised. I shrug. What does this man expect? My life story? Taciturn like his stepdaughter, Gray prompts. I refrain from rolling my eyes at him. He likes soccer, European soccer especially, and bowling, and fly fishing, and making furniture. He's a carpenter. Ex-arm. I sigh. You lived with him? Yes. My mom met husband number 3 when I was 15. I stayed with Ray. He frowns as if he doesn't understand. You didn't want to live with your mom? He asks. This really is none of his business. Husband number 3 lived in Texas. My home was in Montesano. And, you know, my mom was newly married. I stop. My mom never talks about husband number 3. Where is Gray going with this? This is none of his business. Two can play at this game. Tell me about your parents, I ask. He shrugs. My dad's a lawyer. My mom is a pediatrician. They live in Seattle. Oh, he's had an affluent upbringing. And I wonder about a successful couple who adopts 3 kids. And one of them turns into a beautiful man who takes on the business world and conquers it single-handed. What drove him to be that way? His folks must be proud. What do your siblings do? Elliot's in construction, and my little sister is in Paris studying cookery under some renowned French chef. His eyes cloud with irritation. He doesn't want to talk about his family or himself. I hear Paris is lovely, I murmur. Why doesn't he want to talk about his family? Is it because he's adopted? It's beautiful. Have you been? He asks, his irritation forgotten. I never left mainland USA. So now we're back to banalities. What? Is he hiding? Would you like to go to Paris? I squeak. This has thrown me. Who wouldn't want to go to Paris? Of course, I concede. But it's England that I'd really like to visit. He cocks his head to one side, running his index finger across his lower lip. Oh my, because I blink rapidly. Concentrate. Steele. It's the home of Shakespeare, Austen. The Bronte sisters, Thomas Hardy. I'd like to see the places that inspired those people to write such wonderful books. Glance at my watch. I'd better go. I have to study. For your exams? Yes. They start Tuesday. Where's Miss Kavanaugh's car? In the hotel parking lot. I'll walk you back. Thank you for the tea, Mr. Gray. He smiles his odd I've got a whopping big secret smile. You're welcome, Anastasia. It's my pleasure. Come, he commands, and holds his hand out to me. I take it, bemused, and follow him out of the coffee shop. We stroll back to the hotel, and I'd like to say it's in companionable silence. He at least looks his usual calm, collected self. As for me, I'm desperately trying to gauge how our little coffee morning has gone. I feel like I've been interviewed for a job, but I'm not sure what for. Do you always wear jeans? He asks out of the blue. Mostly. He nods. We're back at the intersection, across the road from the hotel. My mind is reeling. What an odd question, and I'm aware that our time together is limited. This is it. This was it, and I've completely blown it, I know. Perhaps he has someone. Do you have a girlfriend? I blurt out. Holy crap, I just said that out loud. His lips quirk up in a half smile, and he peers down at me. No, Anastasia, I don't do the girlfriend thing, he says softly. Oh, what does that mean? He's not gay. Oh, maybe he is. He must have lied to me in his interview, and for a moment, I think he's going to follow up with some explanation, some clue to this cryptic statement, but he doesn't. I have to go. I have to try to reassemble my thoughts. I have to get away from him. I walk forward and I trip, stumbling headlong into the road. Shit, Anna, Gray cries. He tugs the hand that he's holding so hard that I fall back against him just as a cyclist whips past, narrowly missing me, heading the wrong way up this one-way street. It all happens so fast. 1 minute I'm falling, the next I'm in his arms, and he's holding me tightly against his chest. I inhale his clean, wholesome scent. He smells of freshly laundered linen and some expensive body wash. It's intoxicating. I inhale deeply. Are you okay? He whispers. He has one arm around me, clasping me to him, while the fingers of his other hand softly trace my face, gently probing, examining me. His thumb brushes my lower lip, and his breath hitches. He's staring into my eyes, and I hold his anxious, burning gaze. For a moment, or maybe it's forever, but eventually my attention is drawn to his beautiful mouth. And for the first time in 21 years, I want to be kissed. I want to feel his mouth on mine. Chapter 4. Kiss me, damn it, I implore him, but I can't move. I'm paralyzed with a strange, unfamiliar need. Completely captivated by him. I'm staring at Christian Gray's mouth, mesmerized, and he's looking down at me, his gaze hooded, his eyes darkening. He's breathing harder than usual, and I've stopped breathing altogether. I'm in your arms. Kiss me, please. He closes his eyes, takes a deep breath, and gives me a small shake of his head as if in answer to my silent question. When he opens his eyes, again, it's with some new purpose, a steely resolve. Anastasia, you should steer clear of me. I'm not the man for you, he whispers. What? Where is this coming from? Surely I should be the judge of that. I frown, and my head swims with rejection. Breathe, Anastasia, breathe. I'm going to stand you up and let you go, he says quietly, and he gently pushes me away. Adrenaline has spiked through my body, from the near miss with the cyclist or the heady proximity to Christian, leaving me wired and weak. No. My psyche screams as he pulls away, leaving me bereft. He has his hands on my shoulders, holding me at arm's length, carefully watching my reactions. And the only thing I can think is that I wanted to be kissed. Made it pretty damned obvious, and he didn't do it. He doesn't want me. He really doesn't want me. I have royally screwed up the coffee. Morning. I've got this. I breathe, finding my voice. Thank you, I mutter, awash with humiliation. How could I have misread the situation between us so utterly? I need to get away from him. For what? He frowns. He hasn't taken his hands off me. For saving me, I whisper. That idiot was riding the wrong way. I'm glad I was here. I shudder. To think what could have happened to you. Do you want to come and sit down in the hotel for a moment? He releases me, his hands by his sides, and I'm standing in front of him feeling like a fool. With a shake, I clear my head. I just want to go. All my vague, unarticulated hopes have been dashed. He doesn't want me. What was I thinking? I scold myself. What would Christian Grey want with you? My subconscious mocks me. I wrap my arms around myself and turn to face the road and note with relief that the green man has appeared. I quickly make my way across, conscious that Grey is behind me. Outside the hotel, I turn briefly to face him, but cannot look him in the eye. Thanks for the tea and doing the photo shoot, I murmur. Anastasia? He stops, and the anguish in his voice demands my attention, so I peer unwillingly up at him. His gray eyes are bleak as he runs his hand through his hair. He looks torn, frustrated, his expression stark. All his careful control has evaporated. What, Christian? I snap irritably after he says, nothing. I just want to go. I need to take my fragile, wounded pride away and somehow nurse it back to health. Good luck with your exams, he murmurs. Huh? This is why he looks so desolate. This is the big send-off? Just to wish me luck in my exams? Thanks. I can't disguise the sarcasm in my voice. Goodbye, Mr. Grey. I turn on my heel, vaguely amazed that I don't trip, and without giving him a second glance, I disappear down the sidewalk toward the underground garage. Once underneath the dark, cold concrete of the garage with its bleak, fluorescent light, I lean against the wall and put my head in my hands. What was I thinking? Unbidden and unwelcome tears pool in my eyes. Why am I crying? I sink to the ground, angry at myself for this senseless reaction. Drawing up my knees, I fold in on myself. I want to make myself as small as possible. Perhaps this nonsensical pain will be smaller. The smaller I am. Placing my head on my knees, I let the irrational tears fall unrestrained. I'm crying over the loss of something I never had. How ridiculous. Mourning something that never was my dashed hopes, my dashed dreams, and my soured expectations. I have never been on the receiving end of rejection. Okay, so I was always one of the last to be picked for basketball or volleyball, but I understood that running and doing something else at the same time, like bouncing or throwing a ball, is not my thing. I am a serious liability in any sporting field. Romantically, though, I've never put myself out there ever. A lifetime of insecurity. I'm too pale, too skinny, too scruffy, uncoordinated. My long list of faults goes on. So I have always been the one to rebuff any would-be admirers. There was that guy in my chemistry class who liked me, but no one has ever sparked my interest. No one except Christian. Damn Grey. Maybe I should be kinder to the likes of Paul Clayton and Jose Rodriguez, though I'm sure neither of them has been found sobbing alone in dark places. Perhaps I just need a good cry. Stop. Stop now. My subconscious is metaphorically screaming at me. Arms folded, leaning on one leg and tapping her foot in frustration. Get in the car, go home, do your studying. Forget about him now, and stop All this self-pitying, wallowing crap. I take a deep, steadying breath and stand up. Get it together, Steele. I head for Kate's car, wiping the tears off my face as I do. I will not think of him again. I can just chalk this incident up to experience and concentrate on my exams. Kate is sitting at the dining table at her laptop when I arrive. Her welcoming smile fades when she sees me. Anna, what's wrong? Oh no, not the Catherine Kavanaugh Inquisition. I shake my head in a back off now Kavanaugh way, but I might as well be dealing with a blind, deaf mute. You've been crying. She has an exceptional gift for stating the damned obvious sometimes. What did that bastard do to you? She growls, and her face, geez. She's scary. Thing, Kate. That's actually the problem. The thought brings a wry smile to my face. Then why have you been crying? You never cry, she says, her voice softening. She stands, her green eyes brimming with concern. She puts her arms around me and hugs me. I need to say something just to get her to back off. I was nearly knocked over by a cyclist. It's the best that I can do, but it distracts her momentarily from him. Geez, Anna, are you okay? Were you hurt? She holds me at arm's length and does a quick visual checkup on me. No, Christian saved me, I whisper. But I was quite shaken. I'm not surprised. How was coffee? I know you hate coffee. I had tea. It was fine. Nothing to report really. I don't know why he asked me. He likes you, Anna. She drops her arms. Not anymore. I won't be seeing him again. Yes. I managed to sound matter of fact. Oh, damn it. She's intrigued. I head into the kitchen so that she can't see my face. Yeah, he's a little out of my league, Kate. I say as dryly as I can. Manage. What do you mean? Oh, Kate. It's obvious. I whirl around and face her as she stands in the kitchen doorway. To me, she says, okay, he's got more money than you, but then, he has more money than most people in America. Kate, I shrug. Anna, for heaven's sake, how many times do I have to tell you? You're a total babe, she interrupts me. Oh no, she's off on this tirade. Again. Kate, please, I need to study. I cut her short. She frowns. Do you want to see the article? It's finished. Joe's took some great pictures. Double quotes. Do I need a visual reminder of the beautiful Christian? Don't want you gray? Sure. I magic a smile on my face and stroll over to the laptop. And there he is, staring at me in black and white, staring at me and finding me lacking. I pretend to read the article, all the time meeting his steady gray gaze, searching the photo for some clue as to why he's not the man for me. His own words to me. And it's suddenly blindingly obvious. He's too gloriously good looking. We are poles apart, and from two very different worlds. I have a vision of myself as Icarus flying too close to the sun and crashing and burning as a result. His words make sense. He's not the man for me. This is what he meant, and it makes his rejection easier to accept. Almost. I can live with this. I understand. Very good, Kate. I manage. I'm going to study. I am not going to think about him again for now. I vow to myself, and opening my course notes, I start to read. It's only when I'm in bed, trying to sleep, that I allow my thoughts to drift through my strange morning. I keep coming back to the I don't do the girlfriend thing quote, and I'm angry that I didn't pounce on this information sooner, before I was in his arms mentally begging him with every fiber of my being to kiss me. He'd said it there and then. He didn't want me as a girlfriend. I turn onto my side. Idly, I wonder if perhaps he's celibate. I close my eyes and begin to drift. Maybe he's saving himself. Well, not for you. My sleepy subconscious has a final swipe at me before unleashing itself on my dreams. And that night, I dream of gray eyes and leafy patterns and milk, and I'm running through dark places with eerie strip lighting, and I don't know if I'm running towards something or away from it. It's just not clear. I put my pen down. Finished. My final exam is over. A Cheshire cat grin spreads over my face. It's probably the first time all week that I've smiled. It's Friday, and we shall be celebrating tonight, really. Celebrating. I might even get drunk. I've never been drunk before. I glance across the hall at Kate, and she's still scribbling furiously. 5 minutes to the finish. This is it, the end of my academic career. I shall never have to sit in rows of anxious, isolated students again. Inside I'm doing graceful cartwheels around my head, knowing full well that's the only place I can do graceful cartwheels. Kate stops writing and puts her pen down. She glances across at me, and I catch her Cheshire cat smile. 2. We head back to our apartment together in her Mercedes, refusing to discuss our final paper. Kate is more concerned about what she's going to wear to the bar this evening. I am busily fishing around in my purse for my keys. Anna, there's a package for you. Kate is standing on the steps up to the front door holding a brown paper parcel. Odd. I haven't ordered anything from Amazon recently. Kate gives me the parcel and takes my keys to open the front door. It's addressed to Miss Anastasia Steele. There's no sender's address or name. Perhaps it's from my mom or Ray. It's probably from my folks. Open it. Kate is excited as she heads into the kitchen for our examsare finished hurrah champagne. I open the parcel, and inside I find a half-leather box containing 3 seemingly identical old cloth-covered books in mint condition and a plain white card, written on one side, in black ink in neat cursive handwriting, is: "Why didn't you tell me there was danger? Why didn't you warn me?" Ladies know what to guard against, because they read novels that tell them of these tricks. I recognize the quote from Tess. I am stunned by the coincidence as I've just spent 3 hours writing about the novels of Thomas Hardy in my final examination. Perhaps there is no coincidence. Perhaps it's deliberate. I inspect the books closely. 3 volumes of Tess of the D'Urbervilles. I open the front cover of one of the books. Written in an old typeface on the front plate is London, Jack R. Osgood, McIlvaine & Co., 1891. Holy shit, they are first editions. They must be worth a fortune, and I know immediately who sent them. Kate is at my shoulder gazing at the books. She picks up the card. First editions. I whisper. No. Kate's eyes are wide with disbelief. Gray. I nod. Can't think of anyone else. What does this card mean? I have no idea. I think it's a warning, honestly. He keeps warning me off. I have no idea why. It's not like I'm beating his door down. I frown. I know you don't want to talk about him, Anna, but he's seriously into you. Warnings or no, I have not let myself dwell on Christian Grey for the past week, okay? So his gray eyes are still haunting my dreams, and I know it will take an eternity to expunge the feel of his arms around me and his wonderful fragrance from my brain. Why has he sent me this? He told me that I wasn't for him. I've found one Tess first edition for sale in New York for $14,000, but yours look in much better condition. They must have cost more. Kate is consulting her good friend Google. This quote: Tess says it to her mother after Alec d'Urberville has had his wicked way with her. I know, muses Kate. What is he trying to say? I don't know, and I don't care. I can't accept these from him. I'll send them back with an equally baffling quote from some obscure part of the book. The bit where Angel Claire says fuck off. Kate asks with a completely straight face. Yes, that bit. I giggle. I love Kate. She's loyal and supportive. I repack the books and leave them on the dining table. Kate hands me a glass of champagne. To the end of exams and our new life in Seattle. She grins. To the end of exams, our new life in Seattle, and excellent results. We clink glasses and drink. The bar is loud and hectic, full of soon-to-be graduates out to get trashed. Joe's joins us. He won't graduate for another year, but he's in the mood to party and gets us into the spirit of our newfound freedom by buying a pitcher of margaritas for us all. As I down my 5th glass, I know this is not a good idea on top of the champagne. So what now, Anna? Joe's shouts at me over the noise. Kate and I are moving to Seattle. Kate's parents have bought a condo there for her. Dios mo, how the other half live. But you'll be back for my show? Of course, Joe's. I wouldn't miss it for the world. I smile, and he puts his arm around my waist and pulls me close. It means a lot to me that you'll be there, Anna, he whispers in my ear. Another margarita? Joe's Luis Rodriguez, are you trying to get me drunk? Because I think it's working, I giggle. I think I'd better have a beer. I'll go get us a pitcher. More drink, Anna. Kate bellows. Kate has the constitution of an ox. She's got her arm draped over Levi, one of our fellow English students and her usual photographer on the student newspaper. He's given up taking photos of the drunkenness that surrounds him. He only has eyes for Kate. She's all tiny camisole, tight jeans, and high heels, hair piled high with tendrils hanging down softly around her face, her usual stunning self. Me, more of a Converse and t-shirt kind of girl, but I'm wearing my most flattering jeans. I move out of Joe's ease hold and get up from our table. Whoa, head spin. I have to grab the back of the chair. Tequila-based cocktails are not a good idea. Good idea. I make my way to the bar and decide that I should visit the bathroom while I am on my feet. Good thinking, Anna. I stagger off through the crowd. Of course, there's a line, but at least it's quiet and cool in the corridor. I reach for my cell phone to relieve the boredom of waiting. Who did I last call? Was it Joe's? Before that, a number I don't recognize. Oh yes. Gray, I think this is his number. I giggle. I have no idea what the time is. Maybe I'll wake him. If he wants me to stay away, he should leave me alone. I suppress a drunken grin and hit the call button. He answers on the second ring. Anastasia? He's surprised to hear from me. Well, frankly, I'm surprised to be calling him. Then my befuddled brain registers. How does he know it's me? Why did you send me the books? I slur at him. Anastasia, are you okay? You sound strange. His voice is filled with concern. I'm not the strange one, you are. There, that told him my courage, fueled by alcohol. Anastasia, have you been drinking? What's it to you? I'm curious. Where are you? In a bar. Which bar? He sounds exasperated. A bar in Portland. How are you getting home? I'll find a way. This conversation is not going how I expected. Which bar are you in? Why did you send me the books, Christian? Anastasia, where are you? Tell me now. His tone is so dictatorial, his usual control freak. I imagine him as an old-time movie director wearing jodhpurs, holding an old-fashioned megaphone and a riding crop. The image makes me laugh out loud. You're so domineering, giggle, Anna. So help me, where the fuck are you? Christian Grey is swearing at me. I giggle again. I'm in Portland. Ease a long way from Seattle. Where in Portland? Good night, Christian. Anna. I hang up. Though he didn't tell me about the books. I frown. Mission not accomplished. I'm really quite drunk. My head swims uncomfortably as I shuffle with the line. Well, the object of the exercise was to get drunk. I have succeeded. This is what it's like, probably not an experience to be repeated. The line has moved, and it's now my turn. I stare blankly at the poster on the back of the toilet door that extols the virtues of safe sex. Holy crap, did I just call Christian Grey? Shit. My phone rings and it makes me jump. I yelp in surprise. Hi. I bleat timidly into the phone. I hadn't reckoned on this. I'm coming to get you, he says, and hangs up. Only Christian Grey could sound so calm and so threatening at the same time. Holy crap. I pull my jeans up. My heart is thumping. Coming to get me? Oh no, I'm going to be sick. No, I'm fine. Hang on. He's just messing with my head. I didn't tell him where I was. He can't find me here. Besides, it will take him hours to get here from Seattle. And we single quotes LL.be long gone by then. I wash my hands and check my face in the mirror. I look flushed and slightly unfocused. Tequila. I wait at the bar for what feels like an eternity for the pitcher of beer, and eventually return to the table. You've been gone so long. Kate scolds me. Where were you? I was in line for the restroom. Joe's, and Levi are having some heated debate about our local baseball team. Joe's pauses in his tirade to pour us all beers, and I take a long sip. Kate, I think I'd better step outside and get some fresh air. Anna, you are such a lightweight. I'll be 5 minutes. I make my way through the crowd again. I am beginning to feel nauseated, my head is spinning uncomfortably, and I'm a little unsteady. On my feet, more unsteady than usual. Drinking in the cool evening air in the parking lot makes me realize how drunk I am. My vision has been affected, and I'm really seeing double of everything like in old reruns of Tom and Jerry cartoons. I think I'm going to be sick. Why did I let myself get this messed up? Anna, Joe's has joined me. You okay? I think I've just had a bit too much to drink. I smile weakly at him. Me too, he murmurs, and his dark eyes are regarding me intently. Do you need a hand? He asks and steps closer, putting his arm around me. Joe's, I'm okay. I've got this. I try to push him away rather feebly. Anna, please, he whispers, and now he's holding me in his arms, pulling me close. Joe's, what are you doing? You know I like you, Anna, please. He has one hand at the small of my back holding me against him, the other at my chin tipping back my head. Holy fuck, he's going to kiss me. No, Joe's, stop, no, push him. But he's a wall of hard muscle, and I cannot shift him. His hand is slipped into my hair, and he's holding my head in place. Please, Anna, Cario, he whispers against my lips. His breath is soft, and smells too sweet of margarita and beer. He gently trails kisses along my jaw up to the side of my mouth. I feel panicky, drunk, and out of control. The feeling is suffocating. Joe's, no, plead. I don't want this. You are my friend, and I think I'm going to throw up. I think the lady said no. Voice in the dark says quietly. Holy shit, Christian Grey. He's here. How? Joe's releases me. Gray, he says tersely. I glance anxiously up at Christian. He's glowering at Joe's, and he's furious. Crap. My stomach heaves, and I double over, body no longer able to tolerate the alcohol, and I vomit spectacularly onto the ground. Ugh, Dios mo, Anna. Joe's jumps back in disgust. Gray grabs my hair and pulls it out of the firing line and gently leads me over to a raised flower bed on the edge of the parking lot. I note, with deep gratitude, that it's in relative darkness. If you're going to throw up again, do it here. I'll hold you. He has one arm around my shoulders, the other is holding my hair in a makeshift ponytail down my back so it's off my face. I try awkwardly to push him away, but I vomit again and again. Oh, shit. How long is this going to last? Even when my stomach's empty and nothing is coming up. Horrible dry heaves rack my body. I vow silently that I'll never ever drink again. This is just too appalling for words. Finally, it stops. My hands are resting on the brick wall of the flower bed, barely holding me up. Vomiting profusely is exhausting. Gray takes his hands off me and passes me a handkerchief. Only he would have a monogrammed, freshly laundered linen handkerchief. CTG. I didn't know you could still buy these. Vaguely I wonder what the T stands for. As I wipe my mouth, I cannot bring myself to look at him. I'm swamped with shame, disgusted with myself. I want to be swallowed up by the azaleas in the flower bed and be anywhere but here. Joe's is still hovering by the entrance to the bar, watching us. I groan and put my head in my hands. This has to be the single worst moment of my life. My head is still swimming as I try to remember a worse one, and I can only come up with Christian's rejection, and this is so many shades darker in terms of humiliation. I risk a peek at him. He's staring down at me, his face composed, giving nothing away. Turning, I glance at Joe's, who looks pretty shamefaced himself and, like me, intimidated by Gray. I glare at him. I have a few choice words for my so-called friend, none of which I can repeat in front of Christian Grey, CEO. Anna, who are you kidding? He's just seen you hurl all over the ground and into the local flora. There's no disguising your lack of ladylike behavior. He slinks off back into the building. I'm on my own with Gray. Double. Crap. What should I say to him? Apologize for the phone call. I'm sorry, I mutter, staring at the handkerchief, which I am furiously worrying with my fingers. It's so soft. What are you sorry for, Anastasia? Damn it, he wants his damned pound of flesh. The phone call, mainly. Being sick. Oh, the list is endless, I murmur, feeling my skin coloring up. Please, please, can I die now? We've all been here. Perhaps not quite as dramatically as you, he says dryly. It's about knowing your limits, Anastasia. I mean, I'm all for pushing limits, but really this is beyond the pale. Do you make a habit of this kind of behavior? My head buzzes with excess alcohol and irritation. What the hell has it got to do with him? I didn't invite him here. He sounds like a middle-aged man scolding me like an errant child. Part of me wants to say that if I want to get drunk every night like this, then it's my decision and nothing to do with him, but I'm not brave enough. Not now that I've thrown up in front of him. Why is he still standing there? No, I say contritely. I've never been drunk before and right now I have no desire to ever be again. I just don't understand why he's here. I begin to feel faint. He notices my dizziness and grabs me before I fall and hoists me into his arms, holding me close to his chest like a child. Come on, I'll take you home, he murmurs. I need to tell Kate. I'm in his arms again. My brother can tell her. What? My brother Elliot is talking to Miss Kavanaugh. Oh, I don't understand. He was with me when you phoned. In Seattle? I'm confused. No, staying at the Heathmans. Still? Why? How did you find me? I tracked your cell phone, Anastasia. Oh, of course he did. How is that possible? Is it legal? Stalker. My subconscious whispers at me through the cloud of tequila that's still floating in my brain, but somehow, because it's him, I don't mind. Do you have a jacket or a purse? Yes, I came with both. Christian, please, I need to tell Kate. She'll worry. His mouth presses into a hard line, and he sighs heavily. If you must. He sets me down and, taking my hand, leads me back into the bar. I feel weak, still drunk, embarrassed, exhausted, mortified, and on some strange level, absolutely off the charts thrilled. He's clutching my hand, such a confusing array of emotions. I'll need at least a week to process them all. It's noisy, crowded, and the music has started, so there is a large crowd on the dance floor. Kate is not at our table, and Joe's has disappeared. Levi looks lost and forlorn on his own. Where's Kate? I shout at Levi above the noise. My head is beginning to pound in time to the thumping bass line of the music. Dancing, Levi shouts, and I can tell he's mad. He's eyeing Christian suspiciously. I struggle into my black jacket and place my small shoulder bag over my head so it sits at my hip. I'm ready to go once I've seen Kate. I touch Christian's arm and lean up and shout in his ear. She's on the dance floor, brushing his hair with my nose, smelling his clean, fresh smell. All those forbidden, unfamiliar feelings that I have tried to deny surface and run amok through my drained body. I flush, and somewhere, deep down, my muscles clench deliciously. He rolls his eyes at me and takes my hand again and leads me to the bar. He's served immediately. No waiting for Mr. Control Freak Gray. Does everything come so easily to him? I can't hear what he orders. He hands me a very large glass of iced water. Drink. He shouts his order at me. The moving lights are twisting and turning in time to the music, casting strange colored light and shadows all over the bar and the clientele. He's alternately green, blue, white, and a demonic red. He's watching me intently. I take a tentative sip. All of it, he shouts. He's so overbearing. He runs his hand through his unruly hair. He looks frustrated, angry. What is his problem? Apart from a silly drunk girl calling him in the middle of the night, so he thinks she needs rescuing. And it turns out she does, from her over-amorous friend. Then, seeing her being violently ill at his feet. Oh, Anna, are you ever going to live this down? My subconscious is figuratively tutting and glaring at me. Over her half-moon specs, I sway a little, and he puts his hand on my shoulder to steady me. I do as I'm told and drink the entire glass. It makes me feel queasy. Taking the glass from me, he places it on the bar. I notice through a blur what he's wearing. A loose white linen shirt, snug jeans, black Converse sneakers, and a dark pinstriped jacket. His shirt is unbuttoned at the top, and I see a sprinkling of hair in the gap. In my groggy frame of mind, he looks yummy. He takes my hand once more. Holy cow, he's leading me onto the dance floor. Shit, I do not dance. He can sense my reluctance, and under the colored lights I see his amused, sardonic smile. He gives my hand a sharp tug, and I'm in his arms again, and he starts to move, taking me with him. Boy, he can dance, and I can't believe that I'm following him, step for step. Maybe it's because I'm drunk that I can keep up. He's holding me tight against him, his body against mine. If he wasn't clutching me so tightly, I'm sure I would swoon at his feet. In the back of my mind, my mother's often recited warning comes to me: never trust a man who can dance. He moves us through the crowded throng of dancers to the other side of the dance floor, and we are beside Kate and Elliot, Christian's brother. The music is pounding away, loud and leery, outside and inside my head. Oh no, Kate is making her moves. She's dancing her ass off, and she only ever does that if she likes someone, really likes someone. It means there'll be 3 of us for breakfast tomorrow morning. Kate. Christian leans over and shouts in Elliot's ear. I cannot hear what he says. Elliot is tall with wide shoulders, curly blonde hair, and light, wickedly gleaming eyes. I can't tell their color under the pulsating heat of the flashing lights. Elliot grins and pulls Kate into his arms, where she is more than happy to be. Kate, even in my inebriated state, I am shocked. She's only just met him. She nods at whatever Elliot says and grins at me and waves. Christian propels us off the dance floor in double time, but I never got to talk to her. Is she okay? I can see where things are heading for her and him. I need to do the safe sex lecture. In the back of my mind, I hope she reads one of the posters on the inside of the bathroom door. My thoughts crash through my brain, fighting the drunk, fuzzy feeling. It's so warm in here, so loud, so colorful, too bright. My head begins to swim. Oh no, and I can feel the floor coming up to meet my face, or so it feels. The last thing I hear before I pass out in Christian Gray's arms is his harsh epithet: fuck. Chapter 5. It's very quiet. The light is muted. I'm comfortable and warm in this bed. I open my eyes, and for a moment I'm tranquil and serene, enjoying the strange, unfamiliar surroundings. I have no idea where I am. The headboard behind me is in the shape of a massive sun. It's oddly familiar. The room is large and airy and plushly furnished in browns and golds and beiges. I have seen it before. Where? My befuddled brain struggles through its recent visual memories. Holy crap, I'm in the Heathman Hotel, in a suite. I have stood in a room similar to this with Kate. This looks bigger. Oh shit, I'm in Christian Gray's suite. How did I get here? Fractured memories of the previous night come slowly back to haunt me. The drinking, oh no. The drinking, the phone call, oh no. The phone call, the vomiting, oh no. The vomiting. Joe's and then Christian. Oh no, I cringe inwardly. I don't remember coming here. I'm wearing my t-shirt, bra, and panties. No socks. No jeans. Holy shit. I glance at the bedside table. On it is a glass of orange juice and 2 tablets. Advil. Control freak that he is. He thinks of everything. I sit up and take the tablets. Actually, I don't feel that bad. Probably much better than I deserve. The orange juice tastes divine. It's thirst-quenching and refreshing. There's a knock on the door. My heart leaps into my mouth, and I can't seem to find my voice. He opens the door anyway and strolls in. Holy hell, he's been working out. He's in gray sweatpants that hang in that way, off his hips, and a gray sleeveless t-shirt which is dark with sweat, like his hair. Christian gray sweat. The notion does odd things to me. I take a deep breath and close my eyes. I feel like a 2-year-old. If I close my eyes, then I'm not really here. Good morning, Anastasia. How are you feeling? Better than I deserve, I mumble. I peek up at him. He places a large shopping bag on a chair and grasps each end of the towel that he has around his neck. He's staring at me, gray eyes dark, and as usual, I have no idea what he's thinking. He hides his thoughts and feelings so well. How did I get here? My voice is small, contrite. He sits down on the edge of the bed. He's close enough for me to touch, for me to smell. Oh my. Sweat and body wash and Christian. It's a heady cocktail, so much better than a margarita, and now I can speak from experience. After you passed out, I didn't want to risk the leather upholstery in my car taking you all the way to your apartment, so I brought you here, he says phlegmatically. Did you put me to bed? Yes. His face is impassive. Did I throw up again? My voice is quieting. No. Did you undress me? I whisper. Yes. He quirks an eyebrow at me as I blush furiously. We didn't? I whisper, my mouth drying in mortified horror as I can't complete the question. I stare at my hands. Anastasia, you were comatose. Necrophilia is not my thing. I like my women sentient and receptive, he says dryly. I'm so sorry. His mouth lifts slightly in a wry smile. It was a very diverting evening, not one that I'll forget in a while. Me, neither. Oh, he's laughing at me, the bastard. I didn't ask him to come and get me. Somehow, I've been made to feel like the villain of the piece. You didn't have to track me down with whatever James Bond gadgetry you're developing for the highest bidder, I snap. He stares at me, surprised and, if I'm not mistaken, a little wounded. First, the technology to track cell phones is available over the internet. Second, my company does not invest or manufacture any kind of surveillance devices. And third, if I hadn't come to get you, you'd probably be waking up in the photographer's bed. And from what I can remember, you weren't overly enthused about him pressing his suit, he says acidly, pressing his suit. I glance up at Christian. He's glaring at me, eyes blazing, aggrieved. I try to bite my lip, but I fail to repress my giggle. Which medieval chronicle did you escape from? You sound like a courtly knight. His mood visibly shifts. His eyes soften and his expression warms, and there's a trace of a smile on his lips. Anastasia? I don't think so. Dark Knight, maybe. His smile is sardonic, and he shakes his head. Did you eat last night? His tone is accusatory. I shake my head. What major transgression have I committed? Now, his jaw clenches, but his face remains impassive. You need to eat. That's why you were so ill. Honestly, it's drinking. Rule number 1. He runs this hand through his hair, and I know it's because he's exasperated. Are you going to continue to scold me? Is that what I'm doing? I think so. You're lucky I'm just scolding you. What do you mean? Well, if you were mine, you wouldn't be able to sit down for a week. After the stunt you pulled yesterday. You didn't eat, you got drunk, you put yourself at risk. He closes his eyes, dread etched briefly on his face, and he shudders. When he opens his eyes, he glares at me. I hate to think what could have happened to you. I scowl back at him. What is his problem? What's it to him? If I was his, well, I'm not, though maybe part of me would like to be. The thought pierces through the irritation I feel at his high-handed words. I flush at the waywardness of my subconscious. She's doing her happy dance in a bright red hula skirt at the thought of being his. I would have been fine. I was with Kate. And the photographer? He snaps at me. Young Joe's. I'll need to face him at some point. Joe's just got out of line. I shrug. Well, the next time he gets out of line, may someone should teach him some manners. You are quite the disciplinarian, I hiss. Oh, Anastasia, you have no idea. His eyes narrow, and then he grins wickedly. It's disarming. 1 minute, I'm confused and angry. The next, I'm gazing at his gorgeous smile. Wow, I am entranced. And it's because his smile is so rare. I quite forget what he's talking about. I'm going to have a shower. Unless you'd like to shower first? He cocks his head to one side, still grinning. My heartbeat has picked up, and my medulla oblongata has neglected to fire any synapses to make me breathe. His grin widens, and he reaches over and runs his thumb down my cheek and across my lower lip. Breathe, Anastasia, he whispers, then stands back up. Breakfast will be here in 15 minutes. You must be famished. He heads into the bathroom and closes the door. I let out the breath that I've been holding. Why is he so damned attractive? Right now I want to go and join him in the shower. I have never felt this way about anyone. My hormones are racing. My skin tingles where his thumb traced over my face and lower lip. I'm squirming with a needy, icky discomfort. I don't understand this reaction. Desire. This is desire. This is what it feels like. I lie back on the soft feather-filled pillows. If you were mine, oh my, what would I do to be his? He's the only man who has ever set the blood racing through my body, yet he's so antagonizing too. He's difficult, complicated, and confusing. One minute he rebuffs me, the next he sends me $14,000 books. Then he tracks me like a stalker. And, for all that, I have spent the night in his hotel suite, and I feel safe, protected. He cares enough to come and rescue me from some mistakenly perceived danger. He's not a dark knight at all, but a white knight in shining, dazzling armor, a classic romantic hero, Sir Gawain, or Sir Lancelot. I scramble out of his bed, frantically searching for my jeans. He emerges from the bathroom wet and glistening from the shower, still unshaven, with just a towel around his waist, and there am I, all bare legs and awkward gawkiness. He's surprised to see me out of bed. If you're looking for your jeans, I've sent them to the laundry. His gaze is dark. They were spattered with your vomit. Oh, I flush scarlet. Why does he always catch me off balance? I sent Taylor out for another pair and some shoes. They're in the bag. On the chair, clean clothes. What an unexpected bonus. I'll have a shower, I mutter. Thanks. What else can I say? I grab the bag and dart into the bathroom away from the unnerving proximity of naked Christian. Michelangelo's David has nothing on him. In the bathroom. It's all hot and steamy. I strip off my clothes and quickly clamber into the shower, anxious to be under the cleansing stream of water. It cascades over me, and I hold up my face into the welcoming torrent. I want Christian Grey. I want him badly. Simple fact. For the first time in my life, I want to go to bed with a man. I want to feel his hands and his mouth on me. He said he likes his women sentient. He's probably not celibate then, but he's not made a pass at me, unlike Paul or Joe's. I don't understand. Does he want me? He wouldn't kiss me last week. Am I repellent to him? And yet I'm here, and he brought me here. I just don't know what his game is. What's he thinking? You've slept in his bed all night, and he's not touched you, Anna. You do the math. My subconscious has reared her ugly, snide head. I ignore her. The water is warm and soothing. I could stay under this shower, in his bathroom, forever. I reach for the body wash and it smells of him. It's a delicious smell. I rub it all over myself, fantasizing that it's him rubbing this heavenly scented soap into my body, across my breasts, over my stomach, between my thighs with his long-fingered hands. Oh my heartbeat picks up again. This feels so good. Breakfast is here. He knocks on the door, startling me. Oh okay. I stutter as I'm yanked cruelly out of my erotic daydream. I climb out of the shower and grab 2 towels. I put my hair in one and wrap it Carmen Miranda style on my head. Hastily, I dry myself, ignoring the pleasurable feel of the towel rubbing against my oversensitized skin. I inspect the bag of jeans. Not only has Taylor brought me jeans and new Converse, but also a pale blue shirt, socks, and underwear. Oh my, Clean bra and panties actually. To describe them in such a mundane, utilitarian way does not do them justice. They are exquisitely designed. Fancy European lingerie, all pale blue lace and finery. Wow, I am in awe, and slightly daunted by this underwear. What's more, they fit perfectly. But of course, they do. I flush to think of Buzz Cut in some lingerie store, buying this for me. I wonder what else is in his job description. Dress quickly. The rest of the clothing is a perfect fit. I brusquely towel dry my hair and try desperately to bring it under control. But, as usual, it refuses to cooperate, and my only option is to restrain it with a hair tie, which I don't have. I should have one in my purse, wherever it is. I take a deep breath. Time to face Mr. Confusing. I'm relieved to find the bedroom empty. I hunt quickly for my purse, but it's not in here. Taking another deep breath, I enter the living area of the suite. It's huge. There's an opulent, plush seating area, all overstuffed. Couches and soft cushions, an elaborate coffee table with a stack of large, glossy books, a study area with the latest generation iMac, and an enormous plasma screen TV on the wall. Christian is sitting at a dining table on the other side of the room reading a newspaper. It's the size of a tennis court or something. Not that I play tennis, though I have watched Kate a few times. Kate. Crap, Kate, I croak. Christian peers up at me. She knows you're here and still alive. I texted Elliot, he says with just a trace of humor. Oh no, remember her fervent dancing of the night before? All her patented moves used with maximum effect to seduce Christian's brother, no less. What's she going to think about me being here? I've never stayed out before. She's still with Elliot. She's only done this twice before, and both times I've had to endure the hideous pink PJs for a week from the fallout. She's going to think I've had a one-night stand. 2. Christian stares at me imperiously. He's wearing a white linen shirt, collar and cuffs undone. Sit, he commands, pointing to a place at the table. I make my way across the room and sit down opposite him as I've been directed. The table is laden with food. I didn't know what you liked, so I ordered a selection from the breakfast menu. He gives me a crooked, apologetic smile. That's very profligate of you, I murmur, bewildered by the choice. Though I am hungry. Yes, it is. He sounds guilty. I opt for pancakes, maple syrup, scrambled eggs, and bacon. Christian tries to hide a smile as he returns to his egg white omelet. The food is delicious. Tea? He asks. Yes, please. He passes me a small teapot of hot water, and on the saucer is a Twinings English breakfast tea bag. Geez, he remembers how I like my tea. Your hair's very damp, he scolds. I couldn't find the hair dryer, mutter, embarrassed. Not that I looked. Christian's mouth presses into a hard line, but he doesn't say anything. Thank you for the clothes. It's a pleasure, Anastasia. That color suits you. I blush and stare down at my fingers. You know, you really should learn to take a compliment. His tone is castigating. I should give you some money for these clothes. He glares at me as if I have offended him on some level. I hurry on. You've already given me the books, which, of course, I can't accept. But these clothes. Please let me pay you back. I smile tentatively at him. Anastasia, trust me, and afford it. That's not the point. Why should you buy these for me? Because I can. His eyes flash with a wicked gleam. Just because you can doesn't mean that you should, I reply quietly, as he arches an eyebrow at me, his eyes twinkling, and suddenly I feel that we're talking about something else, but I don't know what it is. Which reminds me, why did you send me the books, Christian? My voice is soft. He puts down his cutlery and regards me intently, his eyes burning with some unfathomable emotion. Holy crap, my mouth dries. Well, when you were nearly run over by the cyclist and I was holding you and you were looking up at me, all kiss me. Kiss me. Christian, he pauses and shrugs. I felt I owed you an apology and a warning. He runs his hand through his hair. Anastasia, I'm not a hearts and flowers kind of man. I don't do romance. My tastes are very singular. You should steer clear of me. He closes his eyes as if in defeat. There's something about you, though, and I'm finding it impossible to stay away. But I think you've figured that out already. My appetite vanishes. He can't stay away. Then don't, I whisper. He gasps, his eyes wide. You don't know what you're saying. Enlighten me, then. We sit gazing at each other, neither of us touching our food. You're not celibate then? I breathe. Amusement lights up his eyes. No, Anastasia, not celibate. He pauses for this information to sink in, and I flush scarlet. The mouth-to-brain filter is broken again. I can't believe I've just said that out loud. What are your plans for the next few days? He asks, his voice low. I'm working today, from midday. What time is it? I panic suddenly. It's just after 10. You've plenty of time. What about tomorrow? He has his elbows on the table, and his chin is resting on his long, steepled fingers. Kate and I are going to start packing. We're moving to Seattle next weekend, and I'm working at Clayton's all this week. You have a place in Seattle already? Yes. Where? I don't remember the address. It's in the Pike Market District. Not far from me. He smiles. So what are you going to do for work? In Seattle? Where is he going with all these questions? The Christian Grey Inquisition is almost as irritating as the Catherine Kavanaugh Inquisition. I've applied for some internships. I'm waiting to hear. Have you applied to my company as I suggested? I flush. Of course not. No. And what's wrong with my company? Your company or your company? I smirk. Are you smirking at me, Miss Steele? He tilts his head to one side, and I think he looks amused, but it's hard to tell. I flush and glance down at my unfinished breakfast. I can't look him in the eye when he uses that tone of voice. I'd like to bite that lip. He whispers darkly. I gasp, completely unaware that I am chewing my bottom lip, and my mouth pops open. That has to be the sexiest thing anybody has ever said. To me, my heartbeat spikes, and I think I'm panting. Geez, I'm a quivering mess, and he hasn't even touched me. I squirm in my seat and meet his dark glare. Why don't you? I challenge quietly. Because I'm not going to touch you, Anastasia, not until I have your written consent to do so. His lips hint at a smile. What? What does that mean? Exactly what I say. He sighs and shakes his head at me, amused but exasperated too. I need to show you, Anastasia. What time do you finish work this evening? About 8. Well, we could go to Seattle this evening or next Saturday for dinner at my place, and I'll acquaint you with the facts then. The choice is yours. Why can't you tell me now? Because I'm enjoying my breakfast and your company. Once you're enlightened, you probably won't want to see me again. What does that mean? Does he white slave small children to some godforsaken part of the planet? Is he part of some underworld crime syndicate? It would explain why he's so rich. Is he deeply religious? Is he impotent? Surely not. He could prove that to me right now. I flush, scarlet, thinking about the possibilities. This is getting me nowhere. I'd like to solve the riddle that is Christian Grey sooner rather than later. If it means that whatever secret he has is so gross that I don't want to know him anymore, then, quite frankly, it will be a relief. Don't lie to yourself. My subconscious yells at me, it'll have to be pretty damned bad to have you running for the hills tonight. He raises an eyebrow. Like Eve, you're so quick to eat from the tree of knowledge. He smirks. Are you smirking at me, Mr. Grey? I ask sweetly. Pompous ass. He narrows his eyes at me and picks up his BlackBerry. He presses one number. Taylor. I'm going to need Charlie Tango. Charlie Tango. Who's he? From Portland at, say, 2030. No, stand by at Escala. All night? All night, yes. On call tomorrow morning. I'll pilot from Portland to Seattle. Pilot? Standby pilot from 2230. He puts the phone down. No, please or thank you. Do people always do what you tell them? Usually, if they want to keep their jobs, he says deadpan. And if they don't work for you? Oh, I can be very persuasive, Anastasia. You should finish your breakfast, and then I'll drop you off at home. I'll pick you up at Clayton's at 8 when you finish. We'll fly up to Seattle. Blink at him rapidly. Fly? Yes. I have a helicopter. I gape at him. I have my second date with Christian. Oh, so mysterious. Gray. From coffee to helicopter rides. Wow. We'll go by helicopter to Seattle? Yes. Why? He grins wickedly. Because I can. Finish your breakfast. How can I eat now? I'm going to Seattle by helicopter with Christian Gray, and he wants to bite my lip. I squirm at the thought. Eat, he says more sharply. Anastasia, I have an issue with wasted food. Eat. I can't eat all this. I gape at what's left on the table. Eat what's on your plate. If you'd eaten properly yesterday, you wouldn't be here, and I wouldn't be declaring my hand so soon. His mouth sets in a grim line. He looks angry. I frown and return to my now cold food. I'm too excited to eat. Christian, don't you understand? My subconscious explains. But I'm too much of a coward to voice these thoughts aloud, especially when he looks so sullen, like a small boy. I find the thought amusing. What's so funny? He asks. I shake my head, not daring tell him, and keep my eyes on my food. Swallowing my last piece of pancake, I peek up at him. He's eyeing me speculatively. I frown and return to my now cold food. I'm too excited to eat. Christian, don't you understand? My subconscious explains. But I'm too much of a coward to voice these thoughts aloud, especially when he looks so sullen, like a small boy. I find the thought amusing. What's so funny? He asks. I shake my head, not daring tell him, and keep my eyes on my food. Swallowing my last piece of pancake, I peek up at him. He's eyeing me speculatively. Good girl, he says. I'll take you home when you've dried your hair. I don't want you getting ill. There's some kind of unspoken promise in his words. What does he mean? I leave the table, wondering for a moment if I should ask permission, but dismissing the idea. Sounds like a dangerous precedent to set. I head back to his bedroom. A thought stops me. Where did you sleep last night? I turn to gaze at him still sitting in the dining room chair. I can't see any blankets or sheets out here. Perhaps he's had them tittied away. In my bed, he says simply, his gaze impassive again. Oh, yes, it was quite a novelty for me too. He smiles. Not having sex. There, I said the word. I blush, of course. No. He shakes his head and frowns as if recalling something uncomfortable. Sleeping with someone. He picks up his newspaper and continues to read. What in heaven's name does that mean? He's never slept with anyone? He's a virgin? Somehow I doubt that. I stand staring at him in disbelief. He is the most mystifying person I've ever met, and it dawns on me that I have slept with Christian Grey, and I kick myself. What would I have given to be conscious to watch him sleep, see him vulnerable? Somehow, I find that hard to imagine. Well, allegedly all will be revealed tonight. In his bedroom, I hunt through a chest of drawers and find the hair dryer. Using my fingers, I dry my hair the best I can. When I've finished, I head into the bathroom. I want to brush my teeth. I eye Christian's toothbrush. It would be like having him in my mouth. Glancing guiltily over my shoulder at the door, I feel the bristles on the toothbrush. They are damp. He must have used it already. Grabbing it, quickly squirt toothpaste on it and brush my teeth in double time. I feel so naughty. It's such a thrill. Grabbing my t-shirt, bra, and panties from yesterday, I put them in the shopping bag that Taylor brought and head back to the living area to hunt for my bag and jacket. Deep joy, there's a hair tie in my bag. Christian is watching me as I tie my hair back, his expression unreadable. I feel his eyes follow me as I sit down and wait for him to finish. He's on his BlackBerry talking to someone. They want to? How much will that cost? Okay, and what safety measures do we have in place? And they'll go via Suez? How safe is Ben Sudan? And when do they arrive in Darfur? Okay, let's do it. Keep me abreast of progress. He hangs up, Ready to go? I nod. I wonder what his conversation was about. He slips on a navy, pinstriped jacket, picks up his car keys, and heads for the door. After you, Miss Steele, he murmurs, opening the door for me. He looks casually elegant. I pause, fractionally too long, drinking in the sight of him. And think I slept with him last night, and after all the tequila and the throwing up, he's still here. What's more, he wants to take me to Seattle. Why me? I don't understand it. I head out the door recalling his words. There's something about you, well. The feeling is entirely mutual, Mr. Gray, and I aim to find out what his secret is. We walk in silence down the corridor toward the elevator. As we wait, I peek up at him through my lashes, and he looks out of the corner of his eyes down at me. I smile, and his lips twitch. The elevator arrives, and we step in. We're alone. Suddenly, for some inexplicable reason, possibly our proximity in such an enclosed space, the atmosphere between us changes, charged with an electric, exhilarating anticipation. My breathing alters as my heart races. His head turns fractionally toward me, his eyes darkest slate. I bite my lip. Oh, fuck the paperwork, he growls. He lunges at me, pushing me against the wall of the elevator. Before I know it, he's got both of my hands in one of his in a vise-like grip above my head, and he's pinning me to the wall using his hips. Holy shit. His other hand grabs my hair and yanks down, bringing my face up, and his lips are on mine. It's only just not painful. I moan into his mouth, giving his tongue an opening. He takes full advantage, his tongue expertly exploring my mouth. I have never been kissed like this. My tongue tentatively strokes his and joins his in a slow, erotic dance that's all about touch and sensation, all bump and grind. He brings his hand up to grasp my chin and holds me in place. I'm helpless, my hands pinned, my face held, and his hips restraining me. His erection is against my belly. Oh my, he wants me. Christian Grey, Greek god, wants me, and I want him, here, now, in the elevator. You are so sweet, he murmurs, each word a staccato. The elevator stops, the doors open, and he pushes away from me in the blink of an eye, leaving me hanging. 3 men in business suits look at both of us and smirk as they climb on board. My heart rate is through the roof. I feel like I've run an uphill race. I want to lean over and grasp my knees, but that's just too obvious. I glance up at him. He looks so cool and calm, like he's been doing the Seattle Times crossword. How unfair. Is he totally unaffected by my presence? He glances at me out of the corner of his eyes, and he gently blows out a deep breath. Oh, he's affected all right, and my very small inner goddess sways in a gentle Victoria samba. The businessmen exit on the 2nd floor. We have one more floor to travel. You've brushed your teeth, he says, staring at me. I used your toothbrush. His lips quirk up in a half smile. Oh, Anastasia Steele, what am I going to do with you? The doors open at the 1st floor, and he takes my hand and pulls me out. What is it about elevators? He mutters, more to himself than to me. As he strides across the lobby, I struggle to keep up with him because my wits have been thoroughly and really scattered all over the floor and walls of Elevator 3 in the Heathman Hotel. Chapter 6. Christian opens the passenger side door to the black Audi SUV, and I clamber in. It's a beast of a car. He hasn't mentioned the outburst of passion that exploded in the elevator. Should we talk about it, or pretend that it didn't happen? It hardly seems real. My first proper no-holds-barred kiss. As time ticks on, I assign it mythical, Arthurian, legend, lost city of Atlantis status. It never happened. It never existed. Perhaps I imagined it all. No, I itch my lips, swollen from his kiss. It definitely happened. I am a changed woman. I want this man desperately, and he wanted me. I glance at him. Christian is his usual polite, slightly distant self. How confusing. He starts the engine and reverses out of his space in the parking lot. He switches on the sound system. The car interior is filled with the sweetest, most magical music of two women singing. Oh wow, all my senses are in disarray, so this is doubly affecting. It sends delicious shivers up my spine. Christian pulls out onto Southwest Park Avenue, and he drives with easy, lazy confidence. What are we listening to? It's the Flower Duet by Delibes, from the opera Lack of. Do you like it, Christian? It's wonderful. It is, isn't it? He grins, glancing at me, and for a fleeting moment he seems his age, young, carefree, and heart-stoppingly beautiful. Is this the key to him? Music? I sit and listen to the angelic voices teasing and seducing me. Can I hear that again? Of course. Christian pushes a button and the music is caressing me. Once more. It's a gentle, slow, sweet, and sure assault on my oral senses. You like classical music? I ask, hoping for a rare insight into his personal preferences. My taste is eclectic. Anastasia, everything from Thomas Tallis to the Kings of Leon. It depends on my mood. You, me too. Though I don't know who Thomas Tallis is. He turns and gazes at me briefly before his eyes are back on the road. I'll play it for you sometime. He's a 16th century British composer, tutor, church choral music. Christian grins at me. Sounds very esoteric. I know, but it's also magical. He presses a button and the Kings of Leon start singing. This I know. Sex on Fire. How appropriate. The music is interrupted by the sound of a cell phone ringing over the sound system speakers. Christian hits a button on the steering wheel. Gray, he snaps. He's so brusque. Mr. Gray, it's Welch here. I have the information you require. A rasping, disembodied voice comes over the speakers. Good. Email it to me. Anything to add? No, sir. He presses the button, then the call ceases and the music is back. No, goodbye or thanks. I'm so glad that I never seriously entertained the thought of working for him. I shudder at the very idea. He's just too controlling and cold with his employees. The music cuts off again for the phone. Gray, the NDA has been emailed to you, Mr. Gray. A woman's voice. Good. That's all, Andrea. Good day, sir. Christian hangs up by pressing a button on the steering wheel. The music is on very briefly when the phone rings again. Holy hell, is this his life? Constant nagging phone calls? Gray, he snaps. Hi, Christian, do you get laid? Hello, Elliot, I'm on speakerphone, and I'm not alone in the car. Christian sighs. Who's with you? Christian rolls his eyes. Anastasia Steele. Hi, Anna. Anna. Hello, Elliot. Heard a lot about you. Elliot murmurs huskily. Christian frowns. Don't believe a word Kate says. Elliot laughs. I'm dropping Anastasia off now. Christian emphasizes my full name. Shall I pick you up? Sure. See you shortly. Christian hangs up, and the music is back. Why do you insist on calling me Anastasia? Because it's your name. For Anna. Do you now? We are almost at my apartment. It's not taken long. Anastasia, he muses. I scowl at him, but he ignores my expression. What happened in the elevator won't happen again, well, not unless it's premeditated. He pulls up outside my duplex. I belatedly realize he's not asked me where I live yet. He knows. But then he sent the books. Of course he knows where I live. What able cell phone tracking, helicopter owning, stalker wouldn't? Why won't he kiss me again? I pout at the thought. I don't understand. Honestly, his surname should be cryptic, not Gray. He climbs out of the car, walking with easy, long-legged grace around to my side to open the door. Ever the gentleman, except perhaps in rare precious moments in elevators. I flush at the memory of his mouth on mine, and the thought that I'd been unable to touch him enters my mind. I wanted to run my fingers through his decadent, untidy hair, but I'd been unable to move my hands. I am retrospectively frustrated. I liked what happened in the elevator, I murmur as I climb out of the car. I'm not sure if I hear an audible gasp, but I choose to ignore it and head up the steps to the front door. Kate and Elliot are sitting at our dining table. The $14,000 books have disappeared. Thank heavens. I have plans for them, She has the most un-Kate-like ridiculous grin on her face, and she looks mussed up in a sexy kind of way. Christian follows me into the living room, and in spite of her been having a good time all night grin, Kate eyes him suspiciously. "Hi, Anna." She leaps up to hug me, then holds me at arm's length so she can examine me. She frowns and turns to Christian. "Good morning, Christian," she says, and her tone is a little hostile. "Miss Kavanaugh," he says in his stiff, formal way. "Christian, her name is Kate." Elliot grumbles. "Kate." Christian gives her a polite nod and glares at Elliot, who grins and rises to hug me too. "Hi, Anna." He smiles, his blue eyes twinkling, and I like him immediately. He's obviously nothing like Christian, but then they're adopted brothers. "Hi, Elliot." I smile at him, and I'm aware that I'm biting my lip. "Elliot, we'd better go," Christian says mildly. "Sure." He turns to Kate and pulls her into his arms and gives her a long, lingering kiss. "Geez, get a room." I stare at my feet, embarrassed. I glance up at Christian, and he's watching me intently. I narrow my eyes at him. "Why can't you kiss me like that?" Elliot continues to kiss Kate, sweeping her off her feet and dipping her in a dramatic hold so that her hair touches the ground as he kisses her hard. "Laters, baby." He grins. Kate just melts. I've never seen her melt before. The words comely and compliant come to mind. Compliant Kate. Compliant Kate. Boy, Elliot must be good. Christian rolls his eyes and stares down at me, his expression unreadable, although maybe he's mildly amused. He tucks a stray strand of my hair that has worked its way free from my ponytail behind my ear. My breath hitches at the contact, and I lean my head into his fingers. His eyes soften, and he runs his thumb across my lower lip. My blood sears in my veins, and all too quickly, his touch is gone. "Laters, baby," he murmurs, and I have to laugh. "Laters, baby," he murmurs, and I have to laugh because it's so unlike him. But even though I know he's being irreverent, the endearment tugs at something deep inside me. "I'll pick you up at 8. He turns to leave, opening the front door and stepping out onto the porch. Elliot follows him to the car but turns and blows Kate another kiss, and I feel an unwelcome pang of jealousy. "So, did you?" Kate asks as we watch them climb into the car and drive off, the burning curiosity evident in her voice. "No," I snap irritably, hoping that will halt the questions. We head back into the apartment. "You obviously did, though." I can't contain my envy. Kate always manages to ensnare men. She is irresistible, beautiful, sexy, funny, forward, all the things that I'm not. But her answering grin is infectious. "So, did you?" Kate asks as we watch them climb into the car and drive off, the burning curiosity evident in her voice. "No," I snap irritably, hoping that will halt the questions. We head back into the apartment. "You obviously did, though." I can't contain my envy. Kate always manages to ensnare men. She is irresistible, beautiful, sexy, funny, forward, all the things that I'm not. But her answering grin is infectious. And I'm seeing him again this evening. She claps her hands and jumps up and down like a small child. She cannot contain her excitement and happiness, and I can't help but feel happy for her. Happy Kate. This is going to be interesting. Christian is taking me to Seattle this evening. Seattle? Yes. Maybe you will then? Oh, I hope so. You like him then? Yes. Like him enough to? Yes. She raises her eyebrows. Wow. Anna Steele. Finally falling for a man. And it's Christian Grey. Hot? Sexy billionaire. Yeah, all about the money. Smirk, and we both fall into a fit of giggles. "Is that a new blouse?" she asks, and I let her have all the unexciting details about my night. "Has he kissed you yet?" she asks as she makes coffee. I blush. Once, she scoffs. I nod, rather shamefaced. "He's very reserved," she frowns. "That's odd. I don't think I'd covers it, really." We need to make sure you're simply irresistible for this evening, she says with determination. Oh no, this sounds like it will be time-consuming, humiliating, and painful. I have to be at work in an hour. I can work with that time frame. Come on. Kate grabs my hand and takes me into her bedroom. The day drags at Clayton's even though we're busy. We've hit the summer season, so I have to spend 2 hours restocking the shelves once the shop is closed. It's mindless work, and it gives me too much time to think. I've not really had a chance all day. Under Kate's tireless and frankly intrusive instruction, my legs and underarms are shaved to perfection, my eyebrows plucked, and I am buffed all over. It has been a most unpleasant experience, but she assures me that this is what men expect these days. What else will he expect? I have to convince Kate that this is what I want to do. For some strange reason, she doesn't trust him, maybe because he's so stiff and formal. She says she can't put her finger on it, but I have promised to text her when I arrive in Seattle. I haven't told her about the helicopter. She'd freak. I also have the Joe's issue. He's left 3 messages and 7 missed calls on my cell. He's also called home twice. Kate has been very vague as to where I am. He'll know she's covering for me. Kate doesn't do vague, but I have decided to let him stew. I'm still too angry with him. Christian mentioned some kind of written paperwork, and I don't know if he was joking or if I'm going to have to sign something. It's frustrating trying to guess, and on top of all the angst, I can barely contain my excitement or my nerves. Tonight's the night. After all this time, am I ready for this? My inner goddess glares at me, tapping her small foot impatiently. She's been ready for this for years, and she's ready for anything with Christian Grey, but I still don't understand what he sees in me. Mousy on a steel, it makes no sense. He is punctual, of course, and waiting for me when I leave Clayton's. He climbs out of the back of the Audi to open the door and smiles warmly at me. Good evening, Miss Steele, he says. Mr. Gray. I nod politely to him as I climb into the back seat of the car. Taylor is sitting in the driver's seat. Hello, Taylor, I say. Good evening, Miss Steele. His voice is polite and professional. Christian climbs in the other side and clasps my hand, giving it a gentle squeeze that echoes through my body. How was work? He asks. Very long reply, and my voice is husky, too low, and full of need. Yes, it's been a long day for me too. What did you do? I manage. I went hiking with Elliot. His thumb strokes my knuckles, back and forth, and my heart skips a beat as my breathing accelerates. How does he do this to me? He's only touching a very small area of my body, and the hormones are flying. The drive to the heliport is short, and before I know it, we arrive. I wonder where the fabled helicopter might be. We're in a built-up area of the city, and even I know helicopters need space to take off and land. Taylor parks, climbs out, and opens the door for me. Christian is beside me in an instant and takes my hand again. Ready? He asks. I nod and want to say, for anything, but I can't articulate the words as I'm too nervous, too excited. Taylor. He nods curtly at his driver and we head into the building, straight to a set of elevators. Elevator. The memory of our kiss this morning comes back to haunt me. I have thought of nothing else all day. Daydreaming at the register at Clayton's. Twice Mr. Clayton had to shout my name to bring me back to earth. To say I've been distracted would be the understatement of the year. Christian glances down at me, a slight smile on his lips. Ha, he's thinking about it too. It's only 3 floors, he says dryly, his eyes dancing with amusement. He's telepathic, surely. It's spooky. I try to keep my face impassive as we enter the elevator. The doors close, and it's there, the weird electrical attraction crackling between us, enslaving me. I close my eyes in a vain attempt to ignore it. He tightens his grip on my hand, and 5 seconds later the doors open onto the roof of the building, and there it is, a white helicopter with the name Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc., written in blue with the company logo on the side. Surely, this is misuse of company property. He leads me to a small office where an old-timer sits behind the desk. Here's your flight plan, Mr. Gray. All external checks are done. It's ready and waiting, sir. You're free to go. Thank you, Joe. Christian smiles warmly at him. Oh, someone deserving of the polite treatment from Christian. Perhaps. He's not an employee. I stare at the old guy in awe. Let's go, Christian says, and we make our way toward the helicopter. When we're up close, it's much bigger than I thought. I expected it to be a roadster version for two, but it has at least 7 seats. Christian opens the door and directs me to one of the seats at the very front. Sit, don't touch anything, he orders as he climbs in behind me. He shuts the door with a slam. I'm glad that the area is floodlit. Otherwise, I'd find it difficult to see inside the small cockpit. I sit down in my allotted seat, and he crouches beside me to strap me into the harness. It's a 4-point harness with all the straps connecting to one central buckle. He tightens both of the upper straps, so I can hardly move. He single quotes S.So close and intent on what he's doing. If I could only lean forward, my nose would be in his hair. He smells clean, fresh, heavenly, but I'm fastened securely into my seat and effectively immobile. He glances up and smiles, like he's enjoying his usual private joke. His eyes heated. He single quotes S.So tantalizingly close. I hold my breath as he pulls at one of the upper straps. You're secure, no escaping, he whispers. Breathe, Anastasia, he adds softly. Reaching up, he caresses my cheek, running his long fingers down to my chin, which he grasps between his thumb and forefinger. He leans forward and plants a brief, chaste kiss, leaving me reeling, my insides clenching at the thrilling, unexpected touch of his lips. I like this harness, he whispers. What? He sits down beside me and buckles himself into his seat, then begins a protracted procedure of checking gauges and flipping switches and buttons from the mind-boggling array of dials and lights and switches in front of me. Little lights wink and flash from various dials, and the whole of the instrument panel lights up. Put your cans on, he says, pointing to a set of headphones in front of me. I pull them on, and the rotor blades start. They are deafening. He puts his headphones on and continues flipping various switches. I'm just going through all the pre-flight checks. Christian's disembodied voice is in my ears through the headphones. I turn and grin at him. Do you know what you are doing? I ask. He turns and smiles at me. I've been a fully qualified pilot for 4 years, Anastasia. You're safe with me. He gives me a wolfish grin. Well, while we're flying, he adds, and winks at me, winking. Christian, are you ready? I nod, wide-eyed. Okay, Tower. PDX. This is Charlie Tango Golf Echo Hotel. Cleared for takeoff. Please confirm. Over. Charlie Tango, you are clear. PDX to call. Proceed to 14,000. Heading 010. Over. Roger. Tower. Charlie Tango set. Over and out. Here we go, he adds, to me, and the helicopter rises slowly and smoothly into the air. Portland disappears in front of us as we head into U.S. airspace, though my stomach remains firmly in Oregon. Whoa, all the bright lights shrink until they are twinkling sweetly below us. It's like looking out from inside a fishbowl. Once we're higher, there really is nothing to see. It's pitch black. Not even the moon to shed any light on our journey. How can ye see where we're going? Eerie, isn't it? Christian's voice is in my ears. How do you know you're going the right way? Here, he points his long index finger at one of the gauges and it shows an electronic compass. This is an EC-135 Eurocopter, one of the safest in its class. It's equipped for night flight. He glances and grins at me. There's a helipad on top of the building I live in. That's where we're heading. Of course, there's a helipad where he lives. I am so out of my league. Here, his face is softly illuminated by the lights on the instrument panel. He's concentrating hard, and he's continually glancing at the various dials in front of him. I drink in his features from beneath my lashes. He has a beautiful profile, straight nose, square jawed. I'd like to run my tongue along his jaw. He hasn't shaved, and his stubble makes the prospect doubly tempting. I'd like to feel how rough it is beneath my tongue, my fingers against my face. When you fly at night, you fly blind. You have to trust the instrumentation, he says, interrupting my erotic reverie. How long will the flight be? I manage breathlessly. I wasn't thinking about sex at all. No way. Less than an hour. The wind is in our favor. Less than an hour to Seattle. That's not bad going. No wonder. We're flying. I have less than an hour before the big reveal. All the muscles clench. Deep in my belly, I have a serious case of butterflies. They are flourishing in my stomach. Holy shit. What has he got in store for me? You okay, Anastasia? Yes. My answer is short-clipped, squeezed out through my nerves. I think he smiles, but it's difficult to tell in the darkness. Christian flicks yet another switch. PDX. This is Charlie Tango now at 14,000. Over. He exchanges information with air traffic control. It all sounds very professional to me. I think we're moving from Portland's airspace to Seattle International Airport's. Understood. SeaTac. Standing by. Over and out. Look, over there. He points to a small pinpoint of light in the far distance. That's Seattle. Do you always impress women this way? Come and fly in my helicopter? I ask, genuinely interested. I've never brought a girl up here, Anastasia. It's another first for me. His voice is quiet, serious. Oh, that was an unexpected answer. Another first? Oh, the sleeping thing, perhaps? Are you impressed? I'm odd, Christian. He smiles. Odd. And for a brief moment, he's his age. I nod. You're just so competent. Why, thank you, Miss Steele, he says politely. I think he's pleased, but I'm not sure. We ride in the dark night in silence for a while. The bright spot, that is. Seattle is slowly getting bigger. SeaTac Tower to Charlie Tango. Flight plan to Escala in place. Please, proceed. And stand by. Over. This is Charlie Tango. Understood. SeaTac. Standing by. Over and out. You obviously enjoy this. I murmur. What? He glances at me. He looks quizzical in the half-light of the instruments. Flying, I reply. It requires control and concentration. How could I not love it? Though my favorite is soaring. Soaring? Yes. Gliding? To the layperson. Gliders and helicopters, I fly them. Both. Oh, expensive hobbies. I remember him telling me during the interview. I like reading and occasionally going to the movies. I am out of my depth here. Charlie Tango, come in please. Over. The disembodied voice of air traffic control interrupts my reverie. Christian answers, sounding in control and confident. Seattle is getting closer. We are on the very outskirts now. Wow, it looks absolutely stunning. Seattle at night, from the sky. Looks good, doesn't it? Christian murmurs. I nod enthusiastically. It looks otherworldly, unreal, and I feel like I'm on a giant film set. Josie's favorite film, maybe, Blade Runner. The memory of Josie's attempted kiss haunts me. I'm beginning to feel a bit cruel not calling him back. He can wait until tomorrow, surely. We'll be there in a few minutes, Christian mutters, and suddenly my blood is pounding in my ears as my heartbeat accelerates and adrenaline spikes through my system. He starts talking to air traffic control again, but I am no longer listening. I think I'm going to faint. My fate is in his hands. We are now flying among the buildings, and up ahead, I can see a tall skyscraper with a helipad on top. The word Escala is painted in white on top of the building. It's getting nearer and nearer, bigger and bigger. Like my anxiety. God, I hope I don't let him down. He'll find me lacking in some way. I wish I'd listened to Kate and borrowed one of her dresses, but I like my black jeans, and I'm wearing a soft mint green shirt and Kate's black jacket. I look smart enough. I grip the edge of my seat tighter and tighter. I can do this. I can do this. I chant this mantra as the skyscraper looms below us. The helicopter slows and hovers, and Christian sets it down on the helipad on top of the building. My heart is in my mouth. I can't decide if it's from nervous anticipation, relief that we've arrived alive, or fear that I will fail in some way. He switches the ignition off and the rotor blades. Slow and quiet until all I hear is the sound of my own erratic breathing. Christian takes his headphones off and reaches across and pulls mine off. 2. We're here, he says softly. His look is so intense, half in shadow and half in the bright white light from the landing lights. Dark night and white night. It's a fitting metaphor for Christian. He looks strained. His jaw is clenched and his eyes are tight. He unfastens his seatbelt and reaches over to unbuckle mine. His face is inches from mine. You don't have to do anything you don't want to do. You know that, don't you? His tone is so earnest, desperate even. His eyes impassioned. He takes me by surprise. I'd never do anything I didn't want to do, Christian. And as I say the words, I don't quite feel their conviction, because at this moment in time, probably do anything for this man seated beside me. But this does the trick. He's mollified. He eyes me warily for a moment, and somehow, even though he's so tall, he manages to ease his way gracefully to the door of the helicopter and open it. He jumps out, waiting for me to follow, and takes my hand as I clamber down onto the helipad. It's very windy on top of the building, and I'm nervous about the fact that I'm standing at least 30 stories high in an unenclosed space. Christian wraps his arm around my waist, pulling me tightly against him. Come, he shouts above the noise of the wind. He drags me over to an elevator, and after tapping a number into a keypad, the doors open. It's warm inside and all mirrored glass. I can see Christian to infinity everywhere I look, and the wonderful thing is he's holding me to infinity, too. Christian taps another code into the keypad, then the doors close and the elevator descends. Moments later, we're in an all-white foyer. In the middle is a round, dark wood table, and on it is an unbelievably huge bunch of white flowers. On the walls there are paintings everywhere. He opens a set of double doors, and the white theme continues across a wide corridor, where directly opposite is the entrance to a palatial room. It's the main living area, double height. Huge is too small a word for it. The far wall is glass and leads onto a balcony that overlooks Seattle. To the right is an imposing U-shaped sofa that could seat 10 adults comfortably. It faces a state-of-the-art stainless steel, or maybe platinum, for all I know, modern fireplace. The fire is lit and flaming gently. On the left beside us, by the entryway, is the kitchen area, all white with dark wood worktops and a breakfast bar that seats 6. Near the kitchen area, in front of the glass wall, is a dining table, surrounded by 16 chairs, and tucked in the corner is a full-sized, shiny black grand piano. Oh yes, he probably plays the piano too. There is art of all shapes and sizes on all the walls. In fact, this apartment looks more like a gallery than a place to live. Can I take your jacket? Christian asks. I shake my head. I'm still cold from the wind on the helipad. Would you like a drink? He asks. I blink at him. After last night, is he trying to be funny? For 1 second, I think about asking for a margarita, but I don't have the nerve. I'm going to have a glass of white wine. Would you like to join me? Yes, please, I murmur. I'm standing in this enormous room feeling out of place. I walk over to the glass wall and I realize that the lower half of the wall opens, concertina style, onto the balcony. Seattle is lit up and lively in the background. I walk back to the kitchen area. It takes a few seconds. It's single quotes so far from the glass wall, and Christian is opening a bottle of wine. He's removed his jacket. Puili fum okay with you? I know nothing about wine, Christian. I'm sure it will be fine. My voice is soft and hesitant. My heart is thumping. I want to run. This is seriously rich. Seriously over-the-top Bill Gates style wealthy. What am I doing here? You know very well what you're doing here, my subconscious sneers at me. Yes, I want to be in Christian Gray's bed. Here, he hands me a glass of wine. Even the glasses are rich, heavy, contemporary crystal. I take a sip, and the wine is light, crisp, and delicious. You're very quiet, and you're not even blushing. In fact, I think this is the palest I've ever seen you, Anastasia, he murmurs. Are you hungry? I shake my head. Not for food. It's a very big place you have here. Big, big, it's big, he agrees. And his eyes glow with amusement. I take another sip of wine. Do you play? I point my chin at the piano. Yes. Well, yes. Of course you do. Is there anything you can't do well? Yes. A few things. He takes a sip of his wine. He doesn't take his eyes off me. I feel them following me as I turn and glance around this vast room. Room is the wrong word. It's not a room, it's a mission statement. Do you want to sit? I nod, and he takes my hand and leads me to the large off-white couch. As I sit, I'm struck by the fact that I feel like Tess D'Urberville, looking at the new house that belongs to the notorious Alec d'Urberville. The thought makes me smile. What's so amusing? He sits down beside me, turning to face me. He rests his head on his right hand, his elbow propped on the back of the couch. Why did you give me Tess of the D'Urberville specifically? I ask. Christian stares at me for a moment. I think he's surprised by my question. Well, you said you liked Thomas Hardy. Is that the only reason? Even I can hear the disappointment in my voice. His mouth presses into a hard line. It seemed appropriate. I could hold you to some impossibly high ideal, like Angel Clare, or debase you completely like Alec d'Urberville, he murmurs, and his eyes flash dark and dangerous. If there are only two choices, I'll take the debasement, I whisper, gazing at him. My subconscious is staring at me in awe. He gasps, Anastasia, stop biting your lip please. It's very distracting. You don't know what you're saying. That's why I'm here. He frowns. Yes. Would you excuse me for a moment? He disappears through a wide doorway on the far side of the room. He's gone for a couple of minutes and returns with a document. This is a non-disclosure agreement. He shrugs and has the grace to look a little embarrassed. My lawyer insists on it. He hands it to me. I'm completely bemused. If you're going for option 2, debasement, you'll need to sign this. And if I don't want to sign anything, then it's Angel Clare High Ideals. Well, for most of the book anyway. What does this agreement mean? It means you cannot disclose anything about us. Anything, to anyone. I stare at him in disbelief. Holy shit, it's bad. Really bad. And now I'm very curious to know, okay? I'll sign. He hands me a pen. Aren't you even going to read it? No, he frowns. Anastasia, you should always read anything you sign, he admonishes. Me, Christian, what you fail to understand is that I wouldn't talk about us to anyone anyway, even Kate. So it's immaterial whether I sign an agreement or not. If it means so much to you, or your lawyer, whom you obviously talk to, then fine, I'll sign. He gazes down at me, and he nods gravely. Fair point well made, Miss Steele. I lavishly sign on the dotted line of both copies and hand one back to him. Folding the other, I place it in my purse and take a large swig of my wine. I'm sounding so much braver than I'm actually feeling. Does this mean you're going to make love to me tonight, Christian? Holy shit. Did I just say that? His mouth drops open slightly, but he recovers quickly. No, Anastasia, it doesn't. First, I don't make love. I fuck hard. Second, there's a lot more paperwork to do. And third, you don't yet know what you're in for. You could still run for the hills. Come, I want to show you my playroom. My mouth drops open. Fuck hard. Holy shit, that sounds so hot. But why are we looking at a playroom? I am mystified. You want to play on your Xbox? I ask. He laughs loudly. No, Anastasia, oh Xbox. No PlayStation. Come. He stands holding out his hand. I let him lead me back out to the corridor. On the right of the double doors, where we came in, Another door leads to a staircase. We go up to the second floor and turn right. Producing a key from his pocket, he unlocks yet another door and takes a deep breath. You can leave anytime. The helicopter is on standby to take you whenever you want to go. You can stay the night and go home in the morning. Just open the damn door, Christian. He opens the door and stands back to let me in. I gaze at him once more. I so want to know what's in here. Taking a deep breath, I walk in, and it feels like I've time traveled back to the 16th century and the Spanish Inquisition. Holy fuck. Chapter 7. The first thing I notice is the smell. Wood. Polish with a faint citrus scent. It's very pleasant, and the lighting is soft, subtle. In fact, I can't see the source, but it's around the cornice in the room, emitting an ambient glow. The walls and ceiling are a deep, dark burgundy, giving a womb-like effect to the spacious room, and the floor is old, varnished wood. There is a large wooden cross like an X fastened to the wall facing the door. It's made of high-polished mahogany, and there are restraining cuffs on each corner. Above it is an expansive iron grid, suspended from the ceiling, foot square at least, and from it hang all manner of ropes, chains, and glinting shackles. By the door, two long, polished, ornately carved poles, like spindles from a banister but longer, hang like curtain rods across the wall. From them swing a startling assortment of paddles, whips, riding crops, and funny-looking feathery implements. Beside the door stands a substantial mahogany chest of drawers, each drawer slim as if designed to contain specimens in a crusty old museum. I wonder briefly what the drawers actually do hold. Do I want to know? In the far corner is an oxblood leather-padded bench, and fixed to the wall beside it is a wooden, polished rack that looks like a pool or billiard cue holder, but on closer inspection holds canes of varying lengths and widths. There's a stout 6-foot-long table in the opposite corner, polished wood with intricately carved legs and two matching stools underneath. But what dominates the room is a bed. It's bigger than king-sized, an ornately carved Rococo four-poster with a flat top. It looks late 19th century. Under the canopy, I can see more gleaming chains and cuffs. There is no bedding, just a mattress covered in red leather, and red satin cushions piled at one end. At the foot of the bed, set apart a few feet, is a large oxblood Chesterfield couch, just stuck in the middle of the room facing the bed. An odd arrangement, to have a couch facing the bed, and I smile to myself. I've picked on the couch as odd, when really it's the most mundane piece of furniture in the room. I glance up and stare at the ceiling. There are carabiners all over the ceiling at odd intervals. I vaguely wonder what they're for. Weirdly, all the wood, dark walls, moody lighting, and oxblood leather makes the room kind of soft and romantic. I know it's anything but. This is Christian's version of soft and romantic. I turn, and he's regarding me intently, as I knew he would be, his expression completely unreadable. I walk farther into the room, and he follows me. The feathery thing has me intrigued. I touch it hesitantly. It's suede, like a small cat o' nine tails, but bushier, and there are very small plastic beads on the end. It's called a flogger. Christian's voice is quiet and soft. A flogger. I think I'm in shock. My subconscious has emigrated, or been struck dumb, or simply keeled over and expired. I am numb. I can observe and absorb, but not articulate my feelings about all this. Because I'm in shock. What is the appropriate response to finding out a potential lover is a complete freaky sadist or masochist? Fear. Yes, that seems to be the overriding feeling. I recognize it now, but weirdly not of him. I don't think he'd hurt me, well, not without my consent. So many questions cloud my mind. Why? How? When? How? Often? Who? I walk toward the bed and run my hands down one of the intricately carved posts. The post is very sturdy, the craftsmanship outstanding. Say something, Christian commands, his voice deceptively soft. Do you do this to people, or do they do it to you? His mouth quirks up, either amused or relieved. People? He blinks a couple of times as he considers his answer. I do this to women who want me to. I don't understand. If you have willing volunteers, why am I here? Because I want to do this with you, very much. I gasp. Why? I wander to the far corner of the room and pat the waist-high padded bench and run my fingers over the leather. He likes to hurt women. The thought depresses me. You're a sadist? I'm a dominant. His eyes are a scorching gray, intense. What does that mean? I whisper. It means I want you to willingly surrender yourself to me in all things. I frown at him as I try to assimilate this idea. Why would I do that? To please me, he whispers as he cocks his head to one side. And I see a ghost of a smile. Please him. He wants me to please him. I think my mouth drops open. Please Christian Grey. And I realize, in that moment, that yes, that's exactly what I want to do. I want him to be damn delighted with me. It's a revelation. In very simple terms, I want you to want to please me, he says. Softly, his voice is hypnotic. How do I do that? My mouth is dry, and I wish I had more wine. Okay, I understand the pleasing bit, but I am puzzled by the soft boudoir, Elizabethan torture setup. Do I want to know the answer? I have rules, and I want you to comply with them. They are for your benefit and for my pleasure. If you follow these rules to my satisfaction, I shall reward you. If you don't, I shall punish you, and you will learn, he whispers. I glance at the rack of canes as he says this. And where does all this fit in? I wave my hand in the general direction of the room. It's all part of the incentive package, both reward and punishment, so you'll get your kicks by exerting your will over me. It's about gaining your trust and your respect, so you'll let me exert my will over you. I will gain a great deal of pleasure, joy even in your submission. The more you submit, the greater my joy. It's a very simple equation, okay? And what do I get out of this? He shrugs and looks almost apologetic. Me, he says simply. Oh my. Christian rakes his hand through his hair as he gazes at me. You're not giving anything away, Anastasia, he murmurs, exasperated. Let's go back downstairs where I can concentrate better. It's very distracting having you in here. He holds his hand out to me, and now, hesitant to take it. Kate had said he was dangerous. She was so right. How did she know? He's dangerous to my health. Because I know I'm going to say yes. And part of me doesn't want to. Part of me wants to run screaming from this room and all it represents. I am so out of my depth here. I'm not going to hurt you, Anastasia. I know he speaks the truth. I take his hand, and he leads me out the door. If you do this, let me show you. Rather than going back downstairs, he turns right out of the playroom, as he calls it, and down a corridor. We pass several doors until we reach the one at the end. Beyond it is a bedroom with a large double bed, all in white. Everything furniture, walls, bedding. It's sterile and cold, but with the most glorious view of Seattle through the glass wall. This will be your room. You can decorate it how you like, have whatever you like in here. My room? You're expecting me to move in? I can't hide the horror in my voice. Not full time. Just say, Friday evening through Sunday. We have to talk about all that, negotiate. If you want to do this, he adds, his voice quiet and hesitant. I'll sleep here. Yes, not with you, no? I told you, I don't sleep with anyone, except you when you're stupefied with drink. His voice is reprimanding. My mouth presses in a hard line. This is what I cannot reconcile. Kind, caring Christian who rescues me from inebriation and holds me gently while I'm throwing up into the azaleas, and the monster who possesses whips and chains in a special room. Where do you sleep? My room is downstairs. Come, you must be hungry. Weirdly, I seem to have lost my appetite. I murmur petulantly. You must eat, Anastasia, he scolds, and taking my hand, leads me back downstairs. Back in the impossibly big room, I am filled with deep trepidation. I am on the edge of a precipice, and I have to decide whether to jump. I'm fully aware that this is a dark path I'm leading you down, Anastasia, which is why I really want you to think about this. You must Have some questions, he says as he wanders into the kitchen area. Releasing my hand, I do. But where to start? You've signed your NDA. You can ask me anything you want, and I'll answer. I stand at the breakfast bar watching him as he opens the refrigerator and pulls out a plate of different cheeses with 2 large bunches of green and red grapes. He sets the plate down on the worktop and proceeds to cut up a French baguette. Sit. He points to one of the stools at the breakfast bar, and I obey his command. If I'm going to do this, I'm going to have to get used to it. I realize he's been this bossy since I met him. You mentioned paperwork. Yes. What paperwork? Well, apart from the NDA, a contract saying what we will in one single quotes T.do. I need to know your limits, and you need to know mine. This is consensual, Anastasia. And if I don't want to do this, that's fine, he says carefully. But we won't have any sort of relationship? I asked. No. Why? This is the only sort of relationship I'm interested in. Why? He shrugs. It's the way I am. How did you become this way? Why is anyone the way they are? That's kind of hard to answer. Why? Do some people like cheese and other people hate it? Do you like cheese? Mrs. Jones, my housekeeper, has left this for supper. He takes some large white plates from a cupboard and places one in front of me. We're talking about cheese. Holy crap. What are your rules that I have to follow? I have them written down. We'll go through them once we've eaten. Food. How can I eat now? I'm really not hungry. I whisper. You will eat, he says simply. Dominating Christian. All becomes clear. Would you like another glass of wine? Yes, please. He pours wine into my glass and comes to sit beside me. I take a hasty sip. Help yourself to food, Anastasia. I take a small bunch of grapes. This I can manage. He narrows his eyes. Have you been like this for a while? I ask. Yes. Is it easy to find women who want to do this? He raises an eyebrow at me. You'd be amazed, he says dryly. Then why me? I really don't understand, Anastasia. I've told you. There's something about you. I can't leave you alone. He smiles ironically. I'm like a moth to a flame. His voice darkens. I want you very badly, especially now, when you're biting your lip again. He takes a deep breath and swallows. My stomach somersaults. He wants me. In a weird way, true, but this beautiful, strange, kinky man wants me. I think you have that clitched the wrong way around. I grumble. I am the moth and he is the flame, and I'm going to get burned. I know. Eat. No, I haven't signed anything yet, so I think I'll hang on to my free will for a bit longer, if that's okay with you. His eyes soften, and his lips turn up in a smile. As you wish, Miss Steele. How many women? I blurt out the question, but I'm so curious. 15. Oh, not as many as I thought. For long periods of time? Some of them, yes. Have you ever hurt anyone? Yes. Holy shit. Badly? No. Will you hurt me? What do you mean? Physically? Will you hurt me? I will punish you when you require it, and it will be painful. I think I feel a little faint. I take another sip of wine. Alcohol. This will make me brave. Have you ever been beaten? I ask. Yes. Oh, that surprises me. Before I can question him on this revelation further, he interrupts my train of thought. Let's discuss this in my study. I want to show you something. This is hard to process. Here, I was foolishly thinking that I'd spend a night of unparalleled passion in this man's bed. And we're negotiating this weird arrangement. I follow him into his study, a spacious room with another floor-toseling window that opens out onto the balcony. He sits on the desk, motions for me to sit on a leather chair in front of him, and hands me a piece of paper. These are the rules. They may be subject to change. They form part of the contract, which you can also have. Read these rules and let's discuss. Rules. Obedience. The submissive will obey any instructions given by the dominant immediately without hesitation or reservation and in an expeditious manner. The submissive will agree to any sexual activity deemed fit and pleasurable by the dominant, excepting those activities that are outlined in Hard Limits Appendix 2. She will do so eagerly and without hesitation. Sleep. The submissive will ensure she achieves a minimum of 7 hours sleep a night when she is not with the dominant. Food. The submissive will eat regularly to maintain her health and well-being from a prescribed list of foods. Appendix 4. The submissive will not snack between meals, with the exception of fruit. Clothes. During the term, the submissive will wear clothing only approved by the dominant. The dominant will provide a clothing budget for the submissive, which the submissive shall utilize. The dominant shall accompany the submissive to purchase clothing on an ad hoc basis. If the dominant so requires, the submissive shall wear during the term any adornments the dominant shall require, in the presence of the dominant and at any other time the dominant deems fit. Exercise. The dominant shall provide the submissive with a personal trainer for times a week in hour-long sessions at times to be mutually agreed between the personal trainer and the submissive. The personal trainer will report to the dominant on the submissive's progress. Personal hygiene. Beauty. The submissive will keep herself clean and shaved and/or waxed at all times. The submissive will visit a beauty salon of the dominant's choosing at times to be decided by the dominant and undergo whatever treatments the dominant sees fit. Personal safety. The submissive will not drink to excess, smoke, take recreational drugs, or put herself in any unnecessary danger. Personal qualities. The submissive will not enter into any sexual relations with anyone other than the dominant. The submissive will conduct herself in a respectful and modest manner at all times. She must recognize that her behavior is a direct reflection on the dominant. She shall be held accountable for any misdeeds, wrongdoings, and misbehavior committed when not in the presence of the dominant. Failure to comply with any of the above will result in immediate punishment, the nature of which shall be determined by the dominant. Holy fuck. Hard limits, I ask? Yes. What you won't do. What I won't do. We need to specify in our agreement. I'm not sure about accepting money for clothes. It feels wrong. I shift uncomfortably, the word hoe rattling around my head. I want to lavish money on you. Let me buy you some clothes. I may need you to accompany me to functions, and I want you dressed well. I'm sure your salary, when you do get a job, won't cover the kind of clothes I'd like you to wear. I don't have to wear them when I'm not with you? No? Okay. Think of them as a uniform. I don't want to exercise 4 times a week. Anastasia, I need you supple, strong, and with stamina. Trust me, you need to exercise, but surely not 4 times a week. How about 3? I want you to do 4. I thought this was a negotiation. He purses his lips at me. Okay, Miss Steele. Another point well made. How about an hour on 3 days and 1 day half an hour? 3 days, 3 hours. I get the impression you're going to keep me exercised when I'm here. He smiles wickedly, and his eyes glow as if relieved. Yes, I am. Okay, agreed. Are you sure you don't want to intern at my company? You're a good negotiator. No, I don't think that's a good idea. I stare down at his rules. Waxing. Waxing what? Everything? Ugh. So, limits. These are mine. He hands me another piece of paper. Hard limits. No acts involving fire play. No acts involving urination or defecation and the products thereof. No acts involving needles, knives, piercing, or blood. No acts involving gynecological medical instruments. No acts involving children or animals. No acts that will leave any permanent marks on the skin. No acts involving breath control. No activity that involves the direct contact of electric current, whether alternating or direct, fire, or flames to the body. Ugh. He has to write these down. Of course, they all look very sensible, and frankly, necessary. Any sane person wouldn't want to be involved in this sort of thing, surely. Though I now feel a little queasy. Is there anything you'd like to add? He asks kindly. Crap. I've no idea. I'm completely stumped. He gazes at me and furrows his brow. Is there anything you won't do? I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? I squirm uncomfortably and bite my lip. I've never done anything like this. Well, when you've had sex, was there anything that you didn't like doing? For the first time in what seems to be ages, I blush. You can tell me, Anastasia. We have to be honest with each other, or this isn't going to work. I squirm uncomfortably again and stare at my knotted fingers. Tell me, he commands. Well, I haven't had sex before, so I don't know. My voice is small. I peek up at him, and he's gaping at me, frozen and pale, really pale. Never, he whispers. I shake my head. You're a virgin? He breathes. I nod, flushing again. He closes his eyes and looks to be counting to 10. When he opens them again, he's angry, glaring at me. Why the fuck didn't you tell me? He growls. Chapter 8. Christian is running his hands through his hair and pacing up and down his study. 2 hands, that's double exasperation. His usual concrete control seems to have slipped a notch. I don't understand why you didn't tell me. He castigates me. The subject never came up. I'm not in the habit of revealing my sexual status to everyone I meet. I mean, we hardly know each other. I'm staring at my hands. Why am I feeling guilty? Why is he so mad? I peek up at him. Well, you know a lot more about me now, he snaps. His mouth presses into a hard line. I knew you were inexperienced, but a virgin. He says it like it's a really dirty word. Hell, Anna, I just showed you. He groans. May God forgive me. Have you ever been kissed, apart from, by me? Of course I have. I try my best to look affronted. Okay, maybe, twice. And a nice young man hasn't swept you off your feet? I just don't understand. You're 21, nearly 22. You're beautiful. He runs his hand through his hair again. Beautiful. I flush with pleasure. Christian Grey thinks I'm beautiful. I knot my fingers together, staring at them hard, trying to conceal my goofy grin. Perhaps he's far-sighted. My subconscious has reared her somnambulant head. Where was she when I needed her? And you're seriously discussing what I want to do, when you have no experience. His brows knit together. How have you avoided sex? Tell me, please. I shrug. No one's really, come up to scratch. Only you. And you turn out to be some kind of monster. Why are you so angry with me? I whisper. I'm not angry with you. I'm angry with myself. I just assumed. He sighs. He regards me shrewdly and then shakes his head. Do you want to go? He asks, his voice gentle. No, unless you want me to go, I murmur. Oh no, I don't want to leave. Of course not. I like having you here. He frowns as he says this and then glances at his watch. It's late, and he turns to look at me. You're biting your lip. His voice is husky, and he's eyeing me speculatively. Sorry, don't apologize. It's just that I want to bite it too hard. I gasp. How can he say things like that to me and not expect me to be affected? Come, he murmurs. What? We're going to rectify the situation right now. What do you mean? What situation? Your situation. Anna, I'm going to make love to you now. Oh, the floor has fallen away. I'm a situation. I'm holding my breath. That's if you want to. I mean, I don't want to push my luck. I thought you didn't make love. I thought you fucked hard. I swallow, my mouth suddenly dry. He gives me a wicked grin, the effects of which travel all the way down there, and make an exception. Or maybe combine the two. We'll see. I really want to make love to you. Please, come to bed with me. I want our arrangement to work, but you really need to have some idea what you're getting yourself into. We can start your training tonight with the basics. This doesn't mean a come over all hearts and flowers. It's a means to an end, but one that I want, and hopefully you do too. His gaze is intense. I flush. Oh my, wishes do come true, but I haven't done all the things you require from your list of rules. My voice is all breathy, hesitant. Forget about the rules. Forget about all those details for tonight. I want you. I've wanted you since you fell into my office, and I know you want me. You wouldn't be sitting here calmly discussing punishment and hard limits if you didn't. Please, Anna, spend the night with me. He holds his hand out to me. His eyes are bright, fervent, excited, and I put my hand in his. He pulls me up and into his arms so I can feel the length of his body against mine, this swift action taking me by surprise. He runs his fingers around the nape of my neck, winds my ponytail around his wrist, and gently pulls so I'm forced to look up at him. He gazes down at me. You are one brave young woman, he whispers. I am in awe of you. His words are like some kind of incendiary device. My blood flames. He leans down and kisses my lips gently, and he sucks at my lower lip. I want to bite this lip, he murmurs against my mouth, and carefully, he tugs at it with his teeth. I moan, and he smiles. Please, Anna, me make love to you. Yes, I whisper, because that's why I'm here. His smile is triumphant as he releases me and takes my hand and leads me through the apartment. His bedroom is vast. The ceiling height windows look out on lit up Seattle high-rises. The walls are white, and the furnishings are pale blue. The enormous bed is ultra-modern, made of rough, gray wood like driftwood, 4 posts but no canopy. On the wall above it is a stunning painting of the sea. I am quaking like a leaf. This is it. Finally, after all this time going to do it, with none other than Christian Grey. My breath is shallow, and I can't take my eyes off him. He removes his watch and places it on top of a chest of drawers that matches the bed, and removes his jacket, placing it on a chair. He's dressed in his white linen shirt and jeans. He is heart-stoppingly beautiful. His dark copper hair is a mess, his shirt hanging out, his gray eyes bold and dazzling. He steps out of his Converse shoes and reaches down and takes his socks off individually. Christian Grey's feet. Wow, what is it about naked feet? Turning, he gazes at me, his expression soft. I assume you're not on the pill. What? Shit. I didn't think so. He opens the top drawer of the chest and removes a packet of condoms. He gazes at me intently. Be prepared, he murmurs. Do you want the blinds drawn? I don't mind, I whisper. I thought you didn't let anyone sleep in your bed. Who says we're going to sleep? He murmurs. Oh, holy hell. He strolls slowly toward me, confident, sexy, blazing, and my heart begins to pound. My blood's pumping through my body. Desire, thick and hot, pools in my belly. He stands in front of me, staring down into my eyes. He's so freaking hot. Let's get this jacket off, shall we? He says softly, and takes hold of the lapels and gently slides my jacket off my shoulders. He places it on the chair. Do you have any idea how much I want you, Anna Steele? He whispers. My breath hitches. I cannot take my eyes off his. He reaches up and gently runs his fingers down my cheek to my chin. Do you have any idea what I'm going to do to you? He adds, caressing my chin. The muscles inside the deepest, darkest part of me clench in the most delicious fashion. The pain is so sweet and sharp, I want to close my eyes, but I'm hypnotized by his eyes staring fervently into mine. Leaning down, he kisses me. His lips are demanding, firm and slow, molding mine. He starts unbuttoning my shirt while he places feather-like kisses across my jaw, my chin, and the corners of my mouth. Slowly he peels it off me and lets it fall to the floor. He stands back and gazes at me. I'm in the pale blue lacy perfect fit bra. Thank heavens. Oh, Anna, he breathes. You have the most beautiful skin, pale and flawless. I want to kiss every single inch of it. I flush. Oh my. Why did he say he couldn't make love? I will do anything he wants. He grasps my hair tie, pulls it free, and gasps as my hair cascades down around my shoulders. I like brunettes, he murmurs, and both of his hands are in my hair, grasping each side of my head. His kiss is demanding, his tongue and lips coaxing mine. I moan, and my tongue tentatively meets his. He puts his arms around me and hauls me against his body, squeezing me tightly. One hand remains in my hair, the other travels down my spine, to my waist and down to my behind. His hand flexes over my backside and squeezes gently. He holds me against his hips, and I feel his erection, which he languidly pushes into me. I moan once more into his mouth. I can hardly contain the riotous feelings, or are they hormones, that rampage through my body. I want him so badly. Gripping his upper arms, I feel his biceps. His hand flexes over my backside and squeezes gently. He holds me against his hips, and I feel his erection, which he languidly pushes into me. I moan once more into his mouth. I can hardly contain the riotous feelings, or are they hormones, that rampage through my body. I want him so badly. Gripping his upper arms, I feel his biceps. He's surprisingly strong, muscular. Tentatively, I move my hands up to his face and into his hair. It's so soft, unruly. I tug gently, and he groans. He eases me toward the bed until I feel it behind my knees. I think he's going to push me down onto it, but he doesn't. Releasing me, he suddenly drops to his knees. He grabs my hips with both his hands and runs his tongue around my navel, then gently nips his way to my hip bone, then across my belly to my other hip bone. Ah, I groan, seeing him on his knees in front of me, feeling his mouth on me. It's single quotes so unexpected and hot. My hands stay in his hair, pulling gently as I try to quiet my too loud breathing. He gazes up at me through impossibly long lashes, his eyes a scorching smoky gray. His hands reach up and undo the button on my jeans, and he leisurely pulls down the zipper without taking his eyes off mine. His hands move beneath the waistband, skimming me and moving to my behind. His hands glide slowly down my backside to my thighs, removing my jeans as they go. I cannot look away. He stops and licks his lips, never breaking eye contact. He leans forward, running his nose up the apex between my thighs. I feel him there. You smell so good, he murmurs, and closes his eyes, a look of pure pleasure on his face, and I practically convulse. He reaches up and tugs the duvet off the bed, then pushes me gently so I fall onto the mattress. Still kneeling, he grasps my foot and undoes my Converse, pulling off my shoe and sock. I raise myself up on my elbows to see what he's doing. I'm panting, wanting. He lifts my foot by the heel and runs his thumbnail up my instep. It's almost painful, but I feel the movement echoed in my groin. I gasp, not taking his eyes off mine. Again he runs his tongue along my instep, and then his teeth. Shit, I groan. How can I feel this there? I fall back onto the bed, moaning. I hear his soft chuckle. Oh Anna, what I could do to you, he whispers. He removes my other shoe and sock, then stands and removes my jeans completely. Why? I'm lying on his bed dressed only in my bra and panties, and he's staring down at me. You're very beautiful, Anastasia Steele. I can't wait to be inside you. Holy shit. His words. He's so seductive. He takes my breath away. Show me how you pleasure yourself. What? I frown. Don't be coy, Anna. Show me, he whispers. I shake my head. I don't know what you mean. My voice is hoarse. I hardly recognize it. Laced with desire. How do you make yourself come? I want to see. Shake my head. I don't, I mumble. He raises his eyebrows, astonished for a moment, and his eyes darken, and he shakes his head in disbelief. Well, we'll have to see what we can do about that. His voice is soft, challenging, delicious sensual threat. He undoes the buttons of his jeans and slowly pulls his jeans down, his eyes on mine the whole time. He leans down over me, and grasping each of my ankles, quickly jerks my legs apart and crawls onto the bed between my legs. He hovers over me. I am squirming with need. Keep still, he murmurs, and then he leans down and kisses the inside of my thigh, trailing kisses up over the thin lacy material of my panties, kissing me. Oh, I can't keep still. How can I not move? I wriggle beneath him. We're going to have to work on keeping you still, baby. He trails kisses up my belly, and his tongue dips into my navel. Still he's heading north, kissing me across my torso. My skin is burning, I'm flushed too hot, too cold, and I'm clawing at the sheet beneath me. He lies down beside me and his hand trails up from my hip, to my waist, and up to my breast. He gazes down at me, his expression unreadable, and gently cups my breast. You fit my hand perfectly, Anastasia, he murmurs, and dips his index finger into the cup of my bra and gently yanks it down, freeing my breast, but the underwire and fabric of the cup force it upward. My skin is burning, I'm flushed too hot, too cold, and I'm clawing at the sheet beneath me. He lies down beside me and his hand trails up from my hip, to my waist, and up to my breast. He gazes down at me, his expression unreadable, and gently cups my breast. You fit my hand perfectly, Anastasia, he murmurs, and dips his index finger into the cup of my bra and gently yanks it down, freeing my breast, but the underwire and fabric of the cup force it upward. Oh, please, I beg, and I pull my head back, my mouth open as I groan, my legs stiffening. Holy hell, what's happening to me? Let go, baby, he murmurs. His teeth close round my nipple and his thumb and finger pull hard, and I fall apart in his hands, my body convulsing and shattering into 1,000 pieces. He kisses me deeply, his tongue in my mouth absorbing my cries. Oh my, that was extraordinary. Now, oh, what all the fuss is about. He gazes down at me, a satisfied smile on his face, while I'm sure there's nothing but gratitude and awe on mine. You are very responsive, he breathes. You're going to have to learn to control that, and it's going to be so much fun teaching you how. He kisses me again. My breathing is still ragged as I come down from my orgasm. His hand moves down my waist, to my hips, and then cups me intimately. Geez. His finger slips through the fine lace and slowly circles around me. There, briefly, he closes his eyes, and his breathing hitches. You're so deliciously wet. God, I want you. He thrusts his finger inside me, and I cry out as he does it again and again. He palms my clitoris, and I cry out once more. He pushes inside me harder and harder. Still, I groan. Suddenly, he sits up and tugs my panties off and throws them on the floor. Pulling off his boxer briefs, his erection springs free. Holy cow! He reaches over to his bedside table and grabs a foil packet, and then he moves between my legs, spreading them farther apart. He kneels up and pulls a condom onto his considerable length. Oh no, will it? How? Don't worry, he breathes, his eyes on mine. You expand too. He leans down, his hands on either side of my head. So he's hovering over me, staring down into my eyes, his jaw clenched, eyes burning. It's only now that I register he's still wearing his shirt. You really want to do this? He asks softly. Please, I beg. Pull your knees up, he orders softly, and I'm quick to obey. I'm going to fuck you now, Steel, he murmurs as he positions the head of his erection at the entrance of my sex. Hard, he whispers, and he slams into me. Arg. I cry as I feel a weird pinching sensation deep inside me as he rips through my virginity. He stills, gazing down at me, his eyes bright with ecstatic triumph. His mouth is open slightly, and his breathing is harsh. He groans. You're so tight. You okay? I nod, my eyes wide, my hands on his forearms. I feel so full. He stays still, getting me acclimatized to the intrusive, overwhelming feeling of him inside me. I'm going to move, baby. He breathes after a moment, his voice tight. Oh. He eases back with exquisite slowness, and he closes his eyes and groans and thrusts into me again. I cry out a second time, and he stills. More? He whispers, his voice raw. Yes, I breathe. He does it once more, and stills again. I groan, my body accepting him. Oh, I want this. Again, he breathes. Yes, it's a plea. And he moves, but this time, he doesn't stop. He shifts onto his elbows, so I can feel his weight on me, holding me down. He moves slowly at first, easing himself in and out of me, and as I grow accustomed to the alien feeling, my hips move tentatively to meet his. He speeds up. I moan, and he pounds on, picking up speed, merciless, a relentless rhythm, and I keep up, meeting his thrusts. He grasps my head between his hands and kisses me hard, his teeth pulling at my lower lip again. He shifts slightly, and I can feel something building deep inside me like before. I start to stiffen as he thrusts on and on. My body quivers, bows. A sheen of sweat gathers over me. Oh my, I didn't know it would feel like this. Didn't know it could feel as good as this. My thoughts are scattering. There's only sensation, only him, only me. Oh, please. I stiffen. Come for me, Anna, he whispers breathlessly, and I unravel at his words, exploding around him as I climax and splinter into a million pieces underneath him. And as he comes, he calls out my name, thrusting hard, then stilling as he empties himself into me. I am still panting, trying to slow my breathing, my thumping heart, and my thoughts are in riotous disarray. Why? Wow, that was astounding. I open my eyes, and he has his forehead pressed against mine, his eyes closed, his breathing ragged. Christian's eyes flicker open and gaze down at me, dark but soft. He's still inside me. Leaning down, he gently presses a kiss against my forehead, then slowly pulls out of me. Ooh. I wince at the unfamiliarity. Did I hurt you? Christian asks as he lies down beside me, propped on one elbow. He tucks a stray strand of my hair behind my ear. And I have to grin widely. You're asking me if you hurt me? The irony is not lost on me. He smiles sardonically. Seriously, are you okay? His eyes are intense, probing, demanding even. I stretch out beside him, feeling loose-limbed, my bones like jelly, but I'm relaxed, deeply relaxed. I grin at him. I can't stop grinning. Now I know what all the fuss is about. 2 orgasms, coming apart at the seams, like the spin cycle on a washing machine. Wow, I had no idea what my body was capable of, could be wound so tightly and released so violently, so gratifyingly. The pleasure was indescribable. You're biting your lip, and you haven't answered me. He's frowning. I grin up at him impishly. He looks glorious with his tousled hair, burning narrowed gray eyes, and serious, dark expression. I'd like to do that again, I whisper. For a moment, I think I see a fleeting look of relief on his face, before the shutters come down, and he gazes at me through hooded eyes. Would you now, Miss Steele? He murmurs dryly. He leans down and kisses me very gently at the corner of my mouth, demanding, little thing, aren't you? Turn on your front. I blink at him momentarily, and then I turn over. He unhooks my bra and runs his hand down my back to my behind. You really have the most beautiful skin, he murmurs. He shifts so that one of his legs pushes between mine, and he's half lying across my back. I can feel the buttons of his shirt pressing into me as he gathers my hair off my face and kisses my bare shoulder. Why are you wearing your shirt? I ask. He stills. After a beat, he shuffles out of his shirt, and he lies back down on me. I feel his warm skin against mine. It feels heavenly. He has a light dusting of hair across his chest, which tickles my back. So you want me to fuck you again? He whispers in my ear, and he begins to trail featherlight kisses around my ear and down my neck. His hand moves down, skimming my waist, over my hip, and down my thigh to the back of my knee. He pushes my knee up higher, and my breath hitches. What's he doing now? He shifts so he's between my legs, pressed against my back, and his hand travels up my thigh to my behind. He caresses my cheek slowly, and then trails his fingers down between my legs. I'm going to take you from behind, Anastasia, he murmurs, and with his other hand, he grasps my hair at the nape in a fist and pulls gently, holding me in place. I cannot move my head. I am pinioned beneath him, helpless. You are mine, he whispers. Only mine. Don't forget it. his voice is intoxicating, his words heady, seductive. I feel his growing erection against my thigh. His long fingers reach around to gently massage my clitoris, circling slowly. His breath is soft against my face as he slowly nips me along my jaw. You smell divine. He nuzzles behind my ear. His hand rubs against me, around and around. Reflexively, my hips start to circle, mirroring his hand as excruciating pleasure spikes through my blood like adrenaline. Keep still, he orders, his voice soft but urgent, and slowly he inserts his thumb inside me, rotating it around and around, stroking the front wall of my vagina. The effect is mind-blowing. All my energy concentrating on this one small space inside my body. I moan. You like this? He asks softly, his teeth grazing my outer ear, and he starts to flex his thumb slowly, in, out, his fingers still circling. I close my eyes, trying to keep my breathing under control, trying to absorb the disordered, chaotic sensations that his fingers are unleashing on me, fire coursing through my body. I moan again. You're so wet, so quickly, so responsive. Oh, Anastasia, I like that. I like that a lot, he whispers. I want to stiffen my legs, but I can't move. He's pinning me down, keeping up a constant, slow, tortuous rhythm. It's absolutely exquisite. I moan again, and he moves suddenly. Open your mouth, he commands, and thrusts his thumb in my mouth. My eyes fly open, blinking wildly. See how you taste, he breathes against my ear. Suck me, baby. His thumb presses on my tongue, and my mouth closes around him, sucking wildly. I taste the saltiness on his thumb and the faint metallic tang of blood. I want to fuck your mouth, Anastasia, and I will soon. His voice is hoarse, raw, his breathing more disjointed. Fuck my mouth, I moan, and I bite down on him. He gasps, and he pulls my hair tighter painfully, so I release him. Naughty sweet girl, he whispers, and then reaches over to the bedside table for a foil packet. Stay still, don't move, he orders as he releases my hair. He rips the foil while I'm breathing hard, my blood singing in my veins. The anticipation is exhilarating. He leans down, his weight on me, again, and he grabs my hair, holding my head immobile. I cannot move. I'm enticingly ensnared by him, and he's poised and ready to take me. Once more. We're going to go real slow this time, Anastasia, he breathes. And slowly, he eases into me. Slowly, slowly, until he's buried in me, stretching, feeling relentless. I groan loudly. It feels deeper this time. Delectable. I groan again, and he deliberately circles his hips and pulls back, pauses a beat, and then eases his way back in. He repeats this motion again and again. It's driving me insane. His teasing, deliberately, slow thrusts, and the intermittent feeling of fullness is overwhelming. You feel so good, he groans, and my insides start to quiver. He pulls back and waits. Oh no, babe, not yet, he murmurs, and as the quivering ceases, he starts the whole delicious process again. Oh, please, I beg. I'm not sure I can take much more. My body is wound so tight, craving release. I want you sore, baby, he murmurs, and he continues his sweet, leisurely torment, backward, forward. Every time you move tomorrow, I want you to be reminded that I've been here. Only me. You are mine. I groan. Please, Christian, I whisper. What do you want, Anastasia? Tell me. I groan again. He pulls out and moves slowly back into me, circling his hips once more. Tell me, he murmurs. You, please. He increases the rhythm infinitesimally, and his breathing becomes more erratic. My insides start quickening, and Christian picks up the rhythm. You are so sweet, he murmurs between each thrust. I want you so much, I moan. You are mine. Come for me, baby, he growls. His words are my undoing, tipping me over the precipice. He increases the rhythm infinitesimally, and his breathing becomes more erratic. My insides start quickening, and Christian picks up the rhythm. "You are so sweet," he murmurs between each thrust. "I want you so much," I moan. "You are mine. Come for me, baby," he growls. His words are my undoing, tipping me over the precipice. I pull my knees up to my chest, utterly spent, and immediately drift off or pass out into an exhausted sleep. When I wake, it's still dark. I have no idea how long I've slept. I stretch out beneath the duvet, and I feel sore, deliciously sore. Christian is nowhere to be seen. I sit up, staring out at the cityscape in front of me. There are fewer lights on among the skyscrapers, and there's a whisper of dawn in the east. I hear music. The lilting notes of the piano, sad, sweet lament. Bach, I think, but I'm not sure. I wrap the duvet around me and quietly pad down the corridor toward the big room. Christian is at the piano, completely lost in the melody. He's playing. His expression is sad and forlorn like the music. His playing is stunning. Leaning against the wall at the entrance, I listen, enraptured. He's such an accomplished musician. He sits naked, his body bathed in the warm light cast by a solitary freestanding lamp beside the piano. With the rest of the large room in darkness, it's like he's in his own isolated little pool of light, untouchable, lonely, in a bubble. I pad quietly toward him, enticed by the sublime, melancholy music. I'm mesmerized, watching his long, skilled fingers as they find and gently press the keys, thinking how those same fingers have expertly handled and caressed my body. I flush and gasp at the memory and press my thighs together. He glances up, his unfathomable gray eyes bright, his expression unreadable. "Sorry," whisper. "I didn't mean to disturb you." A frown flits across his face. "Surely, I should be saying that to you," he murmurs. He finishes playing and puts his hands on his legs. I notice now that he's wearing PJ pants. He runs his fingers through his hair and stands. His pants hang from his hips in that way. Oh my. My mouth goes dry as he casually strolls around the piano toward me. He has broad shoulders, narrow hips, and his abdominal muscles ripple as he walks. He really is stunning. "You should be in bed," he admonishes. That was a beautiful piece. Bach? Transcription by Bach, but it's originally an oboe concerto by Alessandro Marcello. It was exquisite, but very sad, such a melancholy melody. His lips quirk up in a half smile. "Bed," he orders. "You'll be exhausted in the morning." I woke, and you weren't there. I find it difficult to sleep, and I'm not used to sleeping with anyone, he murmurs. I can't fathom his mood. He seems a little despondent, but it's difficult to tell in the darkness. Perhaps it was the tone of the piece he was playing. He puts his arm around me and gently walks me back to the bedroom. "How long have you been playing?" "You play beautifully." "Since I was 6. Oh. Christian, as a 6-year-old boy. My mind conjures an image of a beautiful, copper-haired little boy with gray eyes, and my heart melts. A moppet-haired kid who likes impossibly sad music. "How are you feeling?" he asks when we are back in the room. He switches on a sidelight. "I'm good." We both glance down at the bed at the same time. There's blood on the sheets, evidence of my lost virginity. I flush, embarrassed, pulling the duvet tighter around me. "Well, that's going to give Mrs. Jones something to think about," Christian mutters as he stands in front of me. He puts his hand under my chin and tips my head back, staring down at me. His eyes are intense as he examines my face. I realize that I've not seen his naked chest before. Instinctively, I reach out to run my fingers through the smattering of dark hair on his chest to see how it feels. Immediately, he steps back out of my reach. "Get into bed," he says sharply. His voice softens. "I'll come and lie down with you." I drop my hand and frown. I don't think I've ever touched his torso. He opens a chest of drawers and pulls out a t-shirt and quickly slips it on. "Bed," he orders again. I climb back onto the bed, trying not to think about the blood. He clambers in beside me and pulls me into his embrace, wrapping his arms around me so that I'm facing away from him. He kisses my hair gently, and he inhales deeply. Sleep, sweet Anastasia, he murmurs, and I close my eyes, but I can't help feel a residual melancholy either from the music or his demeanor. Christian Grey has a sad side. Chapter 9. Light fills the room, coaxing me from deep sleep to wakefulness. I stretch out and open my eyes. It's a beautiful May morning, Seattle at my feet. Wow, what a view. Beside me, Christian Grey is fast asleep. Wow, what a view. I'm surprised he's still in bed. He's facing me, and I have an unprecedented opportunity to study him. His lovely face looks younger, relaxed in sleep. His sculptured, pouty lips are parted slightly, and his shiny, clean hair is a glorious mess. How could anyone look this good and still be legal? I remember his room upstairs. Perhaps he's not legal. I shake my head. So much to think about. It's tempting to reach out and touch him, but like a small child, he's so lovely when he's asleep. I don't have to worry about what I'm saying, what he's saying, what plans he has, especially his plans for me. I could gaze at him all day, but I have bathroom needs. Slipping out of bed, I find his white shirt on the floor and shrug it on. I walk through a door thinking that it might be the bathroom, but I'm in a vast walk-in closet as big as my bedroom. Lines and lines of expensive suits, shirts, shoes, and TIs. How can anyone need this many clothes? I tut with disapproval. Actually, Kate's wardrobe probably rivals this. Kate. Oh no, I didn't think about her all evening. I was supposed to text her. Crap, I'm going to be in trouble. I wonder briefly how she's getting on with Elliot. Returning to the bedroom, Christian is still asleep. I try the other door. It's the bathroom, and it's bigger than my bedroom. Why does one man need so much space? 2 sinks, I notice with irony. Given he doesn't sleep with anyone, one of them can't have been used. I stare at myself in the gigantic mirror above the sinks. Do I look different? I feel different. I feel a little sore, if I'm honest, and my muscles, geez. It's like I've never done any exercise in my life. You don single quotes T.do any exercise in your life. My subconscious has woken. She's staring at me with pursed lips, tapping her foot. So you've just slept with him, given him your virginity, a man who doesn't love you. In fact, he has very odd ideas about you, wants to make you some sort of kinky sex slave. Are you crazy? She's shouting at me. I wince as I look in the mirror. I am going to have to process all this. Honestly, fancy falling for a man who's beyond beautiful, richer than Croesus, and has a red room of pain waiting for me. I shudder. I'm bewildered and confused. My hair is its usual wayward self. Just fucked. Hair doesn't suit me. I try to bring order to the chaos with my fingers but fail miserably and give up. Maybe I'll find hair TIs in my purse. I'm starving. I head back out to the bedroom. Sleeping Beauty is still sleeping, so I leave him and head for the kitchen. Oh no, Kate. I left my purse in Christian's study. I fetch it and reach for my cell phone. 3 texts. Are you okay, Anna? Where Anna? Damn it, Anna. I call Kate. When she doesn't answer, I leave her a groveling message to tell her I'm alive and have not succumbed to Bluebeard. Well, not in the sense she would be worried about, or perhaps I have. Oh, this is so confusing. I have to try to categorize and analyze my feelings for Christian Grey. It's an impossible task. I shake my head in defeat. I need alone time, away from here to think. I find 2 welcome hair TIs at the same time in my bag and quickly tie my hair in pigtails. Yes, the more girly I look, perhaps the safer I'll be. From Bluebeard, I take my iPod out of the bag and plug my headphones in. There's nothing like music to cook by. I slip it into the breast pocket of Christian's shirt, turn it up loud, and start dancing. Holy hell, I'm hungry. I am daunted by his kitchen. And it's so sleek and modern, and none of the cupboards has handles. It takes me a few seconds to deduce that I have to push the cupboard doors to open them. Perhaps I should cook Christian breakfast. He was eating an omelette the other day. Yesterday at the Heathman. Geez, so much has happened since then. I check in the fridge, where there are plenty of eggs, and decide I want pancakes and bacon. I set about making some batter, dancing my way around the kitchen. Being busy is good. It allows a bit of time to think, but not too deeply. Music blaring in my ears also helps to stave off deep thought. I came here to spend the night in Christian Gray's bed, and managed it, even though he doesn't let anyone in his bed. I smile, mission accomplished, big time. I grin, big time, and I'm distracted by the memory of last night. His words, his body, his lovemaking. I close my eyes as my body hums at the recollection, and my muscles contract deliciously deep in my belly. My subconscious scowls at me. Fucking not lovemaking. She screams at me like a harpy. I ignore her, but deep down I know she has a point. I shake my head to concentrate on the task at hand. There is a state-of-the-art range. I think I have the hang of it. I need somewhere to keep the pancakes warm, and I start on the bacon. Amy Stunt is singing in my ear about misfits. This song used to mean so much to me. That's because I'm a misfit. I have never fitted in anywhere, and now I have an indecent proposal to consider from King Misfit himself. Why is he this way? Nature or nurture? It's so alien to anything I know. I put the bacon under the grill, and while it's cooking, I whisk some eggs. I turn, and Christian is sitting on one of the bar stools at the breakfast bar, leaning on it, his face supported by his steepled hands. He's still wearing the t-shirt he slept in. Just fucked hair really suits him, as does his designer stubble. He looks both amused and bewildered. I freeze, flush, then gather myself and pull the headphones out of my ears, my knees weak at the sight of him. Good morning, Nat Steele. You're very energetic this morning, he says dryly. I slept well, I stutter my explanation. His lips try to mask his smile. I can't imagine why. He pauses and frowns. So did I after I came back to bed. Are you hungry? Very, he says with an intense look. And I don't think he's referring to food. Pancakes, bacon, and eggs. Sounds great. I don't know where you keep your placemats. I shrug, trying desperately hard not to look flustered. I'll do that. You cook. Would you like me to put some music on so you can continue your dancing? I stared down at my fingers, knowing that I am turning puce. Please, don't stop on my account. It's very entertaining. His tone is one of wry amusement. I purse my lips. Entertaining, eh? My subconscious has doubled over in laughter at me. I turn and continue to whisk the eggs, probably beating them a little harder than necessary. In a moment, he's beside me. He gently pulls my pigtail. I love these, he whispers. They won't protect you. Bluebeard, how would you like your eggs? I asked tartly. He smiles. Thoroughly whisked and beaten, he smirks. I turn back to the task at hand, trying to hide my smile. He's hard to stay mad at, especially when he's being so uncharacteristically playful. He opens a drawer and takes out 2 slate black placemats for the breakfast bar. I pour the egg mix into a pan, pull out the bacon, turn it over, and put it back under the grill. When I turn back around, there is orange juice on the table, and he's making coffee. Would you like some tea? Yes, please, if you have some. I find a couple of plates and place them in the warming tray of the range. Christian reaches into a cupboard and pulls out some Twinings English breakfast tea. I purse my lips. Bit of a foregone conclusion, wasn't I? Are you? I'm not sure we've concluded anything yet, Miss Steele, he murmurs. What does he mean by that? Our negotiations? Our relationship? Whatever that is. He's still so cryptic. I serve up the breakfast onto the heated plates and lay them on the placemats. I hunt in the refrigerator and find some maple syrup. I glance up at Christian, and he's waiting for me to sit down. Miss Steele, he motions to one of the bar stools. Mr. Gray, I nod in acknowledgement. I climb up and wince slightly as I sit down. Just how sore are you? he asks as he sits down. I flush. Why does he ask such personal questions? Well, to be truthful, I have nothing to compare this to. I snap at him. Did you wish to offer your commiserations? I ask too sweetly. I think he's trying to stifle a smile, but I can't be sure. No, I wondered if we should continue your basic training. Oh. I stare at him dumbfounded as I stop breathing and everything inside me clenches tight. Ooh, that's so nice. I suppress my groan. Eat, Anastasia. My appetite has become uncertain. Again. More sex. Yes, please. This is delicious, incidentally. He grins at me. I try a forkful of omelet, but can barely taste it. Basic training. I want to fuck your mouth. Does that form part of basic training? Stop biting your lip. It's very distracting, and I happen to know you're not wearing anything under my shirt, which makes it even more distracting. I put my tea bag in the small pot that Christian has provided. My mind is in a whirl. What sort of basic training did you have in mind? I ask, my voice slightly too high, betraying my wish to sound as natural, disinterested, and calm as I can with my hormones wreaking havoc through my body. Well, as you're sore, I thought we could stick to oral skills. I choke on my tea, and I stare at him, eyes wide and mouth gaping. He pats me gently on the back and passes me some orange juice. I cannot tell what he's thinking. That's if you want to stay, he adds. I glance up at him, trying to recover my equilibrium. His expression is unreadable. It's so frustrating. I like to stay for today. If that's okay. I have to work tomorrow. What time do you have to be at work tomorrow? 9. I'll get you to work by 9 tomorrow. I frown. Does he want me to stay another night? I'll need to go home tonight. I need clean clothes. We can get you some here. I don't have spare cash to spend on clothes. His hand comes up, and he grasps my chin, tugging it so my lip is released from the grip of my teeth. I'm not even aware I've been biting my lip. What is it? He asks. I need to be home this evening. His mouth is a hard line. Okay, this evening, he acquiesces. Now eat your breakfast. My thoughts and my stomach are in turmoil. My appetite has vanished. I stare at my half-eaten breakfast. I'm just not hungry. Eat, Anastasia. You didn't eat last night. I'm really not hungry, I whisper. His eyes narrow. I would really like you to finish your breakfast. What is it with you and food? I blurt out. His brow knits. I told you, I have issues with wasted food. Eat, he snaps. His eyes are dark pain. Holy crap, what is that all about? I pick up my fork and eat slowly, trying to chew. I must remember not to put so much on my plate if he's going to be weird about food. His expression softens as I carefully make my way through my breakfast. I note that he cleans his plate. He waits for me to finish, and then he clears my plate. You cooked? I'll clear. That's very democratic. Yes, he frowns. Not my usual style. After I've done this, we'll take a bath. Oh, okay. Oh my. I'd much rather have a shower. My cell rings, interrupting my reverie. It's Kate. Hi. I wander over to the glass doors of the balcony, away from him. Anna? Why didn't you text last night? She's angry. I'm sorry. I was overtaken by events. You're okay? Yes, I'm fine. Did you? She's fishing for information. I roll my eyes at the expectation in her voice. Kate, I don't want to talk over the phone. Christian glances up at me. You did. I can tell. How can she tell? She's bluffing, and I can't talk about this. I've signed a damned agreement. Kate, please. What was it like? Are you okay? I've told you I'm okay. Was he gentle? Kate, please. I can't hide my exasperation. Anna, don't hold out on me. I've been waiting for this day for nearly 4 years. I'll see you this evening. I hang up. I'll see you this evening. I hang up. That is going to be one difficult square to circle. She's so tenacious, and she wants to know in detail, and I can't tell her because I've signed a what was it called? NDA. She'll freak, and rightly so. I need a plan. I head back to watch Christian move gracefully around his kitchen. The NDA. Does it cover everything? I ask tentatively. Why? He turns and gazes at me while putting the twinings away. I flush. Well, I have a few questions, about sex. I stare down at my fingers, and I'd like to ask Kate. You can ask me, Christian, with all due respect. My voice fades. I can't ask you. I'll get your biased, kinky as hell, distorted worldview regarding sex. I want an impartial opinion. It's just about mechanics. I won't mention the red room of pain. He raises his eyebrows. Red room of pain? It's mostly about pleasure, Anastasia. Believe me, he says. Besides, his tone is harsher. Your roommate is making the beast with two backs with my brother. I'd really rather you didn't. Does your family know about your, predilection? No, it's none of their business. He saunters toward me until he's standing in front of me. What do you want to know? He asks, and raising his hand runs his fingers gently down my cheek to my chin, tilting my head back so he can look directly into my eyes. I squirm inwardly. I cannot lie to this man. Nothing specific at the moment. I whisper, well, we can start with, how was last night for you? His eyes burn, filled with curiosity. He's anxious to know. Wow, good, I murmur. His lips lift slightly. Me too, he murmurs. I've never had vanilla sex before. There's a lot to be said for it. But then, maybe it's because it's with you. He runs his thumb across my lower lip. I inhale sharply. Vanilla sex. Come, let's have a bath. He leans down and kisses me. My heart leaps and desire pools way down low, way down there. The bath is a white stone, deep, egg-shaped affair, very designer. Christian leans over and fills it from the faucet on the tiled wall. He pours some expensive-looking bath oil into the water. It foams as the bath fills and smells of sweet, sultry jasmine. He stands and gazes at me, his eyes dark, then peels his t-shirt off and casts it on the floor. Miss Steele. He holds his hand out. I'm standing in the doorway, wide-eyed and wary, my arms wrapped around myself. I step forward while surreptitiously admiring his physique. I take his hand, and he bids me to step into the bath while I am still wearing his shirt. I do as I'm told. I'll have to get used to it if I'm going to take him up on his outrageous offer. If the water is enticingly hot. Turn around, face me, he orders, his voice soft. I do as I'm told. He's watching me intently. I know that lip is delicious. I can attest to that, but will you stop biting it? He says through clenched teeth. You're chewing it makes me want to fuck you, and you're sore, okay? I gasp, automatically unlocking my lip, shocked. Yeah, he challenges. Get the picture? He glares at me. I nod, frantically. I had no idea I could affect him so. Good. He reaches forward and takes my iPod out of the breast pocket, and he puts it by the sink. Water and iPods, not a clever combination, he mutters. He reaches down, grasps the hem of my white shirt, lifts it above my head, and discards it on the floor. He stands back to gaze at me. I'm naked, for heaven's sake. I flush, crimson, and stare down at my hands, level with the base of my belly, and I desperately want to disappear into the hot water and foam, but I know he won't want that. Hey, he summons me. I peek up at him, and his head is cocked to one side. Anastasia, you're a very beautiful woman, the whole package. Don't hang your head like you're ashamed. You have nothing to be ashamed of, and it's a real joy to stand here and gaze at you. He takes my chin in his hand and tilts my head up to reach his eyes. They are soft and warm, heated even. He's so close. I could just reach up and touch him. You can sit down now. He halts my scattered thoughts, and I scoot down into the warm, welcoming water. Ooh, it stings, and that takes me by surprise, but it smells heavenly too. The initial smarting pain soon ebbs away. I lie back and briefly close my eyes, relaxing in the soothing warmth. When I open them, he is gazing down at me. Why don't you join me? I ask. Bravely, I think, my voice husky. Think I will. Move forward, he orders, he strips out of his PJ pants and climbs in behind me. The water rises. As he sits and pulls me against his chest, he places his long legs over mine, his knees bent and his ankles level with mine, and he pulls his feet apart, opening my legs. I gasp in surprise. His nose is in my hair, and he inhales deeply. "You smell so good, Anastasia." A tremor runs through my whole body. I am naked in a bath with Christian Grey. He's naked. If someone had told me I'd be doing this when I woke up in his hotel suite yesterday, I would not have believed them. He reaches for a bottle of body wash from the built-in shelf beside the bath and squirts some into his hand. He rubs his hands together, creating a soft, foaming lather. And he closes his hands around my neck and starts to rub the soap into my neck and shoulders, massaging firmly with his long, strong fingers. I groan. His hands on me feel good. "You like that?" I can almost hear his smile. He moves down my arms, then beneath them to my underarms, washing gently. I'm so glad Kate insisted I shave. His hands glide across to my breasts, and I inhale sharply as his fingers encircle them and start kneading gently, taking no prisoners. My body bows instinctively, pushing my breasts into his hands. My nipples are tender, very tender, no doubt, from his less than delicate treatment of them last night. He doesn't linger long and glides his hands down to my stomach and belly. My breathing increases and my heart is racing. His growing erection presses against my behind. It's such a turn on knowing that it's my body making him feel this way. "Ha, not your mind," my subconscious sneers. I shake off the unwelcome thought. He stops and reaches for a washcloth as I pant against him, wanting, needing. My hands rest on his firm, muscular thighs, squirting more soap onto the washcloth. He leans down and washes between my legs. I hold my breath. His fingers skillfully stimulating me through the cloth. It's heavenly, and my hips start moving at their own rhythm, pushing against his hand. As the sensations take over, I tilt my head back, my eyes rolling to the back of my head, my mouth slack, and I groan. The pressure is building slowly, inexorably inside me. "Oh my, feel it, baby," Christian whispers in my ear, and very gently grazes my earlobe with his teeth. "Feel it for me." My legs are pinioned by his, to the side of the bath, holding me prisoner, giving him easy access to this most private part of myself. "Oh, please," I whisper. I try to stiffen my legs as my body goes rigid. I am in a sexual thrall to this man, and he doesn't let me move. "I think you're clean enough now," he murmurs, and he stops. "What? No, no, no." My breathing is ragged. "Why are you stopping?" I gasp. "Because I have other plans for you, Anastasia." "What?" "Oh my, but that's not fair." "Turn around. I need washing too," he murmurs. Oh, turning to face him, shocked to find he has his erection firmly in his grasp. My mouth drops open. "I want you to become well acquainted, on first name terms if you will, with my favorite and most cherished part of my body. I'm very attached to this. It's so big and growing." His erection is above the waterline, the water lapping at his hips. I glance up at him and come face to face with his wicked grin. He's enjoying my astounded expression. I realize that I'm staring. I swallow. That was inside me. It doesn't seem possible. He wants me to touch him. Okay, bring it on. I smile at him and reach for the body wash, squirting some soap onto my hand. I do as he's done, lathering the soap in my hands until they are foamy. I do not take my eyes off his. My lips are parted to accommodate my breathing. Very deliberately, gently bite my bottom lip and then run my tongue across it, tracing where my teeth have been. His eyes are serious and dark, and they widen as my tongue skims my lower lip. I reach forward and place one of my hands around him, mirroring how he's holding himself. His eyes close briefly. Wow, feels much firmer than I expected. I squeeze, and he places his hand over mine like this, he whispers, and he moves his hand up and down with a firm grip around my fingers, and my fingers tighten around him. He closes his eyes again, and his breath hitches in his throat. When he opens them again, his gaze is scorching molten gray. That's right, baby. He releases my hand, leaving me to continue alone, and closes his eyes. As I move up and down his length, he flexes his hips slightly into my hand and reflexively I grasp him tighter. A low groan escapes from deep within his throat. Fuck my mouth. I remember him pushing his thumb in my mouth and asking me to suck hard. His mouth drops open as his breathing increases. I lean forward while he has his eyes closed and place my lips around him and tentatively suck, running my tongue over the tip. Whoa, Anna. His eyes fly open, and I suck harder. He's hard and soft at once, like steel encased in velvet, and surprisingly tasty, salty, and smooth. Christ, he groans, and he closes his eyes again. Moving down, I push him into my mouth. He groans again. He groans again. My inner goddess is thrilled. I can do this. I can fuck him with my mouth. I twirl my tongue around the tip again, and he flexes and raises his hips. His eyes are open now, blistering with heat. His teeth are clenched as he flexes again, and I push him deeper into my mouth, supporting myself on his thighs. I feel his legs tense beneath my hands. He reaches up and grabs my pigtails and starts to really move. Oh, baby, that feels good, he murmurs. I suck harder, flicking my tongue across the head of his impressive erection. Wrapping my teeth behind my lips, I clamp my mouth around him. His breath hisses between his teeth, and he groans. Jesus, how far can you go? He whispers. I pull him deeper into my mouth so I can feel him at the back of my throat and then to the front again. My tongue swirls around the end. He's my very own Christian Grey-flavored popsicle. I suck harder and harder, pushing him deeper and deeper, swirling my tongue around and around. I had no idea giving pleasure could be such a turn-on, watching him writhe subtly with carnal longing. My inner goddess is doing the marrant with some salsa moves. Anastasia, I'm going to come in your mouth. His breathy tone is, warning, if you don't want me to, stop now. He thrusts his hips again. His eyes are wide, wary, and filled with salacious need for me. Need for my mouth. Oh my. His hands are really gripping my hair. I can do this. I push even harder and, in a moment of extraordinary confidence, I bare my teeth. It tips him over the edge. He cries out and stills, and I can feel warm, salty liquid oozing down my throat. I swallow quickly. Ugh. I'm not sure about this. But one look at him, and I don't care he's come apart in the bath because of me. I sit back and watch him, a triumphant, gloating smile tugging at the corners of my lips. His breathing is ragged. Opening his eyes, he glares at me. Don't you have a gag reflex? He asks, astonished. Christ, Anna, that was good, really good. Unexpected, though. He frowns. You know, you never cease to amaze me. I smile and consciously bite my lip. He eyes me speculatively. Have you done that before? No, and I can't help the small tinge of pride in my denial. Good, he says complacently and I think, relieved. Yet another first. Miss Steele. He looks appraisingly at me. Well, you get an A in oral skills. Come, let's go to bed. I owe you an orgasm. Orgasm. Another one. Quickly, he clambers out of the bath, giving me my first full glimpse of the Adonis, divinely formed, that is Christian Grey. My inner goddess has stopped dancing and is staring too, open-mouthed and drooling. Slightly, his erection tamed, but still substantial. Wow. He wraps a small towel around his waist, covering the essentials, and holds out a larger fluffy white towel for me. Climbing out of the bath, I take his proffered hand. He wraps me in the towel, pulls me into his arms, and kisses me hard, pushing his tongue into my mouth. I long to reach around and embrace him, touch him, but he has my arms trapped in the towel. I'm soon lost in his kiss. He cradles my head, his tongue exploring my mouth, and I get a sense he's expressing his gratitude, maybe for my first blowjob. Whoa, he pulls away, his hands on either side of my face, staring intently into my eyes. He looks lost. Say yes, he whispers fervently, a frown not understanding. To what? Yes, to our arrangement, to being mine. Please, Anna, he whispers, pleading, emphasizing the last word and my name. He kisses me again, sweetly, passionately, before he stands back and stares at me, blinking slightly. He takes my hand and leads me back to his bedroom, leaving me reeling, so I follow him meekly, stunned. He really wants this ... in his bedroom. He stares down at me as we stand by his bed. Trust me? He asks suddenly. Why? I nod, wide-eyed with the sudden realization that I do trust him. What's he going to do to me now? An electric thrill hums through me. Good girl, he breathes, his thumb brushing my bottom lip. He steps away into his closet and comes back with a silver gray silk woven tie. Hold your hands together in front of you, he orders as he peels the towel off me and throws it on the floor. I do as he asks, and he binds my wrists together with his tie, knotting it firmly. He tugs at the binding. It's secure. Some Boy Scout he must have been to learn this knot. What now? My pulse has gone through the roof, my heart beating a frantic rhythm. His eyes are bright with excitement. He tugs at the binding. It's secure. Some Boy Scout he must have been to learn this knot. What now? My pulse has gone through the roof, my heart beating a frantic rhythm. He runs his fingers down my pigtails. You look so young with these, he murmurs, and moves forward. He drops his towel, but I can't take my eyes off his face. His expression is ardent, full of desire. Oh, Anastasia, what shall I do to you? He whispers as he lowers me onto the bed, lying beside me and raising my hands above my head. Keep your hands up here. Don't move them, understand? His eyes burn into mine, and I'm breathless from their intensity. This is not a man I want to cross, ever. Answer me, he demands, his voice soft. I won't move my hands. I'm breathless. Good girl, he murmurs, and deliberately licks his lips slowly. I'm mesmerized by his tongue as it sweeps slowly over his upper lip. He's staring into my eyes, watching me, appraising. He leans down and plants a chaste, swift kiss on my lips. I'm going to kiss you all over, Miss Steele, he says softly, and he cups my chin, pushing it up, giving him access to my throat. His lips glide down my throat, kissing, sucking, and nipping, to the small dip at the base of my neck. My body leaps to attention everywhere. My recent bath experience has made my skin hypersensitive. My heated blood pools low in my belly, between my legs, right down there. I groan. I want to touch him. I move my hands and rather awkwardly, given I'm restrained, feel his hair. He stops kissing me and glares up at me, shaking his head from side to side, tutting as he does. He reaches for my hands and places them above my head again. Don't move your hands, or we just have to start all over again. He scolds me mildly. Oh, he's such a tease. I want to touch you. My voice is all breathy and out of control. I know, he murmurs. Keep your hands above your head, he orders, his voice forceful. He cups my chin again and starts to kiss my throat as before. Oh, he's so frustrating. His hands run down my body and over my breasts as he reaches the dip at the base of my neck with his lips. He swirls the tip of his nose around it, then begins a very leisurely cruise, with his mouth heading south, following the path of his hands, down my sternum to my breasts. Each one is kissed and nipped gently and my nipples tenderly sucked. Holy crap. My hips start swaying and moving of their own accord, grinding to the rhythm of his mouth on me, and I'm desperately trying to remember to keep my hands above my head. Keep still, he warns, his breath warm against my skin. Reaching my navel, he dips his tongue inside, and then gently grazes my belly with his teeth. My body bows off the bed. You're so sweet, Miss Steele. His nose glides along the line between my belly and my pubic hair, biting me gently, teasing me with his tongue. Sitting up suddenly, he kneels at my feet, grasping both my ankles and spreading my legs wide. Holy shit. He grabs my left foot, bends my knee, and brings my foot up to his mouth. Watching and assessing my every reaction, he tenderly kisses each of my toes, then bites each one of them softly on the pads. When he reaches my little toe, he bites harder, and I convulse. Whimpering, he glides his tongue up my instep, and I can no longer watch him. It's too erotic. I'm going to combust. I squeeze my eyes shut and try to absorb and manage all the sensations he's creating. He kisses my ankle and trails kisses up my calf to my knee, stopping just above. He then starts on my right foot, repeating the whole seductive, mind-blowing process. Oh, please, I moan as he bites my little toe, the action resonating deep in my belly. All good things, Miss Steele, he breathes. This time, he doesn't stop at my knee. He continues up the inside of my thigh, pushing my thighs apart as he does. And I know what he's going to do, and part of me wants to push him off because I'm mortified and embarrassed. He's going to kiss me there, I know it, and part of me is glorying in the anticipation. He turns to my other knee and kisses his way up my thigh, kissing, sucking, and then he's between my legs, running his nose up and down my sex. Very softly, very gently. I writhe. Oh my. He stops, waiting for me to calm. I do and raise my head to gaze at him, my mouth open as my pounding heart struggles to calm. Do you know how intoxicating you smell, Miss Steele? He murmurs, and keeping his eyes on mine, he pushes his nose into my pubic hair and inhales. I flush scarlet everywhere, feeling faint, and I instantly close my eyes. I can't watch him do that. He blows gently up the length of my sex. Oh, fuck. I like this. He gently tugs at my pubic hair. Perhaps we'll keep this. Oh, please, I beg. I like it when you beg me, Anastasia. I groan. Tit for tat is not my usual style, Miss Steele, he whispers as he gently blows up and down me. But you've pleased me today, and you should be rewarded. I hear the wicked grin in his voice, and while my body is singing from his words, his tongue starts to slowly circle my clitoris as his hands hold down my thighs. Arg. I moan as my body bows and convulses at the touch of his tongue. He swirls his tongue around and around, again and again, keeping up the torture. I'm losing all sense of self, every atom of my being, concentrating hard on that small, potent powerhouse at the apex of my thighs. My legs go rigid, and he slips his finger inside me, and I hear his growling groan. Oh, baby, I love that you're so wet for me. He moves his finger in a wide circle, stretching me, pulling at me, his tongue mirroring his actions, around and around. I groan. It is too much. My body begs for relief, and I can no longer deny it. I let go, losing all cogent thought as my orgasm seizes me, wringing my insides. Again and again. Holy fuck. I cry out, and the world dips and disappears from view as the force of my climax renders everything null and void. I am panting and vaguely hear the rip of foil. Very slowly he eases into me and starts to move. Oh my. The feeling is sore and sweet and bold and gentle all at once. How's this? He breathes. Fine. Good. I breathe. And he really starts to move, fast, hard, and large, thrusting into me over and over, implacable, pushing me until I am close to the edge again. I whimper, come for me, baby. His voice is harsh, hard, raw at my ear, and I explode around him as he pounds rapidly into me. Thank fuck, he whispers, and he thrusts hard once more and groans. As he reaches his climax, pressing himself into me. Then he stills, his body rigid, collapsing on top of me. I feel his full weight forcing me into the mattress. I pull my tight hands over his neck and hold him the best I can. I know in that moment I would do anything for this man. I am his. The wonder that he's introduced me to, it's beyond anything I could have imagined. And he wants to take it further, so much further, to a place I can't, in my innocence, even imagine. Oh, what to do? He leans up on his elbows and stares down at me, gray eyes intense. See how good we are together, he murmurs. If you give yourself to me, it will be so much better. Trust me, Anastasia, I can take you places you don't even know exist. His words echo my thoughts. He strokes his nose against mine. I'm still reeling from my extraordinary physical reaction to him, and I gaze up at him blankly, grasping for a coherent thought. Suddenly, we both become aware of voices in the hall outside his bedroom door. It takes a moment to process what I can hear, but if he's still in bed, then he must be ill. He's never in bed at this time. Christian never sleeps in. Mrs. Gray, please. Taylor, you cannot keep me from my son. Mrs. Gray, he's not alone. What do you mean he's not alone? He has someone with him. Oh, even I hear the disbelief in her voice. Christian blinks rapidly, staring down at me, wide-eyed with humored horror. Shit, it's my mother. Chapter 10. He pulls out of me suddenly. I wince. He sits up on the bed and throws the used condom in a wastebasket. Come on, we need to get dressed. That's if you want to meet my mother. He grins, leaps up off the bed, and pulls on his jeans, no underwear. I struggle to sit up as I'm still tethered. Christian can't move. His grin widens, and leaning down, he undoes the tie. The woven pattern has made an indentation around my wrists. It's sexy. He gazes at me. He's amused, his eyes dancing with mirth. He kisses my forehead quickly and beams at me. Another first, he acknowledges, but I have no idea what he's talking about. I have no clean clothes in here. I'm filled with sudden panic, and, considering what I've just experienced, I'm finding the panic overwhelming. His mother, holy crap, I have no clean clothes, and she's practically walked in on us in flagrante delicto. Perhaps I should stay here. Oh no, you don't, Christian threatens. You can wear something of mine. He's slipped on a white t-shirt and runs his hand through his just fucked hair. In spite of my anxiety, I lose my train of thought. His beauty is derailing. Anastasia, you could be wearing a sack and you'd look lovely. Please, don't worry. I'd like you to meet my mother. Get dressed. I'll just go and calm her down. His mouth presses into a hard line. I will expect you in that room in 5 minutes. Otherwise, I'll come and drag you out of here. Myself in whatever you're wearing. My t-shirts are in this drawer. My shirts are in the closet. Help yourself. He eyes me speculatively for a moment, then leaves the room. Holy shit. Christian's mother. This is so much more than I bargained for. Perhaps meeting her will help put a little part of the jigsaw in place. Might help me understand why Christian is the way he is. Suddenly, I want to meet her. I pick up my shirt off the floor, and I'm pleased to discover that it has survived the night well, with hardly any creases. I find my blue bra under the bed and dress quickly. But if there's one thing I hate, it's not wearing clean panties. I rifle through Christian's chest of drawers and come across his boxer briefs. After pulling on a pair of tight gray Calvin Kleins, I tug on my jeans and my Converse. Grabbing my jacket, I dash into the bathroom and stare at my two bright eyes, my flushed face and my hair. Holy crap, just fucked. Pigtails do not suit me either. I hunt in the vanity unit for a brush and find a comb. It will have to do. I quickly tie back my hair while I despair at my clothes. Maybe I should take Christian up on his offer of clothes. My subconscious purses her lips and mouths the word, ho. I ignore her, struggling into my jacket, pleased that the cuffs cover the telltale patterns from his tie. I take a last anxious glance at myself in the mirror. This will have to do. I make my way into the main living room. Here she is. Christian stands from where he's lounging on the couch. His expression is warm and appreciative. The sandy-haired woman beside him turns and beams at me. a full megawatt smile. She stands, too. She's impeccably attired in a camel-colored fine knit sweater dress, with matching shoes. She looks groomed, elegant, beautiful, and inside I die a little, knowing I look such a mess. Mother? This is Anastasia Steele. Anastasia. This is Grace Trevelyan. Dr. Trevelyan. Gray holds her hand out to me. T, for Trevelyan, his initial. What a pleasure to meet you, she murmurs. If I'm not mistaken, there is wonder and maybe stunned relief in her voice and a warm glow in her hazel eyes. I grasp her hand, and I can't help but smile, returning her warmth. Dr. Trevelyan. Gray murmur, call me Grace. She grins, and Christian frowns. I am usually Dr. Trevelyan, and Mrs. Gray is my mother-in-law. She winks. So how did you two meet? She looks questioningly at Christian, unable to hide her curiosity. Anastasia interviewed me for the student paper at DUSU because I'm conferring the degrees there this week. Oh crap, I'd forgotten that. So you are graduating this week? Grace asks. Yes. My cell phone starts ringing. Kate, I bet. Excuse me, it's in the kitchen. I wander over and lean across the breakfast bar, not checking the number. Kate. Dios mo. Anna. Holy crap, it's Joe's. He sounds desperate. Where are you? I've been trying to contact you. I need to see you, to apologize for my behavior on Friday. Why haven't you returned my calls? Look, Joe's. Now's not a good time. Glance anxiously over at Christian, who's watching me intently, his face impassive as he murmurs something to his mom. I turn my back to him. Where are you? Kate is being so evasive, he whines. I'm in Seattle. What are you doing in Seattle? Are you with him? Joe's. I'll call you later. I can't talk to you now. I hang up. I walk nonchalantly back to Christian and his mother. Grace is in full flow. And Elliot called to say you were around. I haven't seen you for 2 weeks, darling. Did he now? Christian murmurs, gazing at me, his expression unreadable. I thought we might have lunch together, but I can see you have other plans, and I don't want to interrupt your day. She gathers up her long cream coat and turns to him, offering him her cheek. He kisses her, briefly, sweetly. She doesn't touch him. I have to drive Anastasia back to Portland. Of course, darling. Anastasia, it's been such a pleasure. I do hope we meet again. She holds her hand out to me, her eyes glowing, and we shake. Taylor appears from where, Mrs. Gray? He asks. Thank you, Taylor. He escorts her from the room and through the double doors to the foyer. Taylor was here the whole time? How long has he been here? Where has he been? Christian glares at me. So the photographer called? Crap. Yes. What did he want? Just to apologize. You know, for Friday. Christian narrows his eyes. I see, he says simply. Taylor reappears. Mr. Gray, there's an issue with the Darfur shipment. Christian nods curtly at him. Charlie Tango back at Boeing Field? Yes, sir. Taylor nods at me. Miss Steele. I smile tentatively back at him, and he turns and leaves. Does he live here? Taylor? Yes. His tone is clipped. What is his problem? Christian heads over to the kitchen and picks up his BlackBerry. Scrolling through some emails, I assume. His mouth presses in a hard line, and he makes a call. Ross. What's the issue? He snaps. He listens, watching me, eyes speculative, as I stand in the middle of the huge room wondering what to do with myself, feeling extraordinarily self-conscious and out of place. I'm not having either crew put at risk. No. Cancel. We'll airdrop. Instead. Good. He hangs up. The warmth in his eyes has disappeared. He looks forbidding, and with one quick glance at me, he heads into his study and returns a moment later. This is the contract. Read it, and we'll discuss it next weekend. May I suggest you do some research, so you know what's involved? He pauses. That's if you agree, and I really hope you do. He adds, his tone softer. Anxious. Research? You'll be amazed what you can find on the internet. He murmurs. Internet? I don't have access to a computer. Only Kate's laptop, and I couldn't use the one at Clayton's. Not for this sort of research, surely. What is it? He asks, cocking his head to one side. I don't have a computer. I usually use the computers at school. I'll see if I can use Kate's laptop. He hands me a manila envelope. I'm sure I can. Lend you one. Get your things. We'll drive back to Portland and grab some lunch on the way. I need to dress. I'll just make a call, I murmur. I just want to hear Kate's voice. He frowns. The photographer? His jaw clenches and his eyes burn. I blink at him. I don't like to share, Miss Steele. Remember that. His quiet, chilling tone is a warning, and with one long, cold look at me, he heads back to the bedroom. Holy crap. I just wanted to call Kate. I want to call after him, but his sudden aloofness has left me paralyzed. What happened to the generous, relaxed, smiling man who was making love to me not half an hour ago? Ready? Christian asks as we stand by the double doors to the foyer. I nod uncertainly. He's resumed his distant, polite, uptight persona, his mask back up and on show. He's carrying a leather messenger bag. Why does he need that? Perhaps he's staying in Portland, and then I remember graduation. Oh yes, he'll be there on Thursday. He's wearing a black leather jacket. He certainly doesn't look like the multi-millionaire billionaire, whatever era, in these clothes. He looks like a boy from the wrong side of the tracks, maybe a badly behaved rock star or a catwalk model. I sigh inwardly, wishing I had a tenth of his poise. He's so calm and controlled. I frown, recalling his outburst about Joe's. Well, he seems to be. Taylor is hovering in the background. Tomorrow, then, he says to Taylor, who nods. Yes, sir. Which car are you taking, sir? He looks down at me briefly. The R8. Safe trip, Mr. Gray. Miss Steele. Taylor looks kindly at me, though. Perhaps there's a hint of pity hidden in the depths of his eyes. And no doubt, he thinks I've succumbed to Mr. Gray's dubious sexual habits. Not yet. Just his exceptional sexual habits. Or perhaps sex is like that for everyone. I frown at the thought. I have no comparison, and I can't ask Kate. That's something I'm going to have to address with Christian. It's perfectly natural that I should talk to someone, and I can't talk to him if he's open 1 minute and standoffish the next. Taylor holds the door open for us and ushers us through. Christian summons the elevator. What is it, Anastasia? He asks. How does he know I'm chewing something over in my mind? He reaches up and pulls my chin. Stop biting your lip, or I will fuck you in the elevator, and I don't care who gets in with us. I blush, but there's a hint of a smile around his lips. Finally, his mood seems to be shifting. Christian, I have a problem. Oh. I have his full attention. The elevator arrives. We walk in, and Christian presses the button marked G. Well, I flush. How to say this? I need to talk to Kate. I've so many questions about sex, and you're too involved. If you want me to do all these things, how do I know? I pause, struggling to find the right words. I just don't have any terms of reference. He rolls his eyes at me. Talk to her if you must. He sounds exasperated. Make sure she doesn't mention anything to Elliot. I bristle at his insinuation. Kate isn't like that. She wouldn't do that, and I wouldn't tell you anything she tells me about Elliot if she were to tell me anything. I add quickly. Well, the difference is that I don't want to know about his sex life, Christian murmurs dryly. Elliot's a nosy bastard. But only about what we've done so far, he warns. She'd probably have my balls if she knew what I wanted to do to you. He adds so softly I'm not sure I'm supposed to hear it. Okay, I agree readily, smiling up at him, relieved. His lip quirks up at me, and he shakes his head. The sooner I have your submission the better, and we can stop all this, he murmurs. Stop all what? You defying me. He reaches down and cups my chin and plants a swift, sweet kiss on my lips as the doors to the elevator open. He grabs my hand and leads me into the underground garage. Me defying him. How? Beside the elevator, I can see the black 4x for Audi, but it's the sleek, black sporty number that blips open and lights up when he points the key fob at it. It's one of those cars that should have a very leggy blonde, wearing nothing but a sash, sprawled across the hood. Nice car, I murmur dryly. He glances up and grins. I know, he says, and for a split second sweet, young, carefree. Christian is back. It warms my heart. He's so excited. Boys and their toys. I roll my eyes at him, but can't stifle my smile. He opens the door for me, and I climb in. Whoa, it's low. He moves around the car with easy grace, and folds his long frame elegantly in beside me. How does he do that? So what sort of car is this? It's an Audi R8 Spider. It's a lovely day. We can take the top down. There's a baseball cap in there. In fact, there should be two. He points to the glove box. And sunglasses if you want them. He starts the ignition, and the engine roars behind us. He places his bag in the space behind our seats, presses a button, and the roof slowly retracts. With the flick of a switch, Bruce Springsteen surrounds us. Gotta love Bruce. He grins at me and eases the car out of the parking space and up the steep ramp, where we pause for the gate to lift. Then we're out into the bright Seattle May morning. I reach into the glove box and retrieve the baseball caps. The Mariners. He likes baseball. I pass him a cap, and he puts it on. I pull my hair through the back of mine and pull the peak down low. People stare at us as we drive through the streets. For a moment, I think it's at him. And then a very paranoid part thinks everyone is looking at me because they know what I've been doing during the last 12 hours, but finally realize it's the car. Christian seems oblivious, lost in thought. The traffic is light, and we're soon on Interstate 5 heading south, the wind sweeping over our heads. Bruce is singing about being on fire and his desire. How apt. I flush as I listen to the words. Christian glances at me. He's got his Ray-Bans on so I can't see what he's feeling. His mouth twitches slightly, and he reaches across and places his hand on my knee, squeezing gently. My breath hitches. Hungry? He asks. Not for food. Not particularly. His mouth tightens into that hard line. You must eat, Anastasia, he chides. I know a great place near Olympia. We'll stop there. He squeezes my knee again, and then returns his hand to the steering wheel as he puts his foot down on the gas. I'm pressed into the back of my seat. Boy, this car can move. The restaurant is small and intimate, a wooden chalet in the middle of a forest. The decor is rustic. Random chairs and tables with gingham tablecloths, wild flowers in little vases. Cuisine sauvage, it boasts above the door. I've not been here for a while. We don't get a choice, they cook whatever they've caught or gathered. He raises his eyebrows in mock horror, and I have to laugh. The waitress takes our drinks order. She flushes when she sees Christian, avoiding eye contact with him, hiding under her long blonde bangs. She likes him. It's not just me. 2 glasses of the Pinot Grigio, Christian says with a voice of authority. I purse my lips, exasperated. What? He snaps. I wanted a Diet Coke. I whisper, his gray eyes narrow, and he shakes his head. The Pinot Grigio here is a decent wine. It will go well with the meal. Whatever we get, he says patiently. Whatever we get? Yes. He smiles, his dazzling head cocked to one side smile, and my stomach pole vaults over my spleen. I can't help but reflect his glorious smile back at him. My mother liked you, he says dryly. Really? His words make me flush with pleasure. Yes. She's always thought I was gay. My mouth drops open, and I remember that question from the interview. Oh no. Why did she think you were gay? I whisper. Because she's never seen me with a girl. Oh, not even one of the 15? He smiles. You remembered? No, none of the 15. Oh. You know, Anastasia, it's been a weekend of firsts for me too, he says quietly. It has? I've never slept with anyone. Never had sex in my bed. Never flown a girl in Charlie Tango. Never introduced a woman to my mother. What are you doing to me? His eyes burn. Their intensity takes my breath away. The waitress arrives with our glasses of wine, and I immediately take a quick sip. Is he opening up, Or just making a casual observation? I've really enjoyed this weekend, I murmur. He narrows his eyes at me again. Stop biting that lip, he growls. Me too, he adds. What's vanilla sex? I ask, if anything to distract myself from the intense, burning, sexy look he's giving me. He laughs. Just straightforward sex, Anastasia. No toys, no add-ons. He shrugs. You know. Well, actually you don't. But that's what it means. Oh, I thought it was chocolate fudge brownie sex that we had with a cherry on the top. But hey, what do I know? The waitress brings us soup. We both stare at it rather dubiously. Nettle soup, the waitress informs us before turning and flouncing back into the kitchen. I don't think she likes to be ignored by Christian. I take a tentative taste. It's delicious. Christian and I look up at each other. At the same time with relief. I giggle, and he cocks his head to one side. That's a lovely sound, he murmurs. Why have you never had vanilla sex before? Have you always done, what you've done? I ask, intrigued. He nods slowly, sort of. His voice is wary. He frowns for a moment and seems to be engaged in some kind of internal struggle. Then he glances up. Decision made. One of my mother's friends seduced me when I was 15. Oh, holy shit. That's young. She had very particular tastes. I was her submissive for 6 years. He shrugs. Oh, my brain has frozen, stunned into inactivity by this admission. So I do know what it involves, Anastasia. His eyes glow with insight. I stare at him, unable to articulate anything. Even my subconscious is silent. I didn't really have a run-of-the-mill introduction to sex. Curiosity kicks in big time. So you never dated anyone at college? No. He shakes his head to emphasize the point. The waitress takes our bowls, interrupting us for a moment. Why? I ask when she's gone. He smiles sardonically. Do you really want to know? Yes. I didn't want to. She was all I wanted, needed. And besides, she'd have beaten the shit out of me. He smiles fondly at the memory. Oh, this is way too much information, but I want more. So if she was a friend of your mother's, how old was she? He smirks. Old enough to know better. Do you still see her? Yes. Do you still? I flush. No. He shakes his head and smiles indulgently at me. She's a very good friend. Oh, does your mother know? He gives me a don't be stupid stare. Of course not. The waitress returns with venison, but my appetite has vanished. What? A revelation. Christian the submissive. Holy shit. I take a large slug of Pinot Grigio. He's right, of course. It's delicious. Geez, all these revelations. It's so much to think about. I need time to process this when I'm on my own, not when I'm distracted by his presence. He's so overwhelming, so alpha male. And now, he's thrown this bombshell into the equation. He knows what it's like, but it can't have been full time. I'm confused. Well, though I didn't see her all the time. It was difficult. After all, I was still at school and then at college. Eat up, Anastasia. I'm really not hungry, Christian. I am reeling from your disclosure. His expression hardens. Eat, he says quietly. I stare at him. This man sexually abused as an adolescent. His tone is so threatening. Give me a moment, I mutter quietly. He blinks a couple of times. Okay, he murmurs, and he continues with his meal. This is what it will be like if I sign him ordering me around. I frown. Do I want this? Reaching for my knife and fork, I tentatively cut into the venison. It's very tasty. Is this what our relationship will be like? I whisper. You ordering me around? I can't quite bring myself to look at him. Yes, he murmurs. I see. And what's more, you'll want me to, he adds, his voice low. Sincerely doubt that. I slice another piece of venison, holding it against my mouth. It's a big step, I murmur, and eat. It is. He closes his eyes briefly. When he opens them, they are wide and grave. Anastasia, you have to go with your gut. Do the research. Read the contract. I'm happy to discuss any aspect. I'll be in Portland, Until Friday if you want to talk about it before then. His words are coming at me in a rush. Call me, maybe we can have dinner, say, Wednesday? I really want to make this work. In fact, I've never wanted anything as much as I want this to work. His burning sincerity, his longing is reflected in his eyes. This is fundamentally what I don't grasp. Why me? Why not one of the 15? Oh no. Will that be me a number? 16 of many. What happened to the 15? I blurt out. He raises his eyebrows in surprise, then looks resigned, shaking his head. Various things, but it boils down to, he pauses, struggling to find the words I think. Incompatibility. He shrugs. And you think that I might be compatible with you? Yes. So you're not seeing any of them anymore? No, Anastasia, I'm not. I am monogamous in my relationships. Oh, this is news. I see. Do a research, Anastasia. I put my knife and fork down. I cannot eat anymore. That's it? That's all you're going to eat? I nod. He scowls at me but chooses not to say anything. I breathe a small sigh of relief. My stomach is churning with all this new information, and I'm feeling a little lightheaded from the wine. I watch as he devours everything on his plate. He eats like a horse. He must work out to stay in such great shape. The memory of the way his pajamas hung from his hips comes unbidden to my mind. The image is totally distracting. I squirm uncomfortably. He glances up at me, and I blush. I'd give anything to know what you're thinking right at this moment, he murmurs. I blush further. He smiles a wicked smile at me. I can guess. He teases softly. I'm glad you can't read my mind. Your mind, no, Anastasia, but your body that I've gotten to know quite well since yesterday. His voice is suggestive. How does he switch so quickly from one mood to the next? He's so mercurial. It's hard to keep up. He motions for the waitress and asks for the check. Once he's paid, he stands and holds out his hand. Come. Taking my hand in his, he leads me back to the car. This contact, flesh to flesh, it's what is so unexpected from him. Normal, intimate. I can't reconcile this ordinary, tender gesture with what he wants to do in that room. The Red Room of Pain. We are quiet on the drive from Olympia to Vancouver, both lost in our own thoughts. When he parks outside my apartment, it's 5 in the evening. The lights are on. Kate is at home, packing, no doubt, unless Elliot is still there. He switches off the engine, and I realize I'm going to have to leave him. Do you want to come in? I ask. I don't want him to go. I want to prolong our time together. No, I have work to do, he says simply, gazing at me, his expression unfathomable. I stare down at my hands as I knot my fingers together. Suddenly I feel emotional. He's leaving. Reaching over, he takes one of my hands and slowly pulls it to his mouth, tenderly kissing the back of my hand. Such an old-fashioned, sweet gesture. My heart leaps into my mouth. Thank you for this weekend, Anastasia. It's been the best. Wednesday? I'll pick you up from work. From wherever? He says softly. Wednesday, I whisper. He kisses my hand again and places it back in my lap. He climbs out of the car, comes around to my side, and opens the passenger side door. Why do I feel suddenly bereft? A lump forms in my throat. I must not let him see me like this. Fixing a smile on my face, I clamber out of the car and head up the path, knowing I have to face Kate. Dreading facing Kate, I turn and gaze at him midway. Chin up. Steal. I chide myself. Oh, by the way, I'm wearing your underwear. I give him a small smile and pull up the waistband of the boxer briefs I'm wearing so he can see. Christian's mouth drops open, shocked. What a great reaction. My mood shifts immediately, and I sashay into the house, part of me wanting to jump and punch the air. Yes, my inner goddess is thrilled. Kate is in the living room packing up her books into crates. You're back. Where's Christian? How are you? Her voice is fevered, anxious, and she bounds up to me, grabbing my shoulders, minutely analyzing my face before I've even said hello. Crap. I have to deal with Kate's persistence and tenacity, and I'm in possession of a signed legal document saying I can't talk. It's not a healthy mix. Well, how was it? I couldn't stop thinking about you after Elliot left. That is, she grins mischievously. I can't help but smile at her concern and her burning curiosity. But suddenly, I feel shy. I blush. It was very private, all of it. Seeing and knowing what Christian has to hide. But I have to give her some details, because she won't leave me alone until I do. It was good, Kate. Very good, I think. I say quietly, trying to hide my embarrassed tell-all smile. You think? I've got nothing to compare it to, do I? I shrug apologetically. Did he make you come? Holy crap, she's so blunt. I go scarlet. Yes. I mumble, exasperated. Kate pulls me to the couch and we sit. She clasps my hands. That is good. Kate looks at me in disbelief. It was your first time. Wow, Christian must really know what he's doing. Oh, Kate, if only you knew. My first time was horrid, she continues, making a sad comedy face. Oh, this has me interested, something she's never divulged before. Yes, Steve Patroni, high school, dickless jock. She shudders. He was rough. I wasn't ready. We were both drunk. You know, typical teenage post-prom disaster. Ugh, it took me months before I decided to have another go. And not with him, the gutless wonder. I was too young. You were right to wait. Wednesday, we're having dinner. So you still like him? Yes, but I don't know about the future. Why? He's complicated, Kate. You know he inhabits a very different world to mine. Great excuse. Believable, too. Much better than, he's got a red room of pain, and he wants to make me his sex slave. Oh, please, don't let this be about money, Anna. Elliot said it's very unusual for Christian to date anyone. Did he? My voice hitches up several octaves. Too obvious, Steele. My subconscious glares at me, wagging her long, skinny finger, then morphs into the scales of justice to remind me he could sue if I disclose too much. Ha, what's he going to do, take all my money? I must remember to Google penalties for breaching a non-disclosure agreement while I'm doing the rest of my research. It's like I've been given a school assignment. Maybe I'll be graded. I flush, remembering my A for this morning's bath experiment. Anna? What is it? I'm just remembering something Christian said. You look different, Kate says fondly. I feel different. Sore. Confess. Sore little. Flush. Me too. Men, she says in mock disgust. They're animals. We both laugh. You're sore? I exclaim. Yes. Overuse. I giggle. Tell me about Elliot the overuser, I ask when I've stopped giggling. Oh. I can feel myself relaxing for the first time since I was in line at the bar, before the phone call that started all this, when I was admiring Mr. Gray from afar. Happy, uncomplicated days. Kate blushes. Oh my. Catherine Agnes Kavanaugh goes all Anastasia Rose Steele on me. She gives me a dewy-eyed look. I've never seen her react this way to a man before. Where's Kate? What have you done with her? Oh, Anna, she gushes. He's just so, everything, and when oh, really good. She can hardly string a sentence together. She's got it so bad. I think you're trying to tell me that you like him. She nods, grinning like a lunatic, and I'm seeing him on Saturday. He's going to help us move. She clasps her hands together, leaps up off the couch, and pirouettes to the window. Moving. Crap, I'd forgotten all about that, even with the packing cases surrounding us. That's helpful of him, I say appreciatively. I can get to know him, too. Perhaps he can give me more insight into his strange, disturbing brother. So what did you do last night? I ask. She cocks her head at me and raises her eyebrows in a what do you think stupid look. Pretty much what you did, though we had dinner first. She grins at me. Are you okay, really? You look kind of overwhelmed. I feel overwhelmed. Christian is very intense. Yeah, I'd see how he could be. But he was good to you? Yes, I reassure her. I'm really hungry. Shall I cook? She nods and picks up 2 more books to pack. what do you want to do with the $14,000 books? She asks. I'm going to return them to him. Really? It's a completely over-the-top gift. I can't accept it, especially now. I grin at Kate, and she nods. I understand. A couple of letters came for you, and Joe's has been calling every hour on the hour. He sounded desperate. I'll call him, I mutter evasively. If I tell Kate about Joe's, she'll have him for breakfast. I collect the letters from the dining table and open them. Hey, I have interviews the week after next in Seattle for intern placements. For which publishing house? For both of them. I told you your GPA would open doors, Anna. Kate, of course, already has an internship set up at the Seattle Times. Her father knows someone who knows someone. How does Elliot feel about you going away? I ask. Kate wanders into the kitchen, and for the first time this evening, she's disconsolate. He's understanding. Part of me doesn't want to go, but it's tempting to lie in the sun for a couple of weeks. Besides, Mom is hanging in there, thinking this will be our last real family holiday before Ethan and I head off into the world of paid employment. I have never left the continental US. Kate is off to Barbados with her parents and her brother, Ethan, for 2 whole weeks. I'll be Kateless in our new apartment. That will be weird. Ethan has been traveling the world since he graduated last year. I wonder briefly if I'll see him before they go on vacation. He's such a lovely guy. The phone rings, jolting me from my reverie. That'll be Joe's. I sigh. I know I have to talk to him. I grab the phone. Hi, Anna, you're back. Joe's shouts his relief at me. Obviously, sarcasm drips from my voice, and I roll my eyes at the phone. He's silent for a moment. Can I see you? I'm sorry about Friday night. I was drunk. And you? Well, Anna, please forgive me. Of course, I forgive you, Joe's. Just don't do it again. You know I don't feel like that about you. He sighs heavily, sadly. I know, Anna. I just thought if I kissed you, it might change how you feel. Joe's. I love you dearly. You mean so much to me. You're like the brother I never had. That's not going to change. You know that. I hate to let him down, but it's the truth. So you're with him now? His tone is full of disdain. Joe's. I'm not with anybody, but you spent the night with him. That's none of your business. Is it the money? Joe's. How dare you? I shout, staggered by his audacity. Anna. He whines and apologizes simultaneously. I cannot deal with his petty jealousy now. I know he's hurt, but my plate is overflowing. Dealing with Christian Grey. Maybe we can have a coffee or something tomorrow. I'll call you. I am conciliatory. He is my friend, and I'm very fond of him, but right now, I don't need this. Tomorrow then. You'll call? The hope in his voice twists my heart. Yes. Good night, Joe's. I hang up, not waiting for his response. What was that all about? Catherine demands, her hands on her hips. I decide honesty is the policy. She's looking more intractable than ever. He made a pass at me on Friday. Joe's and Christian Grey. Anna, your pheromones must be working overtime. What was the stupid fool thinking? She shakes her head in disgust and returns to packing crates. 45 minutes later, we pause our packing for the house specialty, my lasagna. Kate opens a bottle of wine, and we sit among the boxes, eating, quaffing cheap red wine, and watching crap TV. This is normality. It's so grounding and welcome after the last 48 hours of madness. I eat my first unhurried, no nagging, peaceful meal in that time. What is it about him and food? Kate clears the dishes and I finish packing up the living room. We are left with the couch, the TV, and the dining table. I flick through the TV channels, but deep down I know I'm procrastinating. Burning a bright red hole in the side of my purse. Is that contract? Do I have the strength and the wherewithal to read it tonight? I put my head in my hands. Joe's and Christian, they both want something from me. Joe's is easy to deal with, but Christian takes a whole different league of handling, of understanding. Part of me wants to run and hide. What am I going to do? What am I going to do? His burning gray eyes and that intense smoldering stare come into my mind's eye, and my body tightens at the thought. I gasp. He's not even here, and I'm turned on. It just can't be about sex, can it? I recall his gentle banter this morning at breakfast, his joy at my delight with the helicopter ride, him playing the piano, the sweet, soulful, so sad music. He's such a complicated person, and now I have an insight as to why. A young man deprived of his adolescence, sexually abused by some evil Mrs. Robinson figure. No wonder he's old before his time. My heart fills with sadness at the thought of what he must have been through. I'm too naive to know exactly what, but the research should shed some light. But do I really want to know? Do I want to explore this world I know nothing about? It's such a big step. If I'd not met him, I'd still be sweetly and blissfully oblivious. My mind drifts to last night and this morning, and the incredible, sensual sexuality experienced. Do I want to say goodbye to that? No, screams my subconscious. My inner goddess nods in silent zen-like agreement with her. Kate wanders back into the living room, grinning from ear to ear. Perhaps she's in love. I gape at her. She's never behaved like this. Anna, I'm off to bed. I'm pretty tired. Default text, me too, Kate. She hugs me, glad you're back in one piece. There's something about Christian, she adds quietly, apologetically. I give her a small, reassuring smile, all the while thinking, how the hell does she know? This is what will make her a great journalist. Her unfaltering intuition. Collecting my purse, I wander listlessly into my bedroom. I am weary from all the carnal exertions of the last day, and from the complete and utter dilemma that I'm faced with. I sit on my bed and gingerly extract the manila envelope from my bag, turning it over and over in my hands. Do I really want to know the extent of Christian's depravity? It's so daunting. I take a deep breath, and with my heart in my throat, I rip open the envelope. Chapter 11. There are several papers inside the envelope. I fish them out, my heart still pounding, and I sit back on my bed and begin to read. Contract. Made this day of 2011, the commencement date double quotes closing parenthesis dot between dot Mr. Christian Gray of 301 Escala, Seattle, WA 98889. The dominant. Miss Anastasia Steele of 1114 SW Green Street, Apartment 7, Haven Heights, Vancouver, WA 98888. The submissive. The parties agree as follows. 1. The following are the terms of a binding contract between the dominant and the submissive. Fundamental terms. 2. The fundamental purpose of this contract is to allow the submissive to explore her sensuality and her limits safely, with due respect and regard for her needs, her limits, and her well-being. 3. The dominant and the submissive agree and acknowledge that all that occurs under the terms of this contract will be consensual. If during the term as defined below or any extended term of this contract either party should be diagnosed with or become aware of any such illness, he or she undertakes to inform the other immediately and in any event prior to any form of physical contact between the parties. 5. Adherence to the above warranties, agreements, and undertakings, and any additional limits and safety procedures agreed under Clause 3 above are fundamental to this contract. Any breach shall render it void with immediate effect, and each party agrees to be fully responsible to the other for the consequence of any breach. 6. Everything in this contract must be read and interpreted in the light of the fundamental purpose and the fundamental terms set out in Clauses 2-5 above. Roles. 7. The dominant shall take responsibility for the well-being and the proper training, guidance, and discipline of the submissive. He shall decide the nature of such training, guidance, and discipline and the time and place of its administration, subject to the agreed terms, limitations, and safety procedures set out in this contract or agreed additionally under Clause 3 above. 8. If at any time the dominant should fail to keep to the agreed terms, limitations, and safety procedures, set out in this contract or agreed additionally under Clause 3 above, the submissive is entitled to terminate this contract forthwith and to leave the service of the dominant without notice. 9. Subject to that proviso and to clauses 2-5 above, the submissive is to serve and obey the dominant in all things, subject to the agreed terms, limitations, and safety procedures set out in this contract or agreed additionally under Clause 3 above. She shall without query or hesitation offer the dominant such pleasure as he may require, and she shall accept without query or hesitation his training, guidance, and discipline in whatever form it may take, commencement and term. 10. The dominant and submissive enter into this contract on the commencement date fully aware of its nature and undertake to abide by its conditions without exception. 11. This contract shall be effective for a period of 3 calendar months from the commencement date, the term. On the expiry of the term, the parties shall discuss whether this contract and the arrangements they have made under this contract are satisfactory, and whether the needs of each party have been met. Either party may propose the extension of this contract subject to adjustments to its terms or to the arrangements they have made under it. In the absence of agreement to such extension, this contract shall terminate, and both parties shall be free to resume their lives separately. Availability. 12. The submissive will make herself available to the dominant from Friday evenings through to Sunday afternoons each week during the term at times to be specified by the dominant, the allotted times. Further allocated time can be mutually agreed on an ad hoc basis. 13. The dominant reserves the right to dismiss the submissive from his service at any time, and for any reason. The submissive may request her release at any time, such request to be granted at the discretion of the dominant subject only to the submissive's rights under clauses 2-5 and 8 above. Location. 14. The submissive will make herself available during the allotted times and agreed additional times at locations to be determined by the dominant. The dominant will ensure that all travel costs incurred by the submissive for that purpose are met by the dominant. Service provisions. 15. The following service provisions have been discussed and agreed and will be adhered to by both parties during the term. Both parties accept that certain matters may arise that are not covered by the terms of this contract or the service provisions, or that certain matters may be renegotiated. In such circumstances, further clauses may be proposed by way of amendment. Any further clauses or amendments must be agreed, documented, and signed by both parties and shall be subject to the fundamental terms set out under clauses 2-5 above. Dominant. 15.1. The dominant shall make the submissive's health and safety a priority at all times. The dominant shall not at any time require, request, allow, or demand the submissive to participate at the hands of the dominant in the activities detailed in Appendix 2 or in any act that either party deems to be unsafe. The dominant will not undertake or permit to be undertaken any action which could cause serious injury or any risk to the submissive's life. 15.3. The dominant shall provide the submissive with all necessary training and guidance in how to properly serve the dominant. 15. 4. The dominant shall maintain a stable and safe environment in which the submissive may perform her duties in service of the dominant. 15. 5. The dominant may discipline the submissive as necessary to ensure the submissive fully appreciates her role of subservience to the dominant and to discourage unacceptable conduct. The dominant may flog, spank, whip, or corporally punish the submissive as he sees fit, for purposes of discipline, for his own personal enjoyment, or for any other reason, which he is not obliged to provide. 15. 6. In training and in the administration of discipline, the dominant shall ensure that no permanent marks are made upon the submissive's body or any injuries incurred that may require medical attention. 15.7. In training and in the administration of discipline, the dominant shall ensure that the discipline and the instruments used for the purposes of discipline are safe, shall not be used in such a way as to cause serious harm, and shall not in any way exceed the limits defined and detailed in this contract. 15.8 In case of illness or injury, the dominant shall care for the submissive, seeing to her health and safety, encouraging and, when necessary, ordering medical attention when it is judged necessary by the dominant. 15.9 The dominant shall maintain his own good health and seek medical attention when necessary in order to maintain a risk-free environment. 15.1 The dominant shall not loan his submissive to another dominant. 15.11 The dominant may restrain, handcuff, or bind the submissive at any time during the allotted times or any agreed additional times for any reason and for extended periods of time, giving due regard to the health and safety of the submissive. 15.12 The dominant will ensure that all equipment used for the purposes of training and discipline shall be maintained in a clean, hygienic, and safe state at all times. Submissive. 15.13 The submissive accepts the dominant as her master, with the understanding that she is now the property of the dominant, to be dealt with as the dominant pleases during the term generally but specifically during the allotted times and any additional agreed allotted times. 15.14 The submissive shall obey the rules set out in Appendix 1 to this agreement. 15.15 The submissive shall serve the dominant in any way the dominant sees fit and shall endeavor to please the dominant at all times to the best of her ability. 15.16 The submissive shall take all measures necessary to maintain her good health and shall request or seek medical attention whenever it is needed, keeping the dominant informed at all times of any health issues that may arise. 15.17 The submissive will ensure that she procures oral contraception and ensure that she takes it as and when prescribed to prevent any pregnancy. 15.18 The submissive shall accept without question any and all disciplinary actions deemed necessary by the dominant and remember her status and role in regard to the dominant at all times. 15.19 The submissive shall not touch or pleasure herself sexually without permission from the dominant. 15.2 The submissive shall submit any sexual activity demanded by the dominant and shall do so without hesitation or argument. 15.21 The submissive shall accept whippings, floggings, spankings, canings, paddlings, or any other discipline the dominant should decide to administer without hesitation, inquiry, or complaint. Activities. 16 The submissive shall not participate in activities or any sexual acts that either party deems to be unsafe or any activities detailed in Appendix 2. 17 The dominant and the submissive have discussed the activities set out in Appendix 3 and recorded in writing on Appendix 3 their agreement in respect of them. Safe words. 18 The dominant and the submissive recognize that the dominant may make demands of the submissive that cannot be met without incurring physical, mental, emotional, spiritual, or other harm at the time the demands are made to the submissive. In such circumstances, related to this, the submissive may make use of a safe word, the safe word S. 2. Safe words will be invoked depending on the severity of the demands. 19 The safe word, yellow, will be used to bring to the attention of the dominant that the submissive is close to her limit of endurance. 20 The safe word, red, will be used to bring to the attention of the dominant that the submissive cannot tolerate any further demands. When this word is said, the dominant's action will cease completely with immediate effect. Conclusion. 21 We the undersigned have read and understood fully the provisions of this contract. We freely accept the terms of this contract and have acknowledged this by our signatures below. The dominant, Christian Gray. Date. The submissive, Anastasia Steele. Date. Appendix 1. Rules. Obedience. The submissive will obey any instructions given by the dominant immediately without hesitation or reservation and in an expeditious manner. The submissive will agree to any sexual activity deemed fit and pleasurable by the dominant, excepting those activities that are outlined in Hard Limits Appendix 2. She will do so eagerly and without hesitation. Sleep. The submissive will ensure she achieves a minimum of 8 hours sleep a night when she is not with the dominant. Food. The submissive will eat regularly to maintain her health and well-being from a prescribed list of foods. Appendix 4. The submissive will not snack between meals, with the exception of fruit. Clothes. During the term, the submissive will wear clothing only approved by the dominant. The dominant will provide a clothing budget for the submissive, which the submissive shall utilize. The dominant shall accompany the submissive to purchase clothing on an ad hoc basis. If the dominant so requires, the submissive shall, during the term, wear adornments. The dominant shall require, in the presence of the dominant and at any other time the dominant deems fit. Exercise. The dominant shall provide the submissive with a personal trainer for times a week in hour-long sessions at times to be mutually agreed between the personal trainer and the submissive. The personal trainer will report to the dominant on the submissive's progress. Personal hygiene. Beauty. The submissive will keep herself clean and shaved and/or waxed at all times. The submissive will visit a beauty salon of the dominant's choosing at times to be decided by the dominant and undergo whatever treatments the dominant sees fit. All costs will be met by the dominant. Personal safety. The submissive will not drink to excess, smoke, take recreational drugs, or put herself in any unnecessary danger. Personal qualities. The submissive will not enter into any sexual relations with anyone other than the dominant. The submissive will conduct herself in a respectful and modest manner at all times. She must recognize that her behavior is a direct reflection on the dominant. She shall be held accountable for any misdeeds, wrongdoings, and misbehavior committed when not in the presence of the dominant. Failure to comply with any of the above will result in immediate punishment, the nature of which shall be determined by the dominant. Appendix 2. Hard limits. No acts involving fire play. No acts involving urination or defecation and the products thereof. No acts involving needles, knives, cutting, piercing, or blood. No acts involving gynecological medical instruments. No acts involving children or animals. No acts that will leave any permanent marks on the skin. No acts involving breath control. No activity that involves the direct contact of electric current, whether alternating or direct, fire, or flames to the body. Appendix 3. Soft limits. To be discussed and agreed between both parties. Does the submissive consent to masturbation, cunnilingus, fellatio, swallowing semen, vaginal intercourse, vaginal fisting, anal intercourse, anal fisting? Does the submissive consent to the use of vibrators, butt plugs, dildos, other vaginal or anal toys? Does the submissive consent to bondage with rope, bondage with leather cuffs, bondage with handcuffs or shackles or manacles, bondage with tape, bondage with other? Does the submissive consent to be restrained with hands bound in front, ankles bound, elbows bound, hands bound behind back, knees bound, wrists bound to ankles, binding to fixed items, furniture, etc., binding with spreader bar, suspension? Does the submissive consent to be blindfolded? Does the submissive consent to be gagged? How much pain is the submissive willing to experience? Where 1 is likes intensely and 5 is dislikes intensely. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Does the submissive consent to accept the following forms of pain punishment: discipline, spanking, whipping, biting, genital clamps, hot wax, paddling, caning, nipple clamps, ice? Other types or methods of pain. Holy fuck, I can't bring myself to even consider the food list. I swallow hard, my mouth dry, and read it again. My head is buzzing. How can I possibly agree to all this? And apparently it's for my benefit to explore my sensuality, my limits safely. Oh, please. I scoff angrily. Serve and obey in all things. All things. I shake. My head in disbelief. Actually, don't the marriage vows use those words? Obey? This throws me. Do couples still say that? Only 3 months? Is that why there have been so many? He doesn't keep them for long? Or have they had enough after 3 months? Every weekend? That's too much. I'll never see Kate or whatever friends I may make it. My new job, provided I get one. Perhaps I should have one weekend a month to myself. Perhaps when I have my period. That sounds practical. He's my master. I'm to be dealt with as he pleases. Holy shit. I shudder at the thought of being flogged or whipped. Spanking probably wouldn't be so bad. Humiliating, though. And tied up? Well, he did tie my hands together. That was, well, it was hot. Really hot, so perhaps that won't be so bad. He won't loan me to another dominant. Damn right he won't. That would be totally unacceptable. Why am I even thinking about this? I can't look him in the eye. How weird is that? The only way I ever have any chance to see what he's thinking. Actually, who am I kidding? I never know what he's thinking, but I like looking into his eyes. He has beautiful eyes, captivating, intelligent, deep, and dark with dominant secrets. I recall his burning smoky gaze and press my thighs together, squirming. And I can't touch him. Well, no surprise there. And these silly rules. No, I can't do this. I put my head in my hands. This is no way to have a relationship. I need some sleep. I'm shattered. All the physical shenanigans I've been engaged in over the last 24 hours have been, frankly, exhausting. And mentally, oh man, this is so much to handle. As Joes would say, a real mindfuck. Perhaps in the morning, this might not read like a bad joke. I scramble up and change quickly. Perhaps I should borrow Kate's pink flannel pajamas. I want something cuddly and reassuring around me. I head to the bathroom in my t-shirt and sleep shorts and brush my teeth. I stare at myself in the bathroom mirror. You can't seriously be considering this. My subconscious sounds sane and rational, not her usual snarky self. My inner goddess is jumping up and down, clapping her hands like a 5-year-old. Please, let's do this. Otherwise, we'll end up alone with lots of cats and your classic novels to keep you company. The only man I've ever been attracted to, and he comes with a bloody contract, a flogger, and a whole world of issues. Well, at least I got my way this weekend. My inner goddess stops jumping and smiles serenely. Oh yes, she mouths, nodding at me smugly. I flush at the memory of his hands and his mouth on me, his body inside mine. Closing my eyes, I feel the familiar delicious pull of my muscles from deep down. I want to do that again and again. Maybe if I just sign up for the sex, would he go with that? I suspect not. Am I submissive? Maybe I come across that way. Maybe I misled him. In the interview, I'm shy, yes, but submissive. I let Kate bully me. Is that the same? And those soft limits, geez, my mind boggles, but I'm reassured that they are up for discussion. I wander back to my bedroom. This is too much to think about. I need a clear head, a fresh morning approach to the problem. I put the offending documents in my backpack. Tomorrow is another day. Clambering into bed, I switch off the light and lie staring up at the ceiling. Oh, I wish I'd never met him. My inner goddess shakes her head at me. She and I know it's a lie. I have never felt as alive as I do now. I close my eyes, and I drift into a heavy sleep with occasional dreams of 4 poster beds and shackles and intense gray eyes. Kate wakes me the next day. Anna, I've been calling you. You must have been out cold. My eyes reluctantly open. She's not just up, she's been for a run. I glance at my alarm. It's 8 in the morning. Holy Moses, I've slept for a solid 9 hours. What is it? I mumble sleepily. There's a man here with a delivery for you. You have to sign for it. What? Come on. It's big. It looks interesting. She hops from foot to foot, excitedly, and bounds back into the living room. I clamber out of bed and grab my robe hanging on the back of my door. A smart young man with A ponytail is standing in our living room clasping a large box. "Hi," I mumble. "I'll make you some tea." Kate scuttles off to the kitchen. "Miss Steele," and I immediately know who the parcel is from. "Yes," I answer cautiously. "I have a package for you here, but I have to set it up and show you how to use it." "Really? At this time? Only following orders, ma'am." He smiles in a charming but professional, he's not taking any crap way. "Did he just call me ma'am? Have I aged 10 years overnight? If I have, it's that contract." My mouth puckers in disgust. "Okay, what is it?" "It's a MacBook Pro." "Course it is." I roll my eyes. "These aren't available in the shops yet, ma'am. The very latest from Apple." "How come that does not surprise me?" I sigh heavily. "Just set it up on the dining table over there." I wander into the kitchen to join Kate. "What is it?" she says inquisitively, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. She's slept well, too. "It's a laptop from Christian." "Why's he sent you a laptop? You know you can use mine." She frowns. "Not for what he has in mind." "Oh, it's only on loan. He wanted me to try it out." My excuse sounds feeble, but Kate nods her assent. "Oh my, I have hoodwinked Catherine Kavanaugh." A first. She hands me my tea. The Mac laptop is sleek and silver and rather beautiful. It has a very large screen. Christian Grey likes scale. I think of his living area, in fact, his whole apartment. It's got the latest OS and a full suite of programs, plus a 1.5 terabyte hard drive, so you'll have plenty of room. 32 gigs of RAM. "What are you planning to use it for?" Email." "Email?" He chokes, raising his eyebrows with a slightly sick look on his face. "And maybe internet research." I shrug apologetically. He sighs. I haven't got a clue what he's saying, and in all honestly, I'm not interested. Just tell me how to switch it on and off. I'll figure out the rest. After all, I've been using Kate's for years. Kate whistles, impressed when she sees it. This is next generation tech. She raises her eyebrows at me. "Most women get flowers or maybe jewelry," she says suggestively, trying to suppress a smile. I scowl at her but can't keep a straight face. We both burst into a fit of giggles, and Computer Man gapes at us, bemused. He finishes up and asks me to sign the delivery note. As Kate shows him out, I sit with my cup of tea and open the email program, and waiting for me is an email from Christian. My heart leaps into my mouth. I have an email from Christian Grey. Nervously, I open it. From Christian Grey. Subject: your new computer. Date: May 22, 2011, 23:15. Anastasia Steele. Dear Miss Steele, I trust you slept well. I hope that you put this laptop to good use, as discussed. I look forward to dinner Wednesday. I slept very well, thank you. For some strange reason, sir, I understood that this computer was on loan, ergo not mine. Almost instantaneously there is a response from Christian Grey. Subject: your new computer on loan. Date: May 23, 2011, 8:22. To Anastasia Steele. The computer is on loan indefinitely. Miss Steele, I note from your tone that you have read the documentation I gave you. Do you have any questions so far? Christian Grey, CEO, Grey Enterprises Holdings, Inc. I can't help but grin. From Anastasia Steele. Subject: inquiring minds. Date: May 23, 2011, 08:25. Christian Grey. I have many questions, but not suitable for email, and some of us have to work for a living. I do not want or need a computer indefinitely. Until later, good day. Sir, Anna. His reply again is instant, and it makes me smile. From Christian Grey. Subject: your new computer again on loan. Date: May 23, 2011, 08:26. Anastasia Steele. Laters, baby peas. I work for a living too. Christian Grey, CEO, Grey Enterprises Holdings, Inc. I shut the computer down, grinning like an idiot. How can I resist? Playful Christian? I'm going to be late for work. Well, it is my last week. Mr. and Mrs. Clayton will probably cut me some slack. I race into the shower, unable to shake my face-splitting grin. He emailed me. I'm like a small, giddy child, and all the contract angst fades. As I wash my hair, I try to think of what I could possibly ask him via email. Surely it's better to talk these things through. Suppose someone hacked into his account? I flush at the thought. I dress quickly, shout a hasty goodbye to Kate, and I'm off to work my last week at Clayton's. Joe's phone's at 11. Hey, are we doing coffee? He sounds like the old Joe's. Joe's my friend, not a what did Christian call him? Suitor. Ugh. Sure, I'm at work. Can you make it here for, say, 12? See you then. He hangs up, and I go back to restocking the paintbrushes and thinking about Christian Grey and his contract. Joe's is punctual. He comes bounding into the shop like a gambling, dark-eyed puppy. Anna. He smiles his dazzling toothy, all-Hispanic American smile, and I can't be angry with him anymore. Hi Joe's. I hug him. I'm starving. I'll just let Mrs. Clayton know I'm going for lunch. As we stroll to the local coffee shop, I slip my arm through Joe's ease. I single quotes so grateful for his normality, someone I know and understand. Hey Anna, he murmurs. You've really forgiven me? Joe's. You know I can never stay mad at you for long. He grins. I can't wait to get home. The lure of emailing Christian, and maybe I can begin my research project. Kate is out somewhere, so I fire up the new laptop and open my email. Sure enough, there's a message from Christian sitting in the inbox. I'm practically bouncing out of my seat with glee. From Christian Grey. Subject: working for a living. Date: May 23, 2011, 17:24.to. Anastasia Steele. Dear Miss Steele, I do hope you had a good day at work. Christian Grey, CEO, Grey Enterprises Holdings, Inc. I hit reply. From Anastasia Steele. Subject: working for living. Date: May 23, 2011, 17:48.to. Christian Grey. Sir, I had a very good day at work, thank you. Anna. From Christian Grey. Subject: do the work. Date: May 23, 2011, 17:50.to. Anastasia Steele. Miss Steele, delighted you had a good day. While you were emailing, you are not researching. Christian Grey, CEO, Grey Enterprises Holdings, Inc. From Anastasia Steele. Subject: nuisance. Date: May 23, 2011, 17:53.to. Christian Grey. Mr. Grey, stop emailing me, and I can start my assignment. I'd like another Anna. I hug myself. From Christian Grey. Subject: impatient. Date: May 23, 2011, 17:55.to. Anastasia Steele. Miss Steele, stop emailing me and do your assignment. I'd like to award another A. The first one was so well deserved. Christian Grey, CEO, Grey Enterprises Holdings, Inc. Christian Grey just sent me a winking smiley. Oh my. I fire up Google. From Anastasia Steele. Subject: internet research. Date: May 23, 2011, 17:59.to. Christian Grey. Mr. Grey, what would you suggest I put into a search engine? Anna. From Christian Grey. Subject: internet research. Date: May 23, 2011, 18:0 to. Anastasia Steele. Miss Steele, always start with Wikipedia. And no more emails unless you have questions. Understood? Christian Grey, CEO, Grey Enterprises Holdings, Inc. From Anastasia Steele. Subject: bossy. Date: May 23, 2011, 18:04.to. Christian Grey. Yes, sir, you are so boss. Anna. From Christian Grey. Subject: in control. Date: May 23, 2011, 18:06.to. Anastasia Steele. Anastasia, you have no idea. Well, an inkling now. Do the work. Christian Grey, CEO, Grey Enterprises Holdings, Inc. I type submissive into Wikipedia. Half an hour later, I feel slight queasy and frankly shocked to my core. Do I really want this stuff in my head? Geez, is this what he gets up to? In the red room of pain, I sit staring at the screen, and part of me, a very moist and integral part of me, that I've only become acquainted with very recently, is seriously turned on. Oh my, some of this stuff is hot. But is it for me? Holy shit, could I do this? I need space. I need to think. Chapter 12. For the first time in my life, I voluntarily go for a run. I find my nasty, never used sneakers, some sweatpants, and a t-shirt. I put my hair in pigtails, blushing at the memories they bring back, and I plug in my iPod. I can't sit in front of that marvel of technology and look at or read any more disturbing material. I need to expend some of this excess, enervating energy. Quite frankly, I have a mind to run to the Heathman Hotel and just demand sex from the control freak. But that's 5 miles, and I don't think I'll be able to run 1 mile, let alone 5, and of course, he might turn me down, which would be beyond humiliating. Kate is walking from her car as I head out of the door. She nearly drops her shopping bags when she sees me on a steel in sneakers. I wave and don't stop for the Inquisition. I need some serious alone time. Snow Patrol blaring in my ears. I set off into the opal and aquamarine. Dusk. I pace through the park. What am I going to do? I want him, but on his terms? I just don't know. Perhaps I should negotiate what I want. Go through that ridiculous contract line by line and say what is acceptable and what isn't. My research has told me that legally it's unenforceable. He must know that. I figure that it just sets up the parameters of the relationship. It illustrates what I can expect from him and what he expects from me, my total submission. Am I even capable? I am plagued by one question: why is he like this? Is it because he was seduced at such a young age? I just don't know. He's still such a mystery. I stop beside a large spruce and put my hands on my knees, breathing hard, dragging precious air into my lungs. Oh, this feels good, cathartic. I feel my resolve hardening. Yes, I need to tell him what's okay and what isn't. I need to email him my thoughts, and then we can discuss these on Wednesday. I take a deep, cleansing breath, then jog back to the apartment. Kate has been shopping, as only she can, for clothes for her vacation to Barbados, mainly bikinis and matching sarongs. She will look fabulous in all of them, yet she still makes me sit and comment while she tries on each and every one. There are only so many ways one can say, "You look fabulous, Kate." She has a curvy, slim figure to die for. She doesn't do it on purpose, I know, but I haul my sorry, perspiration-clad ass into my room on the pretext of packing more boxes. Could I feel any more inadequate? Taking the awesome free technology with me, I set the laptop up on my desk. I email Christian, from Anastasia Steele. Subject: shocked of Suv. Date: May 23, 2011 20:33.to. Christian Grey. Okay, I've seen enough. It was nice knowing you, Anna. I press send, hugging myself, laughing at my little joke. Will he find it as funny? Oh, shit, probably not. Christian Grey is not famed for his sense of humor, but I know it exists. I've experienced it. Perhaps I've gone too far. I wait for his answer. I wait and wait. I glance at my alarm clock. 10 minutes have passed. To distract myself from the anxiety that blooms in my belly, I start doing what I told Kate I would be doing, packing up my room. I begin by cramming my books into a crate. By 9, I've heard nothing. Perhaps he's out. I pout petulantly as I plug my iPod earbuds in, listen to Snow Patrol, and sit down at my small desk to reread the contract and make my comments. I don't know why I glance up. Maybe I catch a slight movement from the corner of my eye. To distract myself from the anxiety that blooms in my belly, I start doing what I told Kate I would be doing, packing up my room. I begin by cramming my books into a crate. By 9, I've heard nothing. Perhaps he's out. I pout petulantly as I plug my iPod earbuds in, listen to Snow Patrol, and sit down at my small desk to reread the contract and make my comments. I don't know why I glance up. Maybe I catch a slight movement from the corner of my eye. I don't know, but when I do, he's standing in the doorway of my bedroom, watching me intently. He's wearing his gray flannel pants and a white linen shirt, gently twirling his car keys. I pull my earbuds out and freeze. Fuck. Good evening, Anastasia. His voice is cool, his expression completely guarded and unreadable. The capacity to speak deserts me. Damn Kate for letting him in here with no warning. Vaguely, I'm aware that I'm still in my sweats, unshowered, yucky, and he's just gloriously yummy, his pants doing that hanging from the hips thing. And what's more, he's here in my bedroom. I felt that your email warranted a reply in person, he explains dryly. I open my mouth and then close it again twice. The joke is on me. Never in this or any alternative universe did I expect him to drop everything and turn up here. May I sit? He asks, his eyes now dancing with humor, thank heavens. Maybe he'll see the funny side? I nod. The power of speech remains elusive. Christian Grey is sitting on my bed. I wondered what your bedroom would look like, he says. The joke is on me. Never in this or any alternative universe did I expect him to drop everything and turn up here. May I sit? He asks, his eyes now dancing with humor, thank heavens. Maybe he'll see the funny side? I nod. The power of speech remains elusive. Christian Grey is sitting on my bed. I wondered what your bedroom would look like, he says. I glance around it, plotting an escape route. No, there's still only the door or window. My room is functional but cozy, sparse white wicker furniture and a white iron double bed with a patchwork quilt, made by my mother when she was in her folksy Americana quilting phase. It's all pale blue and cream. It's very serene and peaceful in here, he murmurs. Not at the moment. Not with you here. Finally, my medulla oblongata recalls its purpose. I breathe. How? He smiles at me. I'm still at the Heathman, I know that. Would you like a drink? Politeness wins out over everything else. I'd like to say, no thank you, Anastasia. He smiles a dazzling, crooked smile, his head cocked slightly to one side. Well, I might need one, so it was nice knowing me. Holy cow, is he offended? I stare down at my fingers. How am I going to dig myself out of this? If I tell him it was a joke, I don't think he'll be impressed. I thought you'd reply by email. My voice is small, pathetic. Are you biting your lower lip deliberately? He asks darkly. I blink up at him, gasping, freeing my lip. I wasn't aware I was biting my lip. I murmur softly, heart is pounding. I can feel that pull, that delicious electricity between us charging, filling the space with static. He's sitting so close to me, his eyes dark smoky gray, his elbows resting on his knees, his legs apart. Leaning forward, he slowly undoes one of my pigtails, his fingers freeing my hair. My breathing is shallow, and I cannot move. I watch, hypnotized as his hand moves to my second pigtail, and pulling the hair tie. He loosens the braid with his long, skilled fingers. So you decided on some exercise. He breathes, his voice soft and melodious. His fingers gently tuck my hair behind my ear. Why, Anastasia? His fingers circle my ear, and very softly, rhythmically, he tugs my earlobe. It's so sexual. I needed time to think, I whisper. I'm all deer headlights, moth flame, bird, or snake. And he knows exactly what he's doing to me. Think about what, Anastasia? You. And you decided that it was nice knowing me? Do you mean, knowing me in the biblical sense? Oh, shit. I flush. I didn't think you were familiar with the Bible. I went to Sunday school, Anastasia. It taught me a great deal. I don't remember reading about nipple clamps in the Bible. Perhaps you were taught from a modern translation. His lips arch with the trace of a smile, and my eyes are drawn to his mouth. Well, I thought I should come and remind you how nice it was, knowing me. Holy crap. I stare at him open-mouthed, and his fingers move from my ear to my chin. What do you say to that, Miss Steele? His eyes blaze at me, his challenge intrinsic in his stare. His lips are parted. He's waiting, coiled to strike. Desire acute, liquid, and smoldering combusts deep in my belly. I take preemptive action and launch myself at him. Somehow he moves. I have no idea how, and in the blink of an eye I'm on the bed, pinned beneath him, my arms stretched out and held above my head, his free hand clutching my face, and his mouth finding mine. His tongue is in my mouth, claiming and possessing me, and I revel in the force he uses. I feel him against the length of my body. He wants me, and this does strange, delicious things to my insides. Not Kate in her little bikinis. Not one of the 15, not evil Mrs. Robinson. Me, this beautiful man wants me. My inner goddess glows so bright she could light up Portland. He stops kissing me, and opening my eyes, I find him gazing down at me. Trust me? He breathes. I nod, wide-eyed, my heart bouncing off my ribs, my blood thundering through my body. He reaches down, and from his pants pocket, he takes out his silver gray silk tie. That silver gray woven tie that leaves small impressions of its weave on my skin. He moves so quickly, sitting astride me as he fastens my wrists together, but this time, he ties the other end of the tie to one of the spokes of my white iron headboard. He pulls at my binding, checking it's secure. I'm not going anywhere. I'm tied, literally, to my bed, and I'm so aroused. He slides off me and stands beside the bed, staring down at me, his eyes dark with want. His look is triumphant mixed with relief. That's better, he murmurs, and smiles a wicked, knowing smile. He bends and starts undoing one of my sneakers. Oh no, no, my feet ... and oh, I've just been running. No, I protest, trying to kick him off. He stops. If you struggle, I'll tie your feet too. If you make a noise, Anastasia, I will gag you. Keep quiet. Catherine is probably outside listening right now. Gag me. Kate. I shut up. He removes my shoes and my socks efficiently and slowly peels off my sweatpants. Oh, what panties am I wearing? He lifts me and pulls the quilt and my duvet out from underneath me and places me back down, this time on the sheets. Now then. He licks his bottom lip slowly. You're biting that lip, Anastasia. You know the effect it has on me. He places his long index finger over my mouth, a warning. Oh my. I can barely contain myself, lying helpless, watching him move gracefully around my room. It's a heady aphrodisiac. Slowly, almost leisurely, he removes his shoes and socks, undoes his pants, and lifts his shirt off over his head. I think you've seen too much. He chuckles slyly. He sits astride me, again, pulls my t-shirt up, and I think he's going to take it off me, but he rolls it up to my neck and then pulls it up over my head so he can see my mouth and my nose, but it covers my eyes, and because it's folded over, I cannot see a thing through it. He breathes appreciatively. This just gets better and better. I'm going to get a drink. Leaning down, he kisses me, his lips tender against mine, and his weight shifts off the bed. I hear the quiet creak of the bedroom door. Get a drink. Where? Here? Portland? Seattle? I strain to hear him. I can make out low rumblings, and I know he's talking to Kato. No, he's practically naked. What's she going to say? I hear a faint popping sound. What's that? He returns, the door creaking once more, his feet padding across the bedroom floor, and ice tinkling against glass as it swirls in. Liquid. What kind of drink? He shuts the door and shuffles around, removing his pants. They drop to the floor, and I know he's naked. He sits astride me again. Are you thirsty, Anastasia? He asks, his voice teasing. Yes, I breathe, because my mouth is suddenly parched. I hear the ice clink against the glass, and he leans down and kisses me, pouring a delicious, crisp liquid into my mouth as he does. It's white wine. It's so unexpected, so hot, though it's chilled and Christian's lips are cool. More? He whispers. I nod. It tastes all the more divine because it's been in his mouth. He leans down, and I drink another mouthful from his lips. Oh my, let's not go too far. We know your capacity for alcohol is limited. Anastasia. I can't help it. I grin, and he leans down to deliver another delicious mouthful. He shifts so he's lying beside me, his erection at my hip. Oh, I want him inside me. Is this nice? He asks, but I hear the edge in his voice. I tense. He moves the glass again and leans down, kissing me and depositing a small shard of ice in my mouth with a little wine. He slowly and leisurely trails chilled kisses down the center of my body, from the base of my throat to between my breasts, down my torso to my belly. He pops a fragment of ice in my navel in a pool of cool, cold wine. It burns all the way down to the depths of my belly. Wow. Now you have to keep still, he whispers. If you move, Anastasia, you'll get wine all over the bed. My hips flex automatically. Oh no, if you spill the wine, I will punish you, Miss Steele. I groan and desperately fight the urge to tilt my hips, pulling on my restraint. Oh no, please. With one finger, he pulls down my bra cups and turn, my breasts, pushed up, exposed and vulnerable. Leaning down, he kisses and tugs at each of my nipples in turn with cool, cold lips. I fight my body as it tries to arch in response. How nice is this? He breathes, blowing on one of my nipples. I hear another clink of ice, and then I can feel it around my right nipple as he tugs the left one with his lips. I moan, struggling not to move. It's sweet, agonizing torture. If you spill the wine, I won't let you come. Oh, please, Christian, sir, please. He's driving me insane. I hear him smile. The ice in my navel is melting. I'm beyond warm and chilled, and wanting him inside me. Now, his cool fingers trail languidly across my belly. My skin is oversensitive, my hips flex automatically, and the now warmer liquid from my navel seeps over my belly. Christian moves quickly, lapping it up with his tongue, kissing, biting me softly, sucking. Dear Anastasia, you moved. What am I going to do to you? I'm panting loudly. All I can concentrate on is his voice and his touch. Nothing else is real. Nothing else matters. Nothing else registers on my radar. His fingers slip into my panties, and I'm rewarded with his unguarded sharp intake of air. Oh baby, he murmurs, and he pushes 2 fingers inside me. I gasp. Ready for me so soon, he says. He moves his fingers tantalizingly, slowly, in out, and I push against him, tilting my hips up. You are a greedy girl, he scolds softly, and his thumb circles my clitoris and then presses down, groan loudly as my body bucks beneath his expert fingers. He reaches up and pushes the t-shirt over my head so I can see him. I blink. In the soft light of my sidelight, I long to touch him. I want to touch you, I breathe. I know, he murmurs. He leans down and kisses me, his fingers still moving rhythmically inside me, his thumbs circling and pressing. His other hand scoops my hair off my head and holds my head in place. His tongue mirrors the actions of his fingers, claiming me. My legs begin to stiffen as I push against his hand. He gentles his hand, so I'm brought back from the brink. He does this again and again. It's so frustrating. Oh, please, Christian, I scream in my head. This is your punishment. So close and yet so far. Is this nice? He breathes in my ear. I whimper, exhausted, pulling against my restraint. I'm helpless, lost in an erotic torment. Please, I beg, and he finally takes pity on me. How shall I fuck you, Anastasia? Oh, my body starts to quiver. He stills again. Please. What do you want, Anastasia? You, now, cry. Shall I fuck you this way, or this way, or this way? There's an endless choice. He breathes against my lips. He withdraws his hand and reaches over to the bedside table for a foil packet. He kneels up between my legs, and very slowly, he pulls my panties off, staring down at me, his eyes gleaming. He puts on the condom. I watch fascinated, mesmerized. How nice is this? He says as he strokes himself. I meant it as a joke, I whimper. Please fuck me, Christian. He raises his eyebrows as his hand moves up and down his impressive length. A joke? His voice is menacingly soft. Yes. Please, Christian, I beseech him. Are you laughing now? No, I'm mule. I'm a ball of sexual tense need. He stares down at me for a moment, measuring my need. Then he grabs me suddenly and flips me over. It takes me by surprise, and because my hands are tied, I have to support myself on my elbows. He pushes both my knees up the bed so my behind is in the air, and he slaps me hard. Before I can react, he plunges inside me. I cry out from the slap and from his sudden assault, and I come instantly again and again, falling apart beneath him as he continues to slam deliciously into me. He doesn't stop. I'm spent. I can't take this. And he pounds on and on and on. Then I'm building. Again. Surely not. No. Come on. Anastasia again. He growls through clenched teeth. And, unbelievably, my body responds, convulsing around him as I climax, anew, calling out his name. I shatter again into tiny fragments, and Christian stills, finally letting go, silently finding his release. He collapses on top of me, breathing hard. How nice was that? He asks through his gritted teeth. Oh my. I lie panting and spent on the bed, eyes closed as he slowly pulls out of me. He rises immediately and dresses. When he's fully clothed, he climbs back on the bed and gently undoes my binding and pulls my t-shirt off. I flex my fingers and rub my wrists, smiling at the woven pattern imprinted on my wrists from the tie. I readjust my bra as he pulls the duvet and quilt over me. I stare up at him completely dazed, and he smirks down at me. That was really nice. I whisper, smiling coyly. There's that word again. You don't like that word? No, it doesn't do it for me at all. Oh, I don't know. It seems to have a very beneficial effect on you. I'm an official effect, now am I? Could you wound my ego any further, Miss Steele? I don't think there's anything wrong with your ego, but even as I say it, I don't feel the conviction of my words. Something elusive crosses my mind, a fleeting thought, but it's lost before I can grasp it. You think? His voice is soft. He's lying beside me, fully clothed, his head propped up on his elbow, and I am only wearing my bra. Why don't you like to be touched? I just don't. He reaches over and plants a soft kiss on my forehead. So, that email was your idea of a joke. I smile apologetically at him and shrug. I see. So you are still considering my proposition? Your indecent proposal? Yes, I am. I have issues though. He grins down at me as if relieved. I'd be disappointed if you didn't. I was going to email them to you, but you kind of interrupted me. Coitus interruptus. See? I knew you had a sense of humor somewhere in there. I smile. Only certain things are funny, Anastasia. I thought you were saying. No discussion at all. His voice drops. I don't know yet. I haven't made up my mind. Will you collar me? He raises his eyebrows. You have been doing your research. I don't. No, Anastasia. I've never collared anyone. Oh, should I be surprised by this? I know so little about the scene. I don't know. Were you collared? I whisper, yes. By Mrs. Robinson? Mrs. Robinson. He laughs loudly, freely, and he looks so young and carefree, his head thrown back, his laughter infectious. I grin back at him. I'll tell her you said that. She'll love it. You still talk to her regularly? I can't keep the shock out of my voice. Yes. He's serious now. Oh, and part of me is suddenly insanely jealous. I'm disturbed by the depth of my feeling. I see, my voice is tight. So you have someone you can discuss your alternative lifestyle with, but I'm not allowed. He frowns. I don't think I've ever thought about it like that. Mrs. Robinson was part of that lifestyle. I told you, she's a good friend now. If you'd like, I can introduce you to one of my former subs. You could talk to her. What? Is he deliberately trying to upset me? Is this your idea of a joke? No, Anastasia. He's bemused as he shakes his head. No, I'll do this on my own. Thank you very much. I snap at him, pulling the duvet up to my chin. He stares at me, at sea, surprised. Anastasia? He's lost for words. First, I think. I didn't mean to offend you. I'm not offended. I'm appalled. Appalled? I don't want to talk to one of your ex-girlfriends. Slave, sub, whatever you call them. Anastasia Steele, are you jealous? I flush, crimson. Are you staying? I have a breakfast meeting tomorrow at the Heathman. Besides, I told you, I don't sleep with girlfriends, slaves, subs, or anyone. Friday and Saturday were exceptions. It won't happen again. I can hear the resolve behind his soft, husky voice. I purse my lips at him. Well, I'm tired now. Are you kicking me out? He raises his eyebrows, amused and a little dismayed. Yes. Well, that's another first. He eyes me speculatively. So nothing you want to discuss now? About the contract? No, reply petulantly. God. I'd like to give you a good hiding. You'd feel a lot better, and so would I? You can't say things like that. I haven't signed anything yet. A man can dream, Anastasia. He leans over me and grasps my chin. Wednesday? He murmurs, and he kisses me lightly on my lips. Wednesday, I agree. I'll see you out. If you give me a minute. I sit up and grab my t-shirt, pushing him out of the way. Reluctantly, he gets up off the bed. Please pass me my sweatpants. He collects them from the floor and hands them to me. Yes, ma'am. He's trying unsuccessfully to hide his smile. I narrow my eyes at him as I slip the pants on. My hair is a mess, and I know I'll have to face the Catherine Kavanaugh Inquisition after he's gone. Grabbing a hair tie, I walk to my bedroom door, opening it to check for Kate. She is not in the living room. I think I can hear her on the phone in her room. Christian follows me out. During the short walk from bedroom to front door, my thoughts and feelings ebb and flow, transforming. I'm no longer angry with him. I feel suddenly unbearably shy. I don't want him to go. For the first time, I'm wishing he was normal, wanting a normal relationship that doesn't need a 10-page agreement. A flogger and carabiners in his playroom ceiling. I open the door for him and stare down at my hands. This is the first time I have ever had sex in my home. And as sex goes, I think it was pretty damn fine. But now feel like a receptacle, an empty vessel to be filled at his whim. My subconscious shakes her head. You wanted to run to the Heathman for sex. You had it express delivered. She crosses her arms and taps her foot with the "what are you complaining about" look on her face. Christian stops in the doorway and clasps my chin, forcing my eyes to meet his. His brow creases. You okay? He asks tenderly as his thumb lightly caresses my bottom lip. Yes, I reply. Though in all honesty, I'm just not sure. I feel a paradigm shift. I know that if I do this thing with him, I will get hurt. He's not capable, interested, or willing to offer me any more. And I want more, much more. The surge of jealousy I felt only moments ago tells me that I have deeper feelings for him than I have admitted to myself. Wednesday, he confirms, and he leans forward and kisses me softly. Something changes while he's kissing me. His lips grow more urgent. Against mine, his hand moves up from my chin, and he's holding the side of my head, his other hand on the other side. His breathing accelerates. He deepens the kiss, leaning into me. I put my hands on his arms. I want to run them through his hair, but I resist, knowing that he won't like it. He leans his forehead against mine, his eyes closed, his voice strained. Anastasia, he whispers. What are you doing to me? I could say the same to you. I whisper back, taking a deep breath. He kisses my forehead and leaves. He strolls purposefully down the path toward his car as he runs his hand through his hair, glancing up as he opens his car door. He smiles his breathtaking smile. My answering smile is weak, completely dazzled by him, and I'm reminded once more of Icarus soaring too close to the sun. I close the front door as he climbs into his sports car. I have an overwhelming urge to cry. A sad and lonely melancholy grips and tightens around my heart. Dashing back to my bedroom, I close the door and lean against it, trying to rationalize my feelings. I can't. Sliding to the floor, I put my head in my hands as my tears begin to flow. Kate knocks gently. Anna, she whispers. I open the door. She takes one look at me and throws her arms around me. What's wrong? What did that creepy good-looking bastard do? Oh, Kate. Nothing. I didn't want him to. She pulls me to my bed and we sit. You have dreadful sex hair. Double quotes. In spite of my poignant sadness, I laugh. It was good sex, not dreadful at all. Kate smiles. That's better. Why are you crying? You never cry. She retrieves my brush from the side table and, sitting behind me, very slowly starts brushing out the knots. I just don't think our relationship is going to go anywhere. I stare down at my fingers. I thought you said you were going to see him on Wednesday? I am. That was our original plan. So, why did he turn up here today? I sent him an email, asking him to drop by. No, saying I didn't want to see him anymore. And he turns up? Anna, that's genius. Actually, it was a joke. Oh, now I'm really confused. Patiently, I explained the essence of my email without giving anything away. So you thought he'd reply by email? Yes. But instead, he turns up here. Yes. I'd say he's completely smitten with you. I frown. Christian smitten with me? Hardly. He's just looking for a new toy, a convenient new toy that he can bed and do unspeakable things. 2. My heart tightens painfully. This is the reality. He came here to fuck me. That's all. Who said romance was dead? She whispers, horrified. I've shocked. Kate, I didn't think that was possible. I shrug apologetically. He uses sex as a weapon. Fuck you into submission? She shakes her head disapprovingly. I blink rapidly at her, and I feel the blush as it spreads across my face. Oh, spot on. Catherine Kavanaugh, Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist. Anna, I don't understand. You just let him make love to you? No, Kate. We don't make love, we fuck. Christian's terminology. He doesn't do the love thing. I knew there was something weird about him. He has commitment issues. I nod as if in agreement. Inwardly, I pine. Oh, Kate. I wish I could tell you everything about this strange, sad, kinky guy. And you could tell me to forget about him. Stop me from being a fool. I guess it's all a little overwhelming, I murmur. That's the understatement of the year. Because I don't want to talk about Christian anymore. Ask her about Elliot. Catherine's whole demeanor changes at the mere mention of his name. She lights up from within, beaming at me. He's coming over early Saturday to help load up. She hugs the hairbrush boy. Has she got it bad? And I feel a familiar faint stab of envy. Kate has found herself a normal man, and she looks so happy. I turn and hug her. Oh, I meant to say, your dad called while you were occupied. Apparently Bob has sustained some injury, So your mom and he can't make graduation. But your dad will be here Thursday. He wants you to call. Oh, my mom never called me. Is Bob okay? Yes. Call her in the morning. It's late now. Thanks, Kate. I'm okay now. I'll call Ray in the morning too. I think I'll just turn in. She smiles, but her eyes crinkle at the corners with concern. After she's gone, I sit and read the contract again, making more notes. As I go, when I've finished, I fire up the laptop, ready to respond. There's an email from Christian in my inbox. From Christian Gray. Subject: this evening. Date: May 23, 2011 23:16.to. Anastasia Steele. Miss Steele, I look forward to receiving your notes on the contract. Until then, sleep well, baby. Christian Gray, CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. From Anastasia Steele. Subject: issues. Date: May 24, 2011 00:0 to. Christian Gray. Dear Mr. Gray, here is my list of issues. I look forward to discussing them more fully at dinner on Wednesday. The numbers refer to clauses 2. Not sure why this is solely for my benefit. To explore my sensuality and limits. I'm sure I wouldn't need a 10-page contract to do that. Surely this is for your benefit. 4. As you are aware, you are my only sexual partner. I don't take drugs, and I've not had any blood transfusions. I'm probably safe. What about you? 8. I can terminate at any time if I don't think you're sticking to the agreed limits. Okay, I like this. 9. Obey you in all things, accept without hesitation your discipline. We need to talk about this. 11. 1-month trial period, not 3. 12. I cannot commit every weekend. I do have a life, or will have. Perhaps 3 out of 4. 15.2. Using my body as you see fit sexually, or otherwise. Please define, or otherwise. 15.5. This whole discipline clause. I'm not sure I want to be whipped, flogged, or corporally punished. I'm sure this would be in breach of clauses to -5. And also, for any other reason. That's just mean, and you told me you weren't a sadist. 15. 10. Like loaning me out to someone else would ever be an option. But I'm glad it's here in black and white. 15.14. The rules? More on those later. 19. Touching myself without your permission. What's the problem with this? You know I don't do it anyway. 15.1. Discipline. Please see clause 15.5 above. 15.22. I can't look into your eyes? Why? 15.4. Why can't I touch you? Rules. Sleep. I'll agree to 6 hours. Food. I am not eating food from a prescribed list. The food list goes, or I do deal breaker. Clothes. As long as I only have to wear your clothes when I'm with you. Okay. Exercise. We agreed on 3 hours. This still says 4. Soft limits. Can we go through all of these? No fisting of any kind. What is suspension? Genital clamps. You have got to be kidding me. Can you please let me know the arrangements for Wednesday? I am working until 5 p.m. that day. Good night, Anna. From Christian Gray. Subject: issues. Date: May 24, 2011 00:07. Anastasia Steele. Miss Steele, that's a long list. Why are you still up? Christian Gray, CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. From Anastasia Steele. Subject: burning the midnight oil. Date: May 24, 2011 00:10. Christian Gray. Sir, if you recall, I was going through this list when I was distracted and bedded by a passing control freak. Good night, Anna. From Christian Gray. Subject: stop burning the midnight oil. Date: May 24, 2011 00:12. Anastasia Steele. Go to bed, Anastasia. Christian Gray, CEO and control freak, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. Oh, shouty capitals. I switch off. How can he intimidate me when he's 6 miles away? I shake my head. My heart still heavy, climb into bed and fall instantly into a deep but troubled sleep. Chapter 13. The following day, I call my mom after I get home from work. It's been a relatively peaceful day at Clayton's, allowing me far too much time to think. I'm restless, nervous about my showdown with Mr. Control Freak tomorrow, and at the back of my mind, I'm worried that perhaps I've been too negative in my response to the contract. Perhaps he'll call the whole thing off. My mom is oozing contrition, desperately sorry not to make my graduation. Bob has twisted some ligament, which means he's hobbling all over the place. Honestly, he's as accident-prone as I am. He's expected to make a full recovery, but it means he's resting up, and my mother has to wait on him hand and foot. Anna, honey, I'm so sorry. My mom whines into the phone. Mom, it's fine. Ray will be there. Anna, you sound distracted. Are you okay, baby? Yes, Mom. Oh, only you knew. There's an obscenely rich guy I've met, and he wants some kind of strange kinky sexual relationship in which I don't get a say in things. Have you met someone? No, Mom. I am so not going there right now. Well, darling, I'll be thinking of you on Thursday. I love you. You know that, honey. I close my eyes. Her precious words give me a warm glow inside. Love you too, Mom. Say hi to Bob, and I hope he gets better fast. Will do, honey. Bye. Bye. I have strayed into my bedroom with the phone. Idly, I switch the mean machine on and fire up the email program. There's an email from Christian from late last night or very early this morning, depending on your point of view. My heart rate spikes instantly, and I hear the blood pumping in my ears. Holy crap. Perhaps he said no, that's it. Maybe he's canceling dinner. The thought is so painful. I dismiss it quickly and open the email from Christian Gray. Subject: Your issues. Date: May 24th, 2011 01:27.to. Anastasia Steele. Dear Miss Steele, following my more thorough examination of your issues, may I bring to your attention the definition of submissive. Submissive submissive adjective. 1. Inclined or ready to submit, unresistingly or humbly obedient, submissive servants. 2. Marked by or indicating submission, a submissive reply. Origin: 1580-90. Submiss plus I've. Synonyms: 1. Tractable, compliant, pliant, amenable. 2. Passive, resigned, patient, docile, tame, subdued. Antonyms: 1. Rebellious, disobedient. Please bear this in mind for our meeting on Wednesday. Christian Gray, CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. My initial feeling is one of relief. He's willing to discuss my issues at least, and he still wants to meet tomorrow. After some thought, I reply, from Anastasia Steele. Subject: My issues. What about your issues? Date: May 24th, 2011 18:29.to. Christian Gray. Sir, please note the date of origin: 1580-90. I would respectfully remind sir that the year is 2011. We have come a long way since then. May I offer a definition for you to consider for our meeting? Compromise compromise noun. 1. A settlement of differences by mutual concessions. An agreement reached by adjustment of conflicting or opposing claims, principles, etc., by reciprocal modification of demands. 2. The result of such a settlement. 3. Something intermediate between different things. The split level is a compromise between a ranch house and a multi-storied house. 4. An endangering of reputation, exposure to danger, suspicion, etc., a compromise of one's integrity. Anna. From Christian Gray. Subject: What about my issues? Date: May 24th, 2011 18:30.to. Anastasia Steele. Good point. Well made. As ever, Miss Steele, I will collect you from your apartment at 7:00 tomorrow. Christian Gray, CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. From Anastasia Steele. Subject: 2011 Women Can Drive. Date: May 24th, 2011 18:40.to. Christian Grey. Sir, I have a car. I can drive. I would prefer to meet you somewhere. Where shall I meet you? At your hotel at 7 Oana. From Christian Grey. Subject: stubborn young women. Date: May 24, 2011 18:43.to. Anastasia Steele. Dear Miss Steele, I refer to my email dated May 24, 2011, sent at 1:27, and the definition contained therein. Do you ever think you'll be able to do what you're told? Christian Grey, CEO, Grey Enterprises Holdings, Inc., from Anastasia Steele. Subject: intractable men. Date: May 24, 2011 18:49.to. Christian Grey. Mr. Grey, I would like to drive. Please, Anna. From Christian Grey. Subject: exasperated men. Date: May 24, 2011 18:50.to. Anastasia Steele. Fine. My hotel at 7:00. I'll meet you in the Marble Bar. Christian Grey, CEO, Grey Enterprises Holdings, Inc. He's even grumpy by email. Doesn't he understand that I may need to make a quick getaway? Not that my Beetle is quick, but still I need a means of escape. From Anastasia Steele. Subject: not so intractable men. Date: May 24, 2011 18:55.to. Christian Grey. Thank you, Anna X. From Christian Grey. Subject: exasperating women. Date: May 24, 2011 18:59.to. Anastasia Steele. You're welcome, Christian Grey, CEO, Grey Enterprises Holdings, Inc. I call Ray, who is just about to watch the Sounders play some soccer team from Salt Lake City, so our conversation is mercifully brief. He's driving down on Thursday for graduation. He wants to take me out afterward for a meal. My heart swells talking to Ray, and a huge lump forms in my throat. He has been my constant through all Mom's romantic ups and downs. We have a special bond that I treasure. Even though he's my stepdad, he's always treated me as his own, and I can't wait to see him. It's been too long. His quiet fortitude is what I need. Now, what I miss. Maybe I can channel my inner Ray for my meeting tomorrow. Kate and I concentrate on packing, sharing a bottle of cheap red wine. As we do, when I finally go to bed, having almost finished packing my room, I feel calmer. The physical activity of boxing everything up has been a welcome distraction, and I'm tired. I want a good night's rest. I snuggle into my bed and am soon asleep. Paul is back from Princeton before he sets off for New York to start an internship with the financing company. He follows me around the store all day asking me for a date. It's annoying. Paul, for the 100th time, I have a date this evening. No, you don't. You're just saying that to avoid me. You're always avoiding me. Yes, you'd think you'd take the hint. Paul, I never thought it was a good idea to date the boss's brother. You're finishing here on Friday. You're not working tomorrow. And I'll be in Seattle as of Saturday, and you'll be in New York soon. We couldn't get much farther apart if we tried. Besides, I do have a date this evening with Joe's. No? Who then? Paul. Oh, my sigh is exasperated. He's not going to let this go. Christian Grey. I cannot help the annoyance in my voice, but it does the trick. Paul's mouth falls open, and he gapes at me, struck dumb. Humph, even his name renders people speechless. You have a date with Christian Grey? He says finally, once he's over. The shock, disbelief is evident in his voice. Yes. I see. Paul looks positively crestfallen, stunned even, and a very small part of me resents that he should find this a surprise. My inner goddess does too. She makes a very vulgar and unattractive gesture at him with her fingers. After that, he ignores me, and at 5 I am out the door, pronto. Kate has lent me 2 dresses and 2 pairs of shoes for tonight and for graduation tomorrow. I wish I could feel more enthused about clothes and make an extra effort, but clothes are just not my thing. What is your thing, Anastasia? Christian's softly spoken question haunts me. Shaking my head and endeavoring to quell my nerves, I decide on the plum-colored sheath dress for this evening. It's demure and vaguely businesslike after all. I am negotiating a contract. I shower, shave my legs and underarms, wash my hair, and then spend a good half-hour drying it so that it falls in soft waves to my breasts and down my back. I slip a comb in to keep one side off my face and apply mascara and some lip gloss. I rarely wear makeup, it intimidates me. None of my literary heroines had to deal with makeup, maybe I'd know more about it if they had. I slip on the plum-colored stilettos that match the dress, and I'm ready by 6:30. Well, I ask Kate. She grins. Boy, you scrub up well, Anna. She nods with approval. You look hot. Hot. I'm aiming for demure and businesslike. That too. But most of all hot. The dress really suits you and your coloring. The way it clings. She smirks. Kate, I scold. Just keeping it real, Anna. The whole package looks good. Keep the dress. You'll have him eating out of your hand. My mouth presses in a hard line. Oh, you so have that the wrong way around. Wish me luck. You need luck for a date? Her brow furrows, puzzled. Yes, Kate. Well, then good luck. She hugs me, and I am out the front door. I have to drive in my bare feet. Wanda, my sea blue beetle, wasn't built to be driven by stiletto wearers. I pull up outside the Heathman at 6:58 precisely and hand my car keys to the valet for parking. He looks askance at my beetle, but I ignore him. Taking a deep breath and mentally girding my loins, I head into the hotel. Christian is leaning casually against the bar, drinking a glass of white wine. He's dressed in his customary white linen shirt, black jeans, black tie, and black jacket. His hair is as tousled as ever. I sigh. I stand for a few seconds in the entrance of the bar, gazing at him, admiring the view. He glances, nervously I think, toward the entrance and stills when he sees me, blinking a couple of times. He then smiles a slow, lazy, sexy smile that renders me speechless and all molten inside. Making a supreme effort not to bite my lip, I move forward, aware that I, Anastasia Steele of Clumsyville, am in high stilettos. He walks gracefully over to meet me. You look stunning, he murmurs as he leans down to briefly kiss my cheek. A dress, Miss Steele, I approve. Taking my arm, he leads me to a secluded booth and signals for the waiter. What would you like to drink? My lips quirk up in a quick, sly smile as I sit and slide into the booth. Well, at least he's asking me. I'll have what you're having, please. See, I can play nice and behave myself. Amused, he orders another glass of Sancerre and slides in opposite me. They have an excellent wine cellar here, he says. Putting his elbows on the table, he steeples his fingers in front of his mouth, his eyes alive with some unreadable emotion. And there it is, that familiar pull and charge from him. It connects somewhere deep inside me. I shift uncomfortably under his scrutiny, my heart palpitating. I must keep my cool. Are you nervous? He asks softly. Yes. He leans forward. Me too. He whispers conspiratorially. My eyes shoot up to meet his. Him? Nervous? Never. I blink, and he smiles his adorable lopsided smile at me. The waiter arrives with my wine, a small dish of mixed nuts, and another of olives. So, how are we going to do this? I ask. Run through my points one by one? Impatient as ever, Miss Steele. Well, I could ask you what you thought of the weather today. He smiles, and his long fingers reach down to collect an olive. He pops it in his mouth, and my eyes linger on his mouth. That mouth. That's been on me. All parts of me. I flush. I thought the weather was particularly unexceptional today. He smirks. Are you smirking at me, Mr. Gray? I am, Miss Steele. You know this contract is legally unenforceable. I am fully aware of that, Miss Steele. Were you going to tell me that at any point? He frowns. You'd think I'd coerce you into something you don't want to do, and then pretend that I have a legal hold over you. Well, yes. You don't think very highly of me, do you? You haven't answered my question, Anastasia. It doesn't matter if it's legal or not. It represents an arrangement that I would like to make with you, what I would like from you and what you can expect from me. If you don't like it, then don't sign. If you do sign and then decide you don't like it, there are enough get-out clauses so you can walk away. Even if it were legally binding, do you think I'd drag you through the courts if you did decide to run? I take a long sip of my wine. My subconscious taps me hard on the shoulder. You must keep your wits about you. Don't drink too much. Relationships like this are built on honesty and trust. He continues. If you don't trust me to know how I'm affecting you, how far I can go with you, how far I can take you. If you can't be honest with me, then we really can't do this. Oh my. We've cut to the chase quickly. How far he can take me. Holy shit. What does that mean? So it's quite simple, Anastasia. Do you trust me or not? His eyes are burning, fervent. Did you have similar discussions with, the 15? No. Why not? Because they were all established submissives. They knew what they wanted out of a relationship with me and generally what I expected. With them, it was just a question of fine-tuning the soft limits, details. Like that. Is there a store you go to? Submissives us? He laughs. Not exactly. Then how? Is that what you want to discuss? Or shall we get down to the nitty-gritty? Your issues, as you say. I swallow. Do I trust him? Is that what this all comes down to, trust? Surely, that should be a two-way thing. I remember his snit when I phoned Joe's. Are you hungry? He asks, distracting me from my thoughts. Oh no. Food. No. Have you eaten today? I stare at him. Honesty. Holy crap. He's not going to like my answer. No, my voice is small. He narrows his eyes. You have to eat, Anastasia. We can eat down here or in my suite. What would you prefer? I think we should stay in public, on neutral ground. He smiles sardonically. Do you think that would stop me? He says softly, a sensual warning. My eyes widen, and I swallow again. I hope so. Come, I have a private dining room booked. No public. He smiles at me enigmatically and climbs out of the booth, holding his hand out to me. Bring your wine, he murmurs, placing my hand in his. I slide out and stand up beside him. He releases me, and his hand reaches for my elbow. He leads me back, through the bar and up the grand stairs to a mezzanine floor. A young man in full Heathman livery approaches us. Mr. Gray, this way, sir. We follow him through a plush seating area to an intimate dining room. Just one secluded table. The room is small but sumptuous. Beneath a shimmering chandelier, the table is all starched linen, crystal glasses, silver cutlery, and white rose bouquet. An old-world, sophisticated charm pervades the wood-paneled room. The waiter pulls out my chair, and I sit. He places my napkin in my lap. Christian sits opposite me. I peek up at him. Don't bite your lip, he whispers. I frown. Damn it. I don't even know that I'm doing it. I've ordered already. I hope you don't mind. Frankly, I'm relieved. I'm not sure I can make any further decisions. No, that's fine, I acquiesce. It's good to know that you can be amenable. Now, where were we? The nitty-gritty. I take another large sip of wine. It really is delicious. Christian Grey does wine well. I remember the last sip of wine he gave me in my bed. I blush at the intrusive thought. Yes, your issues. He fishes into his inside jacket pocket and pulls out a piece of paper. My email. Clause 2. Agreed. This is for the benefit of us both. I shall redraft. I blink at him. Holy shit. We are going to go through each of these points one at a time. I just don't feel so brave face to face. He looks so earnest. I steel myself with another sip of my wine. Christian continues. My sexual health. Well, all of my previous partners have had blood tests, and I have regular tests every 6 months for all the health risks you mentioned. All my recent tests are clear. I have never taken drugs. In fact, I'm vehemently anti-drug. I have a strict no-tolerance policy with regards to drugs for all my employees, and I insist on random drug testing. Wow, control freakery gone mad. I blink at him, shocked. I have never had any blood transfusions. Does that answer your question? I nod, impassive. Your next point I mentioned earlier. You can walk away anytime. Anastasia, I won't stop you. If you go, however, that's it. Just so you know. Okay, answer softly. If I go, that's it. The thought is surprisingly painful. The waiter arrives with our first course. How can I possibly eat? Holy Moses, he's ordered oysters on a bed of ice. I hope you like oysters. Christian's voice is soft. I've never had one. Ever? Really? Well, he reaches for one. All you do is tip and swallow. I think you can manage that. He gazes at me, and I know what he's referring to. I blush scarlet. He grins at me, squirts some lemon juice onto his oyster, and then tips it into his mouth. Delicious. Tastes of the sea. He grins at me. Go on, he encourages. So, I don't chew it? No, Anastasia, you don't. His eyes are alight with humor. He looks so young like this. I bite my lip and his expression changes instantly. He looks sternly at me. I reach across and pick up my first ever oyster. Okay, here goes. Nothing. I squirt some lemon juice on it and tip it up. It slips down my throat, all seawater, salt, the sharp tang of citrus, and fleshiness. I lick my lips, and he's watching me intently, his eyes hooded. Well, I'll have a nug, I say dryly. Good girl, he says proudly. Did you choose these deliberately? Aren't they known for their aphrodisiac qualities? No, they are the first item on the menu. I don't need an aphrodisiac near you. I think you know that, and I think you react the same way. Near me, he says simply. So where were we? He glances at my e-mail.as. I reach for another oyster. He reacts the same way. I affect him. Wow. Obey me in all things. Yes, I want you to do that. I need you to do that. Think of it as roleplay, Anastasia. But I'm worried you'll hurt me. Hurt you how? Physically and emotionally. Do you really think I would do that? Go beyond any limit you can't take? You've said you've hurt someone before. Yes, I have. It was a long time ago. How did you hurt her? I suspended her from my playroom ceiling. In fact, that's one of your questions. Suspension, that's what the carabiners are for in the playroom. Rope play. One of the ropes was tied too tightly. I hold my hand up, begging him to stop. I don't need to know anymore. So you won't suspend me then? Not if you really don't want to. You can make that a hard limit. Okay. So obeying. Do you think you can manage that? He stares at me, his gaze intense. The seconds tick by. Good try. I whisper. Good. He smiles. Now term. 1 month instead of 3 is no time at all, especially if you want a weekend away from me each month. I don't think I'll be able to stay away from you for that length of time. I can barely manage it now. He pauses. He can't stay away from me? What? How about 1 day over 1 weekend per month you get to yourself? But I get a midweek night that week? Okay, and please, let's try it for 3 months. If it's not for you, then you can walk away anytime. 3 months? I'm feeling railroaded. I take another large sip of wine and treat myself to another oyster. I could learn to like these. The ownership thing. That's just terminology and goes back to the principle of obeying. It's to get you into the right frame of mind to understand where I'm coming from. And I want you to know that as soon as you cross my threshold as my submissive, I will do what I like to. You have to accept that, and willingly. That's why you have to trust me. I will fuck you anytime, any way I want, anywhere I want. I will discipline you because you will screw up. I will train you to please me. But I know you've not done this before. Initially, we'll take it slowly, and I will help you. We'll build up to various scenarios. I want you to trust me, but I know I have to earn your trust, and I will. Otherwise, again, it's to help you get into the mindset. It means anything goes. He's so passionate, mesmerizing. This is obviously his obsession. The way he is, I can't take my eyes off him. He really, really wants this. He stops talking and gazes at me. Still with me? He whispers, his voice rich, warm, and seductive. He takes a sip of his wine, his penetrating stare holding mine. The waiter comes to the door, and Christian subtly nods, permitting the waiter to clear our table. Would you like some more wine? I have to drive. Some water then? I nod. Still or sparkling? Sparkling, please. The waiter leaves. You're very quiet, Christian whispers. You're very verbose. He smiles. Discipline. There's a very fine line between pleasure and pain. Anastasia. They are two sides of the same coin, one not existing without the other. I can show you how pleasurable pain can be. You don't believe me now, but this is what I mean about trust. There will be pain, but nothing that you can't handle. Again, it comes down to trust. Do you trust me, Anna? Anna, yes. I do respond spontaneous, not thinking. Because it's true. I do trust him. Well, then. He looks relieved. The rest of this stuff is just details. Important details. Okay, let's talk through those. My head is swimming with all his words. I should have brought Kate's digital recorder so I can listen to this again later. There is so much information, so much to process. The waiter re-emerges with our entrees, black cod, asparagus, and crushed potatoes with the hollandaise sauce. I have never felt less like food. I hope you like fish, Christian says mildly. I make a stab at my food and take a long drink of my sparkling water. I vehemently wish it was wine. The rules. Let's talk about them. The food is a deal breaker? Yes. Can I modify to say that you will eat at least 3 meals a day? No, I'm so not backing down on this. No one is going to dictate to me what I eat. How I fuck, yes, but eat. No, no way. He purses his lips. I need to know that you're not hungry. I frown. Why? You'll have to trust me. He gazes at me for a moment, and he relaxes. Touch, Miss Steele, he says quietly. I concede the food and the sleep. Why can't I look at you? That's a dom or sub thing. You'll get used to it, will I? Why can't I touch you? Because you can't. His mouth sets in a mulish line. Is it because of Mrs. Robinson? He looks quizzically at me. Why would you think that? And immediately, he understands. You think she traumatized me? I nod. No, Anastasia. She's not the reason. Besides, Mrs. Robinson wouldn't take any of that shit from me. Oh, but I have to. I pout. So nothing to do with her, no? And I don't want you touching yourself, either. What? Ah yes, the no masturbation clause. Out of curiosity. Why? Because I want all your pleasure. His voice is husky but determined. Oh, I have no answer for that. On one level, it's up there with, I want to bite that lip. On another, it's so selfish. I frown and take a bite of cod, trying to assess mentally what concessions I've gained. The food, the sleep. He's going to take it slow, and we haven't discussed soft limits, but I'm not sure I can face that over food. I've given you a great deal to think about, haven't I? Yes. Do you want to go through the soft limits now too? Not over dinner, he smiles. Squeamish? Something like that. You've not eaten very much. I've had enough. 3 oysters, 4 bites of cod, and 1 asparagus stalk, no potatoes, no nuts, no olives, and you've not eaten all day. You said I could trust you. Geez, he's kept an inventory. Christian, please. It's not every day I sit through conversations like this. I need you fit and healthy, Anastasia, I know. And right now, I want to peel you out of that dress. I swallow. Peel me out of Kate's dress. I feel the pull deep in my belly, muscles that I'm now more acquainted with clench at his words. But I can't have this. His most potent weapon, used against me again. He's so good at sex, even I've figured this out. I don't think that's a good idea, I murmur quietly. We haven't had dessert. You want dessert? He snorts. Yes, you could be dessert, he murmurs suggestively. I'm not sure I'm sweet enough. Anastasia, you're deliciously sweet. I know. Christian, you use sex as a weapon. It really isn't fair, I whisper, staring down at my hands, and then looking directly at him. He raises his eyebrows, surprised, and I see he's considering my words. He strokes his chin thoughtfully. You're right, I do. In life you use what you know, Anastasia. Doesn't change how much I want you. Here, now, how can he seduce me solely with his voice? I'm panting already, my heated blood rushing through my veins, my nerves tingling. I'd like to try something, he breathes. I frown. He's just given me a shitload of ideas to process, and now this. If you were my sub, you wouldn't have to think about this. It would be easy. His voice is soft, seductive. All those decisions, all the wearying thought processes behind them. Is this the right thing to do? Should this happen here? Can it happen now? You wouldn't have to worry about any of that detail. That's what I'd do as your dom. And right now, I know you want me, Anastasia. My frown deepens. How can he tell? I can tell because, holy shit, he's answering my unspoken question. Is he psychic as well? Your body gives you away. You're pressing your thighs together. You're flushed, and your breathing has changed. Okay. This is too much. How do you know about my thighs? My voice is low, disbelieving. They're under the table. For heaven's sake. I felt the tablecloth move, and it's a calculated guess based on years of experience. I'm right, aren't I? I flush and stare down at my hands. That's what I'm hindered by in this game of seduction. He's the only one who knows and understands the rules. I'm just a knave and inexperienced. My only sphere of reference is Kate, and she doesn't take any shit from men. My other references are all fictional. Elizabeth Bennet would be outraged, Jane Eyre too frightened, and Tess would succumb, just as I have. I haven't finished my cod. You'd prefer cold cod to me? My head jerks up to glare at him, and his eyes burn molten silver with compelling need. I thought you liked me to clear my plate. Right now, Miss Steele, I couldn't give a fuck about your food. Christian, you just don't fight fair, I know. I never have. My inner goddess frowns at me. You can do this, she coaxes, play this sex god at his own game. Can I? Okay. What to do? My inexperience is an albatross around my neck. Picking up a spear of asparagus, I gaze at him and bite my lip, then very slowly put the tip of my cold asparagus in my mouth and suck it. Christian's eyes widen infinitesimally, but I notice. Anastasia? What are you doing? I bite off the tip, eating my asparagus. Christian shifts in his seat. I think you're toying with me, Miss Steele. I feign innocence. I'm just finishing my food, Mr. Gray. The waiter chooses this moment to knock and unbidden enter. He glances briefly at Christian, who frowns at him, but then nods. So the waiter clears our plates. The waiter's arrival has broken the spell, and I grasp this precious moment of clarity. I have to go. Our meeting will only end one way if I stay, and I need some boundaries after such an intense conversation. As much as my body craves his touch, my mind is rebelling. I need some distance to think about all he said. I still haven't made a decision, and his sexual allure and prowess doesn't make it any easier. Would you like some dessert? Christian asks, ever the gentleman, but his eyes still blaze. No thank you. I think I should go. I stare down at my hands. Go? He can't hide his surprise. The waiter leaves hastily. Yes, it's the right decision. If I stay here, in this room with him, he will fuck me. I stand, purposefully. We both have the graduation ceremony tomorrow. Christian stands automatically, revealing years of ingrained civility. I don't want you to go. Please? I have to. Why? Because you've given me so much to consider, and I need some distance. I could make you stay, he threatens. Yes, you could easily, but I don't want you to. He runs his hand through his hair, regarding me carefully. You know, when you fell into my office to interview me, you were all, yes, sir, no, sir. I thought you were a natural-born submissive. But, quite frankly, Anastasia, I'm not sure you have a submissive bone in your delectable body. He moves slowly toward me as he speaks, his voice tense. You may be right, I breathe. I want the chance to explore the possibility that you do, he murmurs, staring down at me. He reaches up and caresses my face, his thumb tracing my lower lip. I don't know any other way, Anastasia. This is who I am, I know. He leans down to kiss me, but pauses before his lips touch mine, his eyes searching mine, wanting, asking permission. I raise my lips to his, and he kisses me, and because I don't know if I'll ever kiss him again, I let go, my hands moving of their own accord and twisting into his hair, pulling him to me, mouth open and unstroking his. His hand grasps the nape of my neck as he deepens the kiss, responding to my ardor. His other hand slides down my back and flattens at the base of my spine as he pushes me against his body. I can't persuade you to stay, he breathes between kisses. No. Spend the night with me, and not touch you. No, he groans. You impossible girl. He pulls back, gazing down at me. Why do I think you're telling me goodbye? Because I'm leaving now. That's not what I mean, and you know it. Christian, I have to think about this. I don't know if I can have the kind of relationship you want. He closes his eyes and presses his forehead against mine, giving us both the opportunity to slow our breathing. After a moment, he kisses my forehead, inhales deeply, his nose in my hair, and then he releases me, stepping back. As you wish, Miss Steele, he says, his face impassive. I'll escort you to the lobby. He holds out his hand. Leaning down, I grab my purse and place my hand in his. Holy crap, this could be it. I follow him meekly, down the grand stairs and into the lawn, my scalp prickling, my blood pumping. This could be the last goodbye if I decide to say no. My heart contracts painfully in my chest. What a turnaround. What a difference a moment of clarity can make to a girl. Do you have your valet ticket? I fish into my clutch purse and hand him the ticket, which he gives to the doorman. I peek up at him as we stand waiting. Thank you for dinner, I murmur. It's a pleasure as always, Miss Steele, he says politely, though he looks deep in thought, completely distracted. As I peer up at him, I commit his beautiful profile to memory. The idea that I might not see him again haunts me, unwelcome and too painful to contemplate. He turns suddenly, staring down at me, his expression intense. You're moving this weekend to Seattle. If you make the right decision, can I see you on Sunday? He sounds hesitant. We'll see. Maybe, I breathe. Momentarily, he looks relieved, and then he frowns. It's cooler now. Don't you have a jacket? No. He shakes his head in irritation and takes off his jacket. Here, I don't want you catching cold. I blink up at him as he holds it open, and as I hold my arms out behind me, I'm reminded of the time in his office when he slipped my coat onto my shoulders the first time I met him and the effect he had on me then. Nothing's changed. In fact, it's more intense. His jacket is warm, far too big, and it smells of him. Delicious. My car pulls up outside. Christian's mouth drops open. That's what you drive. He's appalled. Taking my hand, he leads me outside. The valet jumps out and hands me my keys, and Christian coolly palms him some money. Is this roadworthy? He's glaring at me now. Yes. Will it make it to Seattle? Yes. She will. Safely? Yes. I snap, exasperated. Okay, she's old, but she's mine, and she's roadworthy. My stepdad bought it for me. Oh, Anastasia, I think we can do better than this. What do you mean? Realization dawns. You are not buying me a car. He glowers at me, his jaw tense. We'll see, he says tightly. He grimaces as he opens the driver's side door and helps me in. I take my shoes off and roll down the window. He's gazing at me, his expression unfathomable, eyes dark. Drive safely, he says quietly. Goodbye, Christian. My voice is hoarse from unbidden and shed tears. Geez, I'm not going to cry. I give him a small smile. As I drive away, my chest constricts, my tears start to fall, and I choke back a sob. Soon tears are streaming down my face, and I really don't understand why I'm crying. I was holding my own. He explained everything. He was clear. He wants me, but the truth is I need more. I need him to want me like I want and need him, and deep down I know that's not possible. I am just overwhelmed. I don't even know how to categorize him. If I do this thing, will he be my boyfriend? Will I be able to introduce him to my friends? Go out to bars, the cinema, bowling even, with him? The truth is, I don't think I will. He won't let me touch him, and he won't let me sleep with him. No, not had these things in my past, but I want them in my future, and that's not the future he envisages. What if I do say yes, and in 3 months' time, he says no? He's had enough of trying to mold me into something I'm not? How will I feel? I'll have emotionally invested 3 months, doing things that I'm not sure I want to do, and if he then says no, agreement over, how could I cope with that level of rejection? Perhaps it's best to back away now with what self-esteem I have reasonably intact. But the thought of not seeing him again is agonizing. How has he gotten under my skin so quickly? It can't just be the sex, can it? I dash the tears from my eyes. I don't want to examine my feelings for him. I'm frightened what I'll uncover if I do. What am I going to do? I park outside our duplex. No lights on. Kate must be out. I'm relieved. I don't want her to catch me crying again. As I undress, I wake up the mean machine, and sitting in my inbox is a message from Christian Gray. Subject: tonight. Date: May 25, 2011 22:01.to. Anastasia Steele. I don't understand why you ran this evening. I sincerely hope I answered all your questions to your satisfaction. I know I have given you a great deal to contemplate, and I fervently hope that you will give my proposal your serious consideration. I really want to make this work. We will take it slow. Trust me. Christian Gray, CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. His email makes me weep more. I am not a merger. I am not an acquisition. Reading this, I might as well be. I don't reply. I just don't know what to say to him. I fumble into my PJs and, wrapping his jacket around me, I climb into bed. As I lie staring into the darkness, I think of all the times he warned me to stay away. Anastasia, you should steer clear of me. I'm not the man for you. I don't do the girlfriend thing. I'm not a hearts and flowers kind of guy. I don't make love. This is all I know. And as I weep into my pillow silently, it's this last idea I cling to. This is all I know, too. Perhaps together, we can chart a new course. Chapter 14. Christian is standing over me grasping a plaited leather riding crop. He's wearing old, faded, ripped Levis, and that's all. He flicks the crop slowly into his palm as he gazes down at me. He's smiling, triumphant. I cannot move. I am naked and shackled, spread-eagled on a large four-poster bed. Reaching forward, he trails the tip of the crop from my forehead down the length of my nose, so I can smell the leather, and, over my parted, panting lips, he pushes the tip into my mouth so I can taste the smooth, rich leather. Suck, he commands, his voice soft. My mouth closes over the tip as I obey. Enough, he snaps. I'm panting once more as he tugs the crop out of my mouth, trails it down and under my chin, down my neck to the hollow at the base of my throat. He swirls it slowly there, and then continues to drag the tip down my body, along my sternum, between my breasts, over my torso, down to my navel. I'm panting, squirming, pulling against my restraints that are biting into my wrists and my ankles. He swirls the tip around my navel, then continues to trail the leather tip south, through my pubic hair to my clitoris. He flicks the crop and it hits my sweet spot with a sharp slap, and I come, gloriously, shouting my release. Abruptly, I wake, gasping for breath, covered in sweat and feeling the aftershocks of my orgasm. Holy hell, I'm completely disorientated. What the hell just happened? I'm in my bedroom alone. How? Why? I sit bolt upright, shocked. Wow, it's morning. I glance at my alarm clock. 8 o'clock. I put my head in my hands. I didn't know I could dream. Sex. Was it something I ate? Perhaps the oysters and my internet. Research manifesting itself in my first wet dream. It's bewildering. I had no idea that I could orgasm in my sleep. Kate is skipping around the kitchen when I stagger in. Anna, are you okay? You look odd. Is that Christian's jacket you're wearing? I'm fine. Damn. Should have checked in the mirror. I avoid her piercing green eyes. I'm still reeling from my morning's event. Yes. This is Christian's jacket. She frowns. Did you sleep? Not very well. I head for the kettle. I need tea. How is dinner? Double quotes. So it begins. We had oysters, followed by cod, so I'd say it was fishy. Ugh. I hate oysters, and I don't want to know about the food. How was Christian? What did you talk about? He was attentive. I pause. What can I say? His HIV status is clear. He's heavily into roleplay. Wants me to obey his every command. He hurt someone he tied to his playroom ceiling, and he wanted to fuck me in the private dining room. Would that be a good summary? I try desperately to remember something from my encounter with Christian that I can discuss with Kate. He doesn't approve of Wanda. Who does, Anna? That's old news. Why are you being so coy? Give it up, girlfriend. Oh, Kate. We talked about lots things. You know how fussy he is about food. Incidentally, he liked your dress. The kettle has boiled, so I make myself some tea. Do you want tea? Would you like me to hear your speech for today? Yes, please. I worked on it last night over at BaS. I'll go fetch it, and yes, I'd love some tea. Kate races out of the kitchen. Phew. Catherine Kavanaugh sidetracked. I slice a bagel and pop it into the toaster. I flush, remembering my vivid dream. What on earth was that about? Last night, I found it hard to sleep. My head was buzzing with various options. I'm so confused. Christian's idea of a relationship is more like a job offer. It has set hours, a job description, and a rather harsh grievance procedure. It's not how I envisaged my first romance, but, of course, Christian doesn't do romance. If I tell him I want more, he may say no, and I could jeopardize what he has offered. And this is what concerns me most, because I don't want to lose him. But I'm not sure I have the stomach to be his submissive deep down. It's the canes and whips that put me off. I'm a physical coward, and I will go a long way to avoid pain. I think of my dream. Is that what it would be like? My inner goddess jumps up and down with cheerleading pom-poms shouting yes at me. Kate comes back into the kitchen with her laptop. I concentrate on my bagel and listen patiently as she runs through her valedictorian speech. I am dressed and ready when Ray arrives. I open the front door, and he's standing on the porch in his ill-fitting suit. A warm surge of gratitude and love for this uncomplicated man streaks through me, and I throw my arms around him in an uncharacteristic display of affection. He's taken aback, bemused. Hey, Annie, I'm pleased to see you too, he mutters as he hugs me, setting me back down, his hands on my shoulders. He looks me up and down, his brow furrowed. You okay, kid? Of course, Dad. Can't a girl be pleased to see her old man? He smiles, his dark eyes crinkling at the corners, and follows me into the living room. You look good, he says. This is Kate's dress. I glance down at the gray chiffon halter neck dress. He frowns. Where is Kate? She's gone to campus. She's giving a speech, so she has to be early. Should we head on over, Dad? We have half an hour. Would you like some tea? And you can. Tell me how everyone in Montesano is getting along. How was the drive down? Ray pulls his car into the campus parking lot, and we follow the stream of humanity dotted with ubiquitous black and red gowns heading toward the gym. Good luck, Annie. You seem awfully nervous. Do you have to do anything? Holy crap. Why has Ray picked today to be observant? No, Dad. It's a big day, and I'm going to see him. Yeah, IB girl has gotten a degree. I'm proud of you, Annie. Aw, thanks, Dad. Oh, I love this man. the gym is crowded. Ray has gone to sit with the other parents and well-wishers in the tiered seating, while I make my way to my seat. I'm wearing my black gown and my cap, and I feel protected by them. Anonymous. There is no one on the stage yet, but I can't seem to steady my nerves. My heart is pounding, and my breathing is shallow. He's here somewhere. I wonder if Kate is talking to him, interrogating him. Maybe. I make my way to my seat amongst fellow students whose surnames also begin with S. I am in the second row, affording me yet more anonymity. I glance behind me and spot Ray high up in the bleachers. I give him a wave. He self-consciously gives me a half wave, half salute back. I sit and wait. The auditorium fills quickly, and the buzz of excited voices gets louder and louder. The row of seats in front fills. On either side of me, I am joined by two girls whom I don't know from a different department. They're obviously close friends and talk across me excitedly. At T11 precisely, the chancellor appears from behind the stage, followed by the three vice-chancellors and then the senior professors, all decked out in their black and red regalia. We stand and applaud our teaching staff. Some professors nod and wave, others look bored. Professor Collins, my tutor and my favorite teacher, looks like he's just fallen out of bed, as usual. Last onto the stage are Kate and Christian. Christian stands out in his bespoke gray suit, copper highlights glinting in his hair under the auditorium lights. He looks so serious and self-contained. As he sits, he undoes his single-breasted jacket, and I glimpse his tie. Holy shit, that tie. I rub my wrists reflexively. I cannot take my eyes off him. He's wearing that tie, on purpose no doubt. My mouth presses into a hard line. The audience sits down and the applause ceases. Look at him. One of the girls beside me hisses enthusiastically to her friend. He's hot. I stiffen. I'm sure they're not talking about Professor Collins. Must be Christian Grey. Is he single? I bristle. I don't think so. I murmur. Oh. Both girls look at me in surprise. I think he's gay. I mutter. What a shame. One of the girls groans. As the chancellor gets to his feet and kicks off the proceedings with his speech, I watch Christian subtly scanning the hall. I sink into my seat, hunching my shoulders, trying to make myself as inconspicuous as possible. I fail miserably as a second later his eyes find mine. He stares at me, his face impassive, completely inscrutable. I squirm, uncomfortably, hypnotized by his glare as a slow flush spreads across my face. Unbidden, recall my dream from this morning, and the muscles in my belly do the delectable clench thing. I inhale sharply. The shadow of a smile crosses his lips, but it's fleeting. He briefly closes his eyes and, on opening them, resumes his indifferent expression. Following a swift glance up at the chancellor, he stares ahead, focusing on the SUV emblem hung above the entrance. He doesn't turn his eyes toward me. Again, the chancellor drones on, and Christian still doesn't look at me. He just stares fixedly ahead. Why won't he look at me? Perhaps he's changed his mind? A wave of unease washes over me. Perhaps walking out on him last night was the end for him too. He's bored of waiting for me to make up my mind. Oh, no, I could have completely blown it. I remember his email last night. Maybe he's mad that I haven't replied. Suddenly, the room erupts into applause as Miss Catherine Kavanaugh has taken the stage. The chancellor sits, and Kate tosses her lovely long hair behind her as she places her papers on the lectern. She takes her time, not intimidated by 1,000 people staring at her. She smiles. When she's ready, looks up at the captivated throng, and launches eloquently into her speech. She's composed and funny. The girls beside me erupt on cue at her first joke. Oh, Catherine Kavanaugh, you can deliver a good line. I am so proud of her at that moment. My errant thoughts of Christian pushed to one side. Even though I have heard her speech before, I listen carefully. She commands the room and takes her audience with her. Her theme is, what next after college? Oh, what next indeed? Christian is watching Kate, his eyebrows raised in surprise, I think. Yes, it could have been Kate who went to interview him. And it could have been Kate who he was now making indecent proposals to. Beautiful Kate and beautiful Christian together. I could be like the two girls beside me, admiring him from afar. I know Kate wouldn't have given him the time of day. What did she call him the other day? Creepy. The thought of a confrontation between Kate and Christian makes me uncomfortable. I have to say, I don't know which of them I would put my money on. Kate concludes her speech with a flourish, and spontaneously, everyone stands, applauding and cheering. Her first standing ovation. I beam at her and cheer, and she grins back at me. Good job, Kate. She sits, as does the audience, and the chancellor rises and introduces Christian. Holy shit, Christian's going to give a speech. The chancellor touches briefly on Christian's achievements. CEO of his own extraordinarily successful company, a real self-made man, and also a major benefactor to our university. Please welcome Mr. Christian Grey. The chancellor pumps Christian's hand, and there is a swell of polite applause. My heart's in my throat. He approaches the lectern and surveys the hall. He looks so confident standing in front of us all, as Kate did before him. The two girls beside me lean in enraptured. In fact, I think most of the female members of the audience inch closer, and a few of the men. He begins, his voice soft, measured, and mesmerizing. I'm profoundly grateful and touched by the great compliment accorded to me by the authorities of DUSU today. It offers me a rare opportunity to talk about the impressive work of the environmental science department here at the university. Our aim is to develop viable and ecologically sustainable methods of farming for third world countries. Our ultimate goal is to help eradicate hunger and poverty across the globe. I desperately rack my brains to remember what Kate had written in her article. Adopted at age 4, I think. I can't imagine that Grace starved him, so it must have been before then. As a little boy, I swallow, my heart constricting at the thought of a hungry, gray-eyed toddler. Oh no, what kind of life did he have before the Grays got hold of him and rescued him? I'm seized by a sense of outrage. Poor, fucked up, kinky, philanthropic Christian, though I'm sure he wouldn't see himself this way, and would repel any thoughts of sympathy or pity. Abruptly, everyone bursts into applause and stands. I follow, though I haven't heard half his speech. He's doing all of these good works, running a huge company, and chasing me at the same time. It's overwhelming. I remember the brief snippets of conversations he's had about Darfur. It all falls into place. Food. He smiles briefly at the warm applause. Even Kate is clapping then. He resumes his seat. He doesn't look my way, and I'm off kilter trying to assimilate this new information about him. One of the vice-chancellors rises, and we begin the long, tedious process of collecting our degrees. There are more than 400 to be given out, and it takes just over an hour before I hear my name. I make my way up to the stage between the two giggling girls. Christian gazes down at me, his look warm but guarded. Congratulations, Miss Steele, he says as he shakes my hand, squeezing it gently. I feel the charge of his flesh on mine. Do you have a problem with your laptop? I frown as he hands me my degree. No? Then you are ignoring my emails. I only saw the mergers and acquisitions one. He looks quizzically at me. Later, he says, and I have to move on because I'm holding up the line. I go back to my seat. Emails? He must have sent another. What did it say? The ceremony takes another hour to conclude. It's interminable. Finally, the chancellor leads the faculty members off the stage to yet more rousing applause, preceded by Christian and Kate. Christian does not glance at me, even though I'm willing him to do it. My inner goddess is not pleased. As I stand and wait for our row to disperse, Kate calls to me. She's heading my way from behind the stage. Christian wants to talk to you, she shouts. The two girls who are now standing beside me turn and gape at me. He sent me out here, she continues. Oh, your speech was great, Kate. It was, wasn't it? She beams. Are you coming? He can be very insistent. She rolls her eyes, and I grin. You have no idea. I can't leave Ray for long. I glance up at Ray and hold my fingers up indicating 5 minutes. He nods, giving me an okay sign, and I follow Kate into the corridor behind the stage. Christian is talking to the chancellor and 2 of the teaching staff. He looks up when he sees me. Excuse me, gentlemen, I hear him murmur. He comes toward me and smiles briefly at Kate. Thank you, he says, and before she can reply, he takes my elbow and steers me into what looks like a men's locker room. He checks to see if it's empty, and then he locks the door. Holy shit, what does he have in mind? I blink up at him as he turns on me. Why haven't you emailed me or texted me back? He glares. I'm nonplussed. I haven't looked at my computer today or my phone. Crap, has he been trying to call? I try my distraction technique that's so effective on Kate. That was a great speech. Thank you. Explains your food issues to me. He runs a hand through his hair, exasperated. Anastasia, I don't want to go there at the moment. He closes his eyes, looking pained. I've been worried about you. Worried? Why? Because you went home in that death trap you call a car. What? It's not a death trap. It's fine. Joe's regularly services it for me. Joe's, the photographer? Christian's eyes narrow, his face frosting. Oh, crap. Yes. The Beetle used to belong to his mother. Yes. And probably her mother and her mother before her. It's not safe. I've been driving it for over 3 years. I'm sorry you were worried. Why didn't you call? Geez. He's completely overreacting. He takes a deep breath. Anastasia, I need an answer from you. This waiting around is driving me crazy. Christian, look, I've left my stepdad on his own. Tomorrow? I want an answer by tomorrow. Okay, tomorrow? I'll tell you then. He steps back, regarding me coolly, and his shoulders relax. Are you staying for drinks? He asks. I don't know what Ray wants to do. Your stepfather? I'd like to meet him. Oh no. Why? I'm not sure that's a good idea. Christian unlocks the door, his mouth in a grim line. Are you ashamed of me? No. It's my turn to sound exasperated. Introduce you to my dad as what? This is the man who deflowered me and wants us to start a BDSM relationship? You're not wearing running shoes. Christian glares down at me, and then his lips twitch up in a smile, and in spite of the fact I'm mad at him, my face is unwillingly pulled into an answering grin. Just so you know, I can run quite fast. Just tell him I'm your friend, Anastasia. He opens the door, and I head out. My mind is whirling. The chancellor, the 3 vice-chancellors, 4 professors, and Kate stare at me as I walk hastily past them. Crap. Leaving Christian with the faculty, I go in search of Ray. Tell him I'm your friend. Friend with benefits. My subconscious scowls. I know. I shake the unpleasant thought away. How will I introduce him to Ray? The hall is still at least half full, and Ray has not moved from his spot. He sees me, waves, and makes his way down. Hey Annie, congratulations. He puts his arm around me. Would you like to come and have a drink in the marquee? Sure, it's your day. Lead the way. We don't have to if you don't want to. Please say no. Annie, I've just sat for 2.5 hours listening to all kinds of jabbering. I need a drink. I put my arm through his, and we stroll out with the throng into the warmth of the early afternoon. We pass the line for the official photographer. Oh, that reminds me. Ray drags a digital camera out of his pocket. One for the album, Annie. I roll my eyes at him as he snaps a picture of me. Can I take the cap and gown off now? I feel kind of dorky. You look kinda dorky. My subconscious is at her snarky best. So are you going to introduce Ray to the man you're fucking? She is glaring at me over her wing-shaped spectacles. He'd be so proud. God, I hate her. Sometimes, the marquee is immense and crowded. Students, parents, teachers, and friends, all chattering happily. Ray hands me a glass of champagne, or cheap fizzy wine, I suspect. It's not chilled, and it tastes sweet. My Thoughts turn to Christian. He won't like this, Anna. I turn, and Ethan Kavanaugh scoops me into his arms. He twirls me around, without spilling my winsome feet. Congratulations. He beams down at me, green eyes twinkling. What a surprise. His dirty blonde hair is tousled and sexy. He's as beautiful as Kate. The family resemblance is striking. Wow, Ethan, how lovely to see you. Dad, this is Ethan, Kate's brother. Ethan, this is my dad, Ray Steele. They shake hands, my dad, coolly assessing Mr. Kavanaugh. When did you get back from Europe? I ask. I've been back for a week, but I wanted to surprise my little sister, he says conspiratorially. That's so sweet. I grin. She is valedictorian. Couldn't miss that. He looks immensely proud of his sister. She gave a great speech. That she did. Ray agrees. Ethan has his arm around my waist when I look up into the frosty gray eyes of Christian Grey. Kate is beside him. Hello, Ray. Kate kisses Ray on both cheeks, making him blush. Have you met Anna's boyfriend? Christian Grey. Holy shit. Kate. Fuck. All the blood drains from my face. Mr. Steele, it's a pleasure to meet you, Christian says smoothly, warmly, completely unflustered by Kate's introduction. He holds out his hand, which Ray, all credit to him, takes, not showing a hint of the drop-dead surprise he's just had thrust upon him. Thank you very much, Catherine Kavanaugh. I fume. I think my subconscious has fainted, Mr. Grey. Ray murmurs, his expression indecipherable except, perhaps for the slight widening of his big brown eyes. They slide over to my face with the "when were you going to give me this news" look. I bite my lip. And this is my brother, Ethan Kavanaugh, says Kate to Christian. Christian turns his arctic glare on Ethan, who still has one arm around me. Mr. Kavanaugh. They shake hands. Christian holds his hand out to me. Anna baby, he murmurs, and I nearly expire at the endearment. I walk out of Ethan's grasp, while Christian smiles icily at him, and I take my place at his side. Kate grins at me. She knows exactly what she's doing. The vixen. Ethan, Mom and Dad wanted a word. Kate drags Ethan away. So how long have you kids known each other? Ray looks impassively from Christian to me. The power of speech has deserted me. I want the ground to swallow me up. Christian puts his arm around me, his thumb skimming my naked back in a caress, before his hand clasps my shoulder. Couple of weeks or so now, he says smoothly. We met when Anastasia came to interview me for the student newspaper. Didn't know you worked on the student newspaper, Anna. Ray's voice is a quiet admonishment, revealing his irritation. Shit. Kate was ill, I murmur. It's all I can manage. Fine speech you gave, Mr. Grey. Thank you, sir. I understand that you're a keen fisherman. Ray raises his eyebrows and smiles a rare, genuine, bona fide Ray Steele smile, and off they go, talking fish. In fact, I soon feel surplus to requirements. He's charming the pants off my dad, like he did you. My subconscious snaps at me. His power knows no bounds. I excuse myself to go and find Kate. She's talking to her parents, who are delightful as ever and greet me warmly. We exchange brief pleasantries, mostly about their up and coming vacation to Barbados and about our move. Kate, how could you out me to Ray? I hiss at the first opportunity. We won't be overheard, because I knew you never would, and I want to help with Christian's commitment issues. Kate smiles at me sweetly. I scowl. It's me that won't commit to him, silly. He seems as cool about it, Anna. Don't sweat it. Look at him now. Christian cannot take his eyes off you. Glance up, and both Ray and Christian are looking at me. He's been watching you like a hawk. I'd better go rescue Ray, or Christian. I don't know which. You haven't heard the last of this, Catherine Kavanaugh. I glare at her. Anna, I did you a favor, she calls after me. I scowl. It's me that won't commit to him, silly. He seems as cool about it, Anna. Don't sweat it. Look at him now. Christian cannot take his eyes off you. Glance up, and both Ray and Christian are looking at me. He's been watching you like a hawk. I'd better go rescue Ray, or Christian. I don't know which. You haven't heard the last of this, Catherine Kavanaugh. I glare at her. Anna, I did you a favor, she calls after me. Hi. I smile at both of them on my return. They seem okay. Christian is enjoying some private joke, and my dad looks unbelievably relaxed given he's in a social situation. What have they been discussing apart from fish? Anna, where are the restrooms? Back out front of the marquee and to the left. See you in a moment. You kids enjoy yourselves. Ray heads out. I glance nervously up at Christian. We pause briefly as a photographer takes a picture of both of us. Thank you, Mr. Gray. The photographer scurries off. I blink from the flash. So you've charmed my father as well? As well? Christian's eyes burn and he raises a questioning eyebrow. I flush. He lifts his hand and traces my cheek with his fingers. Oh, I wish I knew what you were thinking, Anastasia, he whispers, darkly, cupping my chin and raising my head so that we gaze intently into each other's eyes. My breath hitches. How can he have this effect on me, even in this crowded tent? Right now, I'm thinking, nice tie, breathe, he chuckles. It's recently become my favorite. I blush scarlet. You look lovely, Anastasia. This halter neck dress suits you, and I get to stroke your back, feel your beautiful skin. Suddenly, it's like we're on our own in the room. Just the two of us. My whole body has come alive, every nerve ending singing softly, that electricity pulling me to him, charging between us. You know it's going to be good, don't you, baby? He whispers. I close my eyes as my insides uncoil and melt. But I want more, I whisper. More? He looks down at me puzzled, his eyes darkening. I nod and swallow. Now he knows. More, he says again softly, testing the word, a small, simple word, but so full of promise. His thumb traces my lower lip. You want hearts and flowers. I nod again. He blinks down at me, and I watch his internal struggle played out in his eyes. Anastasia, his voice is soft. It's not something I know. Me either. He smiles slightly. You don't know much, he murmurs. You know all the wrong things. Wrong? Not to me. He shakes his head. He looks so sincere. Try it, he whispers, a challenge daring me, and he cocks his head to one side and smiles his crooked, dazzling smile. I gasp, and I'm even the Garden of Eden, and he's the serpent, and I cannot resist. Okay, I whisper. What? I have his full, undivided attention. I swallow. Okay, I'll try. You're agreeing? His disbelief is evident. Subject to the soft limits. Yes, I'll try. Voice is so small. Christian closes his eyes and pulls me into an embrace. Jesus, Anna, you're so unexpected. You take my breath away. He steps back, and suddenly Ray's returned, and the volume in the marquee gradually rises and fills my ears. We are not alone. Holy shit, I've just agreed to be his sub. Christian smiles at Ray and his eyes are dancing with joy. Annie, should we get some lunch? Okay. I look up at Ray, trying to find my equilibrium. What have you done? My subconscious screams at me. My inner goddess is doing backflips in a routine worthy of a Russian Olympic gymnast. Would you like to join us, Christian? Ray asks. Christian. I stare up at him, imploring him to refuse. I need space to think. What the fuck have I done? Thank you, Mr. Steele, but I have plans. It's been great to meet you, sir. Wise. Ray responds. Look after my baby girl. Oh, I fully intend to. They shake hands. I feel sick. Ray has no idea how Christian intends to look after me. Christian takes my hand and brings it to his lips and kisses my knuckles tenderly, his scorching eyes intent on mine. Later, Miss Steele, he breathes, his voice full of promise. My belly curls at the thought. Hang on. Later, Ray takes my elbow and leads me toward the entrance to the tent. Seems a solid young man. Well off, too. You could do a lot worse, Annie. Though why I had to hear about him from Catherine. He scolds. I shrug apologetically. Well, any man who likes and knows his fly fishing is okay with me. Holy cow, Ray approves. If only he knew. Ray drops me back at the house at dusk. Call your mom, he says. I will. Thanks for coming, Dad. Wouldn't have missed it for the world, Annie. You make me so proud. Oh no, I'm not going to get emotional. A huge lump forms in my throat, and I hug him hard. He puts his arms around me, bemused, and I can't help it, tears pool in my eyes. Hey, Annie, sweetheart, Ray croons. Big old day, eh? Want me to come in and make you some tea? I laugh. In spite of my tears, tea is always the answer, according to Ray. I remember my mother complaining about him, saying that when it came to tea and sympathy, he was always good at the tea, so hot on the sympathy. No, Dad, I'm good. It's been so great to see you. I'll visit real soon. Once I'm settled in Seattle. Good luck with the interviews. Let me know how they go. Sure thing, Dad. Love you, and you too, Dad. He smiles, his brown eyes warm, glowing, and he climbs back into his car. I wave him off as he drives into the dusk, and I wander listlessly back into the apartment. First thing I do is check my cell phone. It needs recharging, so I have to hunt down the charger and plug it in before I can collect my messages. 4 missed calls, 1 voice message, and 2 texts. 3 missed calls from Christian, no messages. 1 missed call from Joe's, and a voicemail from him wishing me all the best for graduation. I open the texts. Are you home safe? Call me. They are both from Christian. Why didn't he call the house? I head into my bedroom and fire up the mean machine. From Christian Gray. Subject: tonight. Date: May 25, 2011, 23:58.to. Anastasia Steele. I hope you made it home in that car of yours. Let me know if you're okay. Christian Gray, CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. Geez, why is he so worried about my Beetle? It has given me 3 years of loyal service, and Joe's has always been on hand to maintain it. For me, Christian's next email is from today, from Christian Gray. Subject: soft limits. Date: May 26, 2011, 17:20 to. Anastasia Steele. What can I say that I haven't already? Happy to talk these through anytime. You looked beautiful today. Christian Gray, CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. I want to see him. I hit reply. From Anastasia Steele. Subject: soft limits. Date: May 26, 2011, 19:23. Christian Gray. I can come over this evening to discuss if you'd like. Anna. From Christian Gray. Subject: soft limits. Date: May 26, 2011, 19:27. Anastasia Steele. I'll come to you. I meant it when I said I wasn't happy about you driving that car. I'll be with you shortly. Christian Gray, CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. Holy crap, he's coming over now. I have to get one thing ready for him. The first edition Thomas Hardy books are still on the shelves in the living room. I cannot keep them. I wrap them in brown paper, and I scrawl on the wrapping a direct quote from Tess from the book. I agree to the conditions, Angel, because you know best what my punishment ought to be. Only don't make it more than I can bear.